Chapter 82. Jing Chen was used to it and said, "I've been learning since I was young and I can sense it. Once my Taoist heart is triggered, I'll be implicated and the other party will be in trouble." How did the sixth sense come into play? Did it have to be so accurate? Yu Shu glared at Jing Chen and did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is like cutting vegetables with your hand. You can't blame yourself for being careless, but blame the kitchen knife seller and the pig butcher next door. What's the relationship between the two? The gray gauze on the brim of the hat was blown by her breath. Jing Chen was silent. His mind was filled with thoughts of the butcher, and he was a little confused. After calming down for a while, he drove out these messy thoughts that were trying to subvert his many years of knowledge. He suppressed the desire that was about to burst out of his heart and said in a low voice, "I'm telling the truth. The adversity blocking stone has been lost. If you get involved with me again, there will be endless disasters." If possible, he also wanted to be friends with her. He liked the way she spoke, her lively personality, and even her occasional complaints were interesting to him. There was no such person in Longhu. Most of them were dull and boring just like him. However, he could not. No one knew the dangers of fate better than him. He did not want the person who took the initiative to get close to him to hate him one day. At the end of the day, it was all because of that small stone. Yu Shu thought angrily. It wasn't that she didn't believe Jing Chen's words. It was just that she had to blame everything that had happened to her on an unrelated person. She really couldn't bring herself to do such a shameless and hurtful thing. Who did not have misfortune and good fortune? Who could avoid misfortune for the rest of their lives? In her opinion, it was her fault that she almost became a tribute and was beaten up and chased out by the Ji family. However, she was saved by Jing Chen, picked up by Chao Zixin, taken in by Zhao Hui, appreciated by Pei Jing, and accepted as a disciple by Qing Zheng. Wasn't it all her luck? Did this mean that everything that happened to her after she met Jing Chen was all bad luck? Moreover, the money for Zhao Hui's medical treatment was prepared with Jing Chen's help. Jing Chen had helped her time and time again and stood up for her, but now that something had happened to her, she still had to blame him. Was there such a damned logic? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt relieved. Jing Chen, Yu Shu called his name directly for the first time. 2 days ago, I was at the Three Pure Ones meeting and I was doing fortune-telling for someone. That Mr. De said that I had a dog-shit life and gave me a sentence. He said something like, "A short life isn't a great emptiness, but one's life is full of calamities and difficulties, frequent calamities and adversity, and one's life is full of hardships and difficulties." In other words, everyone in the city is a short-lived ghost. Their lives are cheap, and they don't have any consciousness. Then, someone told me that when it comes to fame and fortune, we can only believe it 5 or 6 times. Sometimes, it can't be done accurately. She talked about a lot of things and finally sighed. She raised her head and said seriously, "I want to say that without you, my luck would not be much better. Maybe I would be even more unlucky. No matter what, I want to thank you for helping me when I was at my wit's end." Yu Shu was rather gloomy. As a mathematics student, she really couldn't say anything too emotional. In any case, what she meant was what she meant. You've stayed in Yang City for so long. You should have finished what you needed to do. If you want to leave, then leave. It's just that I still owe you a favor. Remember this for me. If you pass by Yang City again, you must come and see me. Goodbye. Yu Shu took 2 steps back and smiled and waved at Jing Chen. Her dirty face squeezed out a smile. There was some sadness, some reluctance, and some sparkling enthusiasm. Every one of them was sincere. Looking at her smiling face, something moved in Jing Chen's heart. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he nodded his head towards her. He looked at her seriously. After looking at her lively face a few times, he turned around and walked towards the entrance of the alleyway. After a few steps, his eyes regained their clarity. Before he found the person who could break his fate, he had to guard his Tao heart and not move a single step. Yu Shu watched as Jing Chen disappeared from her sight. Only then did she retract her gaze in disappointment. In her heart, she thought that in the future, there would be no place for her to pour out her grievances. Just as her hand was placed on the door in front of her was pulled open. Yu Xiaoxiu stood at the door with a basin of water in his hand. When he saw Yu Shu, who was covered in mud, he almost thought that she was a beggar. Big sister, you're back, you're finally back. Quickly come in, Aunt Huai has woken up. Really? Yu Shu was pleasantly surprised. She first put aside the matter regarding Jingchen. In the morning, when she left, Zhao Hui was still unconscious, and she was worried that Zhao Hui wouldn't be able to make it. Now it's great. Really. Yu Xiaoxiu casually splashed the water outside the door, then pulled Yu Shu's hand and walked inside. Zhao Hui was lying on the bed sickly. The white undershirt that she was wearing in the mountains was changed after Aunt Hu, who lived next door, helped her wipe her body after she had a fever in the morning. A thick white gauze was wrapped around her head, and the arm that was outside of the blanket was also carefully bandaged. She heard some of the movements outside, but since she couldn't move her head, she could only turn her head and look towards the door. Yu Shu knew that her body was dirty, so she squatted at the side of the bed and didn't dare to get too close. Seeing that Zhao Hui was looking at her with her swollen eyelids, Yu Shu asked nervously, Aunt Huai, are you awake? Can you still recognize me? Yesterday, Dr. He said that after Zhao Hui woke up, she might not be able to recognize anyone for a while. On one hand, Yu Shu felt that it was good for Zhao Hui to forget those sad things, but on the other hand, she was worried that Zhao Hui would also forget about it. Zhao Hui's voice was light, but Yu Shu still heard it. She was so happy that she almost shed tears. She nodded vigorously and said, Yes, it's Xiaoyu. It's me. She turned her head and asked Yu Xiaoxiu, Did Dr. He come today? What did he say? Yu Xiaoxiu said, Not long after he left, he gave Aunt Huai acupuncture treatment and changed the medicine for her wound. He also left 2 packets of medicine for Aunt Hu to boil. Sister, Dr. He also asked about you. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. What did he ask me? Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know about the 500 taels. Yesterday, she was in a hurry and forgot to tell Dr. He not to let him slip again. He just asked when you're coming back and told you to go to his place. Yu Shu secretly sighed. Hearing Zhao Hui's soft call, Yu Shu turned her gaze back to her. She saw the worry in her eyes under her swollen eyelids and her pale face, which made her heart ache. She comforted her in a soft voice, Aunt Huai, rest well and don't think about anything. Dr. He's medical skills are very high and he will cure you. You should close your eyes and rest first. I'll go to Dr. He's place and see why he's looking for me. I'll talk to you when I come back. Zhao Hui had just woken up not long ago. She had lost a lot of blood from her head and couldn't hold on for a while. When she saw that Yu Shu was fine, she felt a bit more at ease and closed her eyes weakly. Yu Shu ordered Yu Xiaoxiu to fetch some water. She placed the money in her bag in an inconspicuous place and picked out 80 taels worth of banknotes. She patted the banknotes and thought to herself, It's better to be rich. She went out to wash her hands and face, drank half a pot of water, and returned to the room to change into a set of clean clothes. Then she hugged the heavy bag of gold and hurried out to give the money to He Fangji. The sky was about to turn dark, so she didn't dare to slow down. When she arrived at the clinic, He Fangji was rubbing the medicine. He wasn't surprised to see her, but he was invited to the back hall by Yu Shu. When he saw her open the cloth bag in her arms and reveal a bag of silver, he was dumbfounded. Yu Shu taught him the principle of not showing off one's wealth, but He Fangji was the one who handled the money. She didn't suspect him, so she simply revealed it openly. Dr. He, there's 500 taels here. It's a bit more than that. Please count it and see if it's enough. He Fangji closed his mouth and turned around to call the medicine boy to stand guard at the door. There was a silver scale there and he carefully counted the money. In the end, it was 500 taels and 17 taels. Yu Shu helped him pack up the silver and took out 2 ingots of silver. She gave them to him. Dr. He, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my aunt's illness. These 500 taels are for the medicine. If it's not enough, I'll think of something else later. You must accept the consultation fee. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease seeing you running to our house every day. Yu Shu was able to raise 500 taels of gold in 2 days, so He Fangji wouldn't treat her like an ordinary child. Seeing that she was able to speak openly at such a young age, he hesitated for a moment before weighing one ingot and returning the other to her. "This is my subordinate. Take this back and buy some oil for your younger brother to nourish his body. I'll take his pulse in the next few days. This child's body is a bit weak. If he doesn't eat well, it'll affect his growth. As for your aunt, she's in good condition and isn't in any danger for the time being. You don't have to worry. I'll go see her tomorrow morning." Yu Shu admired He Fangji's medical ethics and bowed to thank him. After carefully listening to the will, Yu Shu walked out of the medical center. She took a deep breath of the cool night air and exhaled the foul air. She went straight to the stall selling mutton pancakes on the street and bought 3 in one go. She squatted at the intersection and stuffed them into her mouth. She ate them happily. She had been hungry since last night and felt like she was floating when she walked. She silently rubbed her stomach and wiped the oil from her mouth. Ignoring the disdainful looks from passers-by, she bought 5 more mutton pancakes and took them home. She wrapped them up separately and prepared to bring them back to Auntie Hu, her family of 3, and Xiaoxiu. She didn't go to other places. Her legs were as if they were being moved. If she didn't go home and lie down, they would break tomorrow. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't go back to the Ji family since last night. At this critical moment, the siblings didn't have the mood to think about the Ji family. At night, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu huddled on a bamboo bed, covered with quilts. Zhao Hui was lying on the bed opposite them, sleeping quietly. "Sister, are you asleep?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned over and looked at Yu Shu's blurry side profile in the darkness. No matter when it was, as long as his sister was there, he felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. "Well, you should go to sleep too." Yu Shu closed her eyes, but her mind was in a mess. First, it was about Zhao Hui, then it was about Jingchen. Her master would be back in 2 days. At that time, she would ask him to check Aunt Huai's horoscope and Jingchen's horoscope. She had to ask her master what was going on with Ji Duxing. Chapter 83. The next night, Zhao Hui suddenly had a fever. She mumbled in her sleep and complained of a headache. Yu Shu was in a deep sleep and was woken up by Yu Xiaoxiu. She hastily put on her clothes, wiped her face, and then she put on her clothes, wiped her face, and ran out to find a doctor. He Manji lived in the clinic. In the middle of the night, there were only people on the street. Yu Shu knocked on the door for a long time before she called him out. As soon as He Fangji heard about Zhao Hui's symptoms, he hurriedly carried the medical box and followed Yu Shu to the Zhao family's house. It was not until dawn that Zhao Hui's condition stabilized and she fell asleep again. He Fangji washed his hands in the basin. Looking at Zhao Hui on the bed, he sighed and said to the siblings, "It's hard for her to endure this pain and beg for life. Otherwise, even the best medical skills can't save her." Yu Shu asked with lingering fear, "How is my aunt now?" He Fangji said, "She's fine for the time being. But it seems like this will happen 2 or 3 more times. Once she has a situation, you should hurry to find me. From here to the clinic, it only takes a few minutes. It won't be a problem." Seeing that He Fangji had finished washing his hands, Yu Xiaoxiu quickly handed him a towel. He Fangji wiped his hands, squeezed his shoulder, and said with a smile, "If you get up early in the morning, you might as well stretch your legs in the yard and jump up hundreds of times." In his opinion, He Fangji was a good doctor who treated his Aunt Huai with a kind heart. He was very worthy of his respect. Yu Shu walked He Fangji to the entrance of the alley and suddenly remembered that she hadn't been to the Chamber of Commerce for the past 2 days. She didn't even greet the people there. She patted her head and went to buy half a caddy of glutinous rice sticks for Yu Xiaoxiu and Auntie Hu's breakfast. Then she went to the Chamber of Commerce to ask for leave. The memory of fighting her way out of the encirclement of hundreds of people at shopkeeper Bao Ren the day before yesterday was still fresh in Yu Shu's mind. As she walked on the street, she felt a little uncomfortable. When she passed by, she heard many people talking about Taoist priests and beggars. She quickened her steps and jogged across the street. Pei Jing was there when she came to the head hospital. He didn't scold Yu Shu when he saw her. Instead, he led her to a room alone and asked with concern, "I heard that you came to the restaurant to find me a few nights ago. Did something happen at home?" Yu Shu bitterly said, "Something happened to my aunt. She hit her head." That night, I came to borrow money from you. Pei Jing was surprised. How is she now? Is she safe and sound? Yu Shu sighed. Her injury is quite serious. She needs to be looked at again. Pei Jing sympathetically looked at the child in front of him. When she left a few days ago, she was still full of energy. But in just a few days, her eyes were sunken. How much money do you need? I'll give it to you now. Although the person she asked for was not there at that time and she didn't need money now, but Pei Jing's straightforwardness made Yu Shu's heart warm up. She thanked him. I've gathered all the money. Pei Jing sighed in his heart. If he could take this opportunity to let Yu Shu owe him a big favor, she wouldn't be able to go out in the future. Yu Shu said a few polite words to him and asked for a leave. Pei Jing was very easy to talk to. He found a few account books for her, pushed the door and walked out. I'm going to the Chang'an shop. I'll give you a lift. Pei Jing intended to find out where Yu Shu lived. Yu Shu saw through his thoughts, but she didn't feel offended. She appreciated his kindness and followed behind him. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded obediently. In his opinion, He Fangji was a benevolent doctor who treated Aunt Huai. He deserved his respect. Yu Shu walked He Fangji to the entrance of the alley and suddenly remembered that she hadn't been to the Chamber of Commerce for the past 2 days. She didn't even greet the people there. She patted her head and went to buy half a caddy of glutinous rice sticks for Yu Xiaoxiu and Auntie Hua's breakfast. Then she went to the Chamber of Commerce to ask for leave. The memory of escaping from the hundreds of people at shopkeeper Bao Rin the day before yesterday was still fresh in Yu Shu's mind. As she walked on the street, she felt a little uncomfortable. When she passed by, she heard many people talking about Taoist priests and beggars. She quickened her steps and jogged across the street. When she came to the Chamber of Commerce, Pei Jing was actually there. When he saw Yu Shu, he didn't reprimand her. Instead, he brought her to a room alone and asked with concern, I heard that you came to the restaurant to look for me a few nights ago. Did something happen at home? Yu Shu bitterly said, Something happened to my aunt. She hit her head. That night, I came to borrow money from you. Pei Jing was shocked and asked, How is she now? Is she safe and sound? Yu Shu sighed. Her injury is quite serious. I need to see her again. Pei Jing looked at the child in front of him with sympathy. When she left a few days ago, she was still full of energy. But in just a few days, her eyes were sunken. How much money do you need? I can give it to you now. Although the person she asked for was not there at that time, and she didn't need money now, but Pei Jing's straightforwardness made Yu Shu's heart warm up. She thanked him and said, I have the money. Pei Jing said, If you don't have enough money, just tell me. Pei Jing sighed in his heart. It's a pity. If he could take this opportunity to make Yu Shu owe him a big favor, she won't be able to go out in the future. This is the second time that Yu Shu sat in a carriage. Last time, she sat in the Ji family's carriage to look for Shui Wenjie. At that time, she was sitting with Third Master Ji, so it was inconvenient for her to look around. But in Pei Jing's carriage she is much more at ease. Although Pei Jing's carriage is not as spacious as the Ji family's, the interior of the carriage is obviously much more exquisite. The curtains are divided into 2 layers, one layer of gauze and the other layer of silk. There are 3 seats against the wall, and the base is wrapped in red leather. In the middle of the carriage, there is a 2-tiered triangular round tea table. There are a few dents on the table, which is just right for the teacup and teapot. There is also a snack box with a blue lid. There is an elegant fragrance in the carriage, which comes from the sachet hanging on the guijiao. Yu Shu knows that Pei Jing knows how to enjoy himself. People wear different clothes, even the carriage is particular. I just came back last night, and I heard a big news in the morning. Pei Jing took the teapot and poured 2 cups of fragrant tea. He pushed 1 cup to Yu Shu. A few days ago, a Taoist priest and a beggar came to Vientiane Street. They gambled in the Baoren Casino and won more than 40 rounds in a row. They almost broke the sign. Yu Shu almost drank a mouthful of tea. She turned her head and coughed, pretending to be surprised. Really? Pei Jing didn't notice Yu Shu's strange behavior. He looked very emotional and said, This Vientiane Street has been built for more than 20 years, and gambling has been going on for a long time. There has never been such a thing. More than 40 rounds in a row, and they won consecutively. I'm afraid that the Diantest's prediction is only SOSO. If it wasn't for the banker's last resort and saving some face, the Bauern Casino's gambling area would have been removed by now. There really is always someone better than you, and there is always a higher mountain. It's a pity that I'm away from home and didn't have the chance to see the elegant demeanor of a master. Yu Shu's expression turned strange. She glanced at Pei Jing and wondered how he would feel if he knew that the master he was talking about was working under him. Ahem, that rumor must have been exaggerated. Most likely, the gambling house's questions weren't difficult. Pei Jing chuckled. That means you don't know the inside story. Chapter 84. After the meal, Yu Shu went to clean the table. Yu Xiaoxiu stayed in the room to do his homework and accompany Zhao Hui. Yu Shu came in with her hair tied up. She looked at the table and asked, "You didn't go home or to class for the past 2 days. Didn't they say anything when you went today?" After Zhao Hui's accident, Yu Xiaoxiu skipped classes for 3 days and didn't even go home. He only went back to Sanja's study house for classes this morning. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't even raise his head as he replied, "The Ji family doesn't have the time to care about me right now. Fourth Miss is back, and the whole family revolves around her. No one would know even if I died." Miss C of the Ji family is back? Miss C, who killed her predecessor with a piece of jade, is back? Yu Shu was stunned. Then she reached out to twist Yu Xiaoxiu's ear. "What do you mean by dying? Are you looking for trouble?" Yu Xiaoxiu didn't struggle. He just whispered, "It hurts." Yu Shu quickly let go and rubbed his ear. Speaking of the private school, Yu Xiaoxiu remembered something that made his teeth itch. He sneered, "Shuewenjia, that silly boy. He was half dead a few days ago, but now he's jumping around happily. He goes to the Ji family all day and doesn't even ask about you. He doesn't even think about who saved his life." Yu Shu thought that she couldn't wait for Miss Xue to completely forget about her. She patted Yu Xiaoxiu's head and jokingly said, "You're still calling him a silly boy. He's a few years older than you. So what? He's an ungrateful bastard." Yu Xiaoxiu was sometimes even more petty than Yu Shu. He still remembered the day when Shuewenjia called them to the Drunken Immortal restaurant and humiliated them, making them go home hungry and then getting caught for stealing fish. Yu Shu laughed and patted him. "All right, hurry up and finish your homework. Keep an eye on Aunt Hui. I'm going out for a while. The lamp oil at home is running out. I'm going to buy some." Yu Shu took the money and went out. She closed the door behind her. When she turned her face, she saw a piece of dried tree bark. She almost screamed. Her heart skipped a beat and she moved to the side. She patted her chest and rebuked, "Master, don't you know that you'll scare people to death with your face?" Taoist Qing Zheng, who came back 3 days late, glared at his unruly disciple and walked towards the entrance of the alley with his hands clasped behind his back. Yu Shu hurriedly followed him, thinking over and over again how she had provoked this angry old man. The master and disciple returned to Qing Zheng's courtyard one after the other. As soon as the door closed, Qing Zheng turned his face and became angry. "You did a good job." "What?" Yu Shu looked confused. Qing Zheng said in a low voice, "Life, death, illness, and old age are all fated. You saved a person who should have died. Do you know you've caused trouble?" Hearing this, Yu Shu pursed her lips in thought. She asked, "Master, are you talking about Aunt Hui?" "It's the woman who sold wonton noodles." Qing Zheng shook his sleeves and walked to the rattan chair in the courtyard and lay down. He knew that the woman didn't have long to live, so he left Yang on time. He was afraid that with him around, Yu Shu would stir up trouble. He didn't expect that he would deliberately come back a few days late, but this evil disciple still went against her life. Yu Shu also understood. She pulled a long face and said in a muffled voice, "Master, you already knew that something would happen to Aunt Hui, didn't you? In fact, in the past few days, Zhao Hui was sometimes good and sometimes bad. She calmed down and used the gate of life and death to make a divination. In the end, she predicted that she would die in the first round and suddenly had a way to live in the second round. She didn't have the ability to predict life and death. At that time, she vaguely felt that Zhao Hui's fate had changed, but she didn't want to think about it. Now that Qing Zheng mentioned it, she couldn't even pretend to be ignorant. It turned out that Zhao Hui was supposed to die in this disaster, but because of her, she survived. Qing Zheng said angrily, "So what if I knew it long ago? Do you still want to blame me?" "I don't dare." Yu Shu lowered her head. She was not an unreasonable child in her teens. Qing Zheng's attitude was very clear from the beginning. When she was beaten and driven out by the Ji family, she almost lost her life. Didn't he also predict it? He didn't even say hello to her and watched her fall into trouble. He treated her like this, let alone a stranger. She had nothing to complain about, but she didn't think that she was wrong to save people. What else do you not dare to do? You dare to change a person's life. Tell me, what else do you not dare to do? This time, Qing Zheng was surprisingly angry. He didn't care that Yu Shu didn't know in advance that Zhao Hui was supposed to die in this round. Yu Shu just lowered her head and didn't talk back. In Qing Zheng's eyes, this became a silent protest. He immediately sneered. Everyone has their own fate. You can avoid fortune and disaster, but you can't escape life and death. I've told you these words many times, but you've turned a deaf ear. Do you think you did a good deed by trying to save her? Yu Shu raised her head and said unwillingly, "At least it's better to be alive than dead." As Qing Zheng said, she didn't regret it. She only felt lucky. Lucky that Zhao Hui was still alive. For a person who died and was reborn, nothing was more important than being alive. Qing Zheng looked at her calm and carefree eyes. He took a deep breath and his anger gradually subsided. He sighed and took out something from his bosom. He waved his hand and said, "I knew you weren't a peaceful person. Come here." Yu Shu walked over. Seeing that Qing Zheng handed her something, she stretched out her hand to take it. The next moment, there was a black ring in her palm. It wasn't jade but some kind of metal. "I spent a lot of money to get this thing for you. Where? Don't take it off unless your hand is broken." Yu Shu measured it on her fingers. In the end, she could only put it on her left index finger. Because of Zhao Hui's matter, she didn't feel the joy of receiving a gift. She subconsciously asked, "What is this?" Qing Zheng said snappily, "I told you to wear it, so wear it. Why ask so much?" Yu Shu touched her finger and put it down. "Master, you just said that I got into trouble by saving Aunt Hui. What do you mean by that? Will I have some retribution?" Qing Zheng sneered, "Now you know that there will be retribution?" Yu Shu turned her face away. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Anyway, I saved her." Seeing that she didn't repent, Qing Zheng didn't have the strength to get angry. He wiped his face and said tiredly, "Fine, fine. I'm afraid I owed you in my previous life. This time, I'll help you resolve it. If you do such a thing again in the future, I'll let you suffer. Don't blame me for not warning you." Yu Shu knew when to stop. Seeing that he softened his tone, she didn't want to be in a deadlock with him. She turned her head and smiled at him. She squatted beside him and pulled his sleeve. "Master, you came back 3 days late. I miss you very much. I've been looking forward to your return every day. I'll come to see you at night. I'll bring you some good wine and food. How about it?" She still needed his help with something. She had to make the old man happy first. Qing Zheng still didn't know that it was a sugar-coated bullet. He snorted twice and his face became better. He waved his hand and said, "I'll wait for a while. You can come back at night. Then master, go back to the house and sleep. It's windy outside. Don't catch a cold again." "I'm not that weak." Although he said that, Qing Zheng still sat up with Yu Shu's help. He went into the house, got on the bamboo bed, and covered himself with a clean quilt. He sniffed the house. There was no smell of dust at all. He turned over with satisfaction and went to meet his friends. At night, the master and disciple sat in the courtyard and drank wine. It was the master who drank wine, and the disciple who obediently poured wine and took food. After 2 cups of warm wine, Qing Zheng felt comfortable. He pointed to the sky and said to Yu Shu, "Do you see that? The small star in the upper left corner of the big star is called Wangzi. If you can see it, there are no clouds around it. In other words, there is a family nearby that is about to give birth." Yu Shu didn't bring her notebook today, so she listened to every word. She poured wine and asked casually, "Master, I still remember you told me about the 9 luminaries. Among them, Ketu and Rahu are the two most dangerous. If someone's destiny offends Ketu star, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Dangerous, of course it's dangerous. Qing Zheng waved his hand without thinking. Destiny Ketu only appears in the last year of 60 years. There are not many people like this. There are one or two, but they die early and don't live past 1 year. Yu Shu was secretly shocked. Jing Chen seemed to be 18 years old. If there is such a person who survives and grows up, what should we do? Qing Zheng thought about it, and his expression changed. He said, if there is really a destiny when one offends these two stars when he grows up, he will definitely harm one side unless what? Yu Shu suddenly sat up straight and went forward to grab Qing Zheng's hand. Qing Zheng changed the topic at this critical moment. He squinted at her and said, why do you ask? Yu Shu hesitated for a moment, then said honestly, I know such a person. He said that his destiny is to offend Ketu, and anyone who has anything to do with him. What? Qing Zheng's expression changed slightly. After listening to the first half of Yu Shu's sentence, he interrupted her, who is that person? Have I seen him before? Where did you know him? It's a friend. He is also a Taoist. He came down from Mount Longhu. Master, you haven't seen him before. Oh yes, he also gave me a stone called Huang Shuang. No, it's called Block Adversity Stone. If Qing Zheng still had some doubts about whether what that person said to Yu Shu was true or not, now after listening to her description, he believed it. He immediately pulled a long face and stared at her fiercely. You stinky girl, why are there these troublesome things around me all day long? You can't let me have a good day. Yu Shu also knew that she was unlucky. She simply shut up and didn't argue with him. Qing Zheng stretched out his hand and said, what about the Block Adversity Stone? Yu Shu spread out her hand and said, I lost it. Qing Zheng. Yu Shu lowered her head and counted the ants. After calming down, Qing Zheng frowned and thought for a moment, and said, you listen to your master. Don't associate with that person in the future. He is a person from Mount Longhu and has the Block Adversity Stone. There should be someone who used a great ability to help him suppress his luck all these years. Now that he has entered the world, it's probably because his fate has come to an end. If he can't find the person who broke his fate, not only he won't live, but those who helped him to change his fate will also die. Yu Shu's heart thumped. What does Master mean by this? What is the person who broke his fate? If he can't find that person, he will die? Qing Zheng said leisurely, do you think you don't need to pay a price to live these years? In the vast sea of people, to find the person who broke his fate is like looking for a needle in the sea. 9 out of 10 people will die and 1 person will live. How many times have I told you that you can avoid fortune and disaster, but you can't escape life and death? Fate turns, he nagged for a long time. Seeing that Yu Shu was in a daze, he knew that she didn't hear him. He stretched out his hand and patted her head hard. He said in a deep voice, you have to remember what I said. Don't associate with this person again. You have a great... Qing Zheng puckered his lips and quickly changed his words. A person with a great future. Moreover, you can't help him. Don't think that he doesn't cause you much trouble now. That's because he has just entered the world, and his luck is still suppressed. After a long time, you will be unlucky if you get close to him. Do you remember? Yu Shu came back to her senses and nodded obediently. I remember. Qing Zheng originally wanted to persuade her with a lot of words. Seeing that she was so obedient, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He was worried and confirmed, do you really remember? Yu Shu blinked her eyes and said, I really remember. It's good that you remember. Chapter 85. Taoist Qing Zheng's tolerance for alcohol wasn't very good. After drinking half a pot, he was already drunk. Yu Shu originally wanted to ask him about his dog shit life, but she could only give up after seeing his reaction. She helped him into the room and laid him down. She boiled water for him to clean his hands and face, then put the leftovers into the basket and took them back to wash. Yu Xiaoxiu has been sleeping at Zhao Hui's house recently. Yu Shu spends 2 taels of silver to buy a wooden bed in the East Square and puts it in the dining room. Yu Xiaoxiu originally wanted to live with Yu Shu. Now that he has a place to sleep, he is even more reluctant to go back to the Ji family. He keeps Aunt Lu a secret from the Ji family. As for Aunt Cui, she simply leaves them alone. She doesn't even think to visit them once every 10 days or half a month. She says that Yu Shu was kicked out 2 months ago. After hearing from Yu Xiaoxiu that Yu Shu has a place to live, she only gives her 50 taels of silver and doesn't care about her anymore. Yu Shu has no feelings for this mother, so she doesn't feel sad. Only Yu Xiaoxiu is angry. Because Aunt Cui left Yu Shu to die twice and let her be beaten and punished, he secretly feels a little dissatisfied with his mother's coldness. He hides it in his heart and doesn't tell Yu Shu. The next morning, as soon as Yu Shu lights the stove to boil the medicine, Fangji comes with bad news. Zhao Hui's prescription contains several rare medicinal materials, but several shops in the city have run out of stock. Fangji finds a friend and barely manages to get 3 days' supply, which is far from a month's supply. If it is not enough, Zhao Hui will have to stop taking the medicine. Yu Shu is worried. Fangji hesitantly gives her an idea. In fact, you work under the manager of the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce. Can you talk to him and ask him to help you? In a big chamber of commerce like Tihan, the famous pharmacists usually have a private stock of medicinal materials every year. Fangji suggests this because he has some confidence. On that day, Yu Shu, who is still a child, can take out 500 taels of silver in one go, so she should have some connections in Tihan. It should not be too difficult to ask for a favor. Yu Shu doesn't think so. In the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce, she only knows one manager, Pei Jing. She can be regarded as his apprentice. If she asks for a favor, it is hard to say whether he will do her a favor or not. However, she has to try. She can't let Zhao Hui stop taking the medicine. Okay, I'll go and ask. Fangji then gave her the list of medicines that she had prepared. Times that morning, Yu Shu put down her work and ran to the main Tihan Chamber of Commerce behind Wanxiang Street. At noon, she met Pei Jing and told him about the situation. Pei Jing did not immediately agree and asked her to take a look at the medicine list. As soon as he took a look, he was shocked. These medicinal herbs are not cheap. Is your aunt really that sick? He made a rough calculation and estimated that this list would cost at least 200 taels. Yes, Yu Shu awkwardly clasped her hands and begged, I only have one elder. In the future, I want to be filial to her. Mr. Pei, can you help me find these medicinal materials? I have borrowed money. Is this enough? Seeing Yu Shu take out a few banknotes from her bosom, Pei Jing was surprised and asked, Where did you borrow so much money? Did you borrow it from your brother with a different surname? Pei Jing was talking about Chao Zixin. Yu Shu was afraid that she would not be able to explain clearly, so she simply nodded her head. Pei Jing thought for a moment and said, You don't have to worry about the medicinal materials. Leave it to me. When he said this, he was not boasting. The position of the deputy manager of the Tai Chamber of Commerce was not for nothing. These medicinal materials were rare and precious, but once he asked, the merchants in the chamber would rush to send them over. However, he did not do this favor for free. A good merchant would always pay attention to long-term benefits. From this matter, Pei Jing could see that Yu Shu was a person who knew how to repay kindness. So, he was happy to do this favor for her. Moreover, the day before yesterday, when he was at the Kong family's hall, Mr. Kong reminded him to make more good karma in the near future. Yu Shu was overjoyed. She bowed to Pei Jing and said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Pei, for helping me. Pei Jing sighed and stretched out his hand to help her up. It's really hard for a child like you to take care of all these. Get up quickly. Come back tomorrow afternoon. Times after leaving Pei Jing's place, Yu Shu first went to the hall and sat for half an hour. She copied a few pages. When she came back, she specially went to the medical hall to tell Fangji the good news. This made Fangji believe that Yu Shu had connections in the Tai Chamber of Commerce and was not a useless soldier in the Dragon Palace. After dinner, Yu Shu went to Lin Xiang. Qing Zheng was sitting in the courtyard meditating. He heard the door open, but there was no movement. Yu Shu went into the house and lit an oil lamp. When she came out, she squatted down in front of Qing Zheng. She shook a piece of paper with one hand and held the lamp with the other. "Master, this is my horoscope. Please take a look." It was strange that the best way to learn was to test one's horoscope. But since Yushu had been apprenticed to him for so long, Qingjing has never asked about her horoscope, let alone read her fortune. Because Yushu had transmigrated here, she had never regarded the birth date of the previous owner of this body as her own. But with so many things happening recently, she couldn't help but suspect that she was carrying bad luck, so she began to plan. She originally wanted to use Yu Jing's birthday as a test. But unfortunately, she only remembered her birthday according to the solar calendar and not the lunar calendar. Not to mention the exact hour. Moreover, she did not know the difference between the Dan calendar and the lunar calendar. She could only be blinded and had no way of knowing. Qingjing closed his eyes and said, "Why do you need to look at the horoscope?" Yushu said, "A few days ago, there was a 3 purities meeting in the city. Aunt Hui took my horoscope to a teacher and he said that I have a dog *T life." Speaking of this dog *T life, Yushu had a stomach full of complaints. She had also compared this horoscope and calculated it herself. It was indeed very cheap. She really did not want to accept her fate and hoped that Qingjing could clear her name. Qingjing then opened his eyes and took the horoscope. Without using anything, he pinched his fingers and under Yushu's expectant gaze, he said, "I did not calculate wrongly. This is a dog *T life." It was rare to see Yushu being defeated. Qingjing held back his laughter and put on a straight face. He said in a bad mood, "If you really have a dog *T life, will your teacher accept you?" Yushu scratched her head. "Then why did you say that I have a dog *T life?" Qingjing said, "This horoscope is dog *T life." Yushu was confused. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Qingjing raised his hand and lit the piece of paper under the oil lamp. In the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes. He said, "This is not your horoscope." Hearing Qingjing's words, Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She thought that he had seen through her reincarnation, but Qingjing's next words made her calm down. In this world, there are a few people who are not born with horoscope. You are one of them. Horoscope is useless to you and can't calculate anything. You don't need to look at it in the future. Yushu had a guilty conscience. Hearing Qingjing's perfunctory explanation, she didn't ask further. She directly changed the topic. "If my horoscope is useless, how can I predict good or bad luck for myself?" Yushu said she was worried, but she didn't care so much in her heart. Although her time of calamity rule was based on her birth date, she didn't know anything for more than 20 years in her previous life. She just went on with her life, just a little depressed. Qingjing said, "Who told you that to predict good or bad luck, there is only one horoscope?" Yushu's eyes lit up. "Is there anything else?" Hearing Qingjing snort, Yushu knew that there was something. She immediately shook his arm and said, "Teacher, I know that you are capable and know a lot. What else do you have? Teach me." Qingjing was comforted by her begging, so he let out a sigh of relief. "Haven't I already given it to you?" Yushu stopped moving and asked suspiciously, "Did I? When did you teach me?" Qingjing squinted his eyes. Previously, he didn't explain some things to Yushu clearly because he wanted to test her character. Now that he was satisfied with this apprentice, he didn't want to hide it from her anymore. "Why do you think I ask you to guess chess pieces every day?" Yushu thought for a while and said the most reliable one. "To train my patience?" As soon as she said that, she was hit. "I'm not a monk chanting scriptures. Why do I need to be patient?" Qingjing retracted his hand and rummaged through his sleeves. He took out 3 copper coins, tossed them in his palm, and spread them out for her to see. Not everyone can calculate the 6 lines hexagram. Your body is stiff, and your 8 characters are not in harmony. Previously, I asked you to guess the chess pieces because I wanted to test your spirituality so that you could reach the threshold of learning the 6 lines hexagram. After a while, I will teach you how to break the 6 lines hexagram and solve your 8 characters problem. Yushu suddenly understood. She finally knew that she didn't work so hard for so long in vain. It turned out that Qing Jing had already planned everything and arranged everything properly. He even calculated her horoscope. This made her sigh with emotion, but she couldn't help but worry. Since Qing Jing taught her so carefully, the thing he asked her to find might not be as easy as she thought. Suppressing her thoughts, Yushu curiously pinched the copper coins in his palm and found that they were ordinary copper coins. She asked with a strange expression, "What can you calculate with this thing?" Qing Jing said, "It can calculate recent events, major events, questions, and changes. If you can do it well, you can guess 5 or 6 things." Yu Shu was disappointed and put the money back in his hand. "Only then can you get a general idea. Do you want to know how accurate it is?" Qing Zheng stared at his apprentice who didn't know what was good for her. "This is already the best issue. Horoscope has its advantages, and the 6 lines hexagram has its ability. Why don't you want to learn it?" Yu Shu hurriedly said, "Of course, I want to learn it." She was not stupid. What Qing Zheng taught her was good stuff. Although this small copper coin was not as accurate as her calculation method, it was very convenient to carry it around. Moreover, her horoscope was not accurate. Learning this could make up for it. Otherwise, she would have to calculate the fortune of others all day long. She didn't know if she would step on dog shit when she went out. "Let me make it clear to you first. Your physique is poor and your spirituality is not enough. Even if you learn the 6 lines hexagram in the future, you can only calculate it for yourself. It is not accurate to use it on others. Don't use it to show off in the future. Don't say that I didn't warn you when you come back and embarrass yourself." Chapter 86. The Matter of Medicinal Herbs. Because of Pei Jing's help, Zhao Hui's condition was still fluctuating. Yu Shu was afraid that it would affect her condition, so she did not mention the day she was injured. Unexpectedly, after breakfast that morning, Yu Xiaoxiu went to school. Zhao Hui was in better spirits and took the initiative to talk to her about it. "Xiao Yu, come and sit. I have something to say to you." Yu Shu was about to revise what Qing Jing had taught her yesterday and study her law of time of calamity. When she heard Zhao Hui calling her lightly, she pressed the paper down and sat down by her bed. Zhao Hui moved her hand and wanted to move her body. Yu Shu quickly held her hand and leaned forward to protect her head with one hand. "Don't move. It's okay." Zhao Hui squeezed her hand and smiled weakly. Then her face darkened. "Good child, it's Aunt Hui who dragged you down." Yu Shu smiled and said, "You said that yourself. I don't think Aunt Hui dragged me down." Zhao Hui held her hand tightly and said bitterly, "I'm a person with a bitter life. I should have let go and left early, but I've been unwilling all these years. I only want to live so that those who want me to die can't." Yu Shu's smile faded and she said softly, "Aunt Hui, what are you saying?" Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She knew that Zhao Hui was going to make it clear to her. She was really curious, but she was afraid that her body would not be able to take it. She advised, "Aunt Hui, I'll go boil the medicine for you. Take the medicine and rest. If there's anything you want to say, tell me when you're better." Zhao Hui acted as if she did not hear what she said and continued, "I was originally the daughter of a merchant from Yenzhou. My family opened a few restaurants and tea houses. My family was well off. My parents passed away when I was young. Before they died, they arranged a marriage for me. It was a merchant in Yang City. As soon as my parents passed away, the housekeeper sold all our belongings and informed my husband's family to bring me to Yang. I was in mourning at that time, so I couldn't get married, so I stayed at his guest house. I sent the dowry to his house, but in less than 3 years, my fiancé died of a sudden illness." Zhao Hui's story was not long. Yu Shu saw that she was not emotional, so she listened quietly. Zhao Huang closed his eyes and tried to recall again, but there was no more anger, only coldness. "My fiancé was an old man. He had an elder sister and a younger sister. Brother-in-law married into the family. Because his parents were old, the eldest sister took care of the household. I heard that when my fiancé passed away, he had already been buried for 7 days." Yu Shu frowned. She knew that there was something strange about this. An orphan girl was waiting to be married. This family had already received the dowry. The man died of a sudden illness and they only informed the family after he was buried. What kind of intention was this? Zhao Hui paused and adjusted her breathing. Her voice became slightly deeper. My mother taught me the 3 obediences and 4 virtues since I was young. A woman values chastity. Although I did not marry him, the engagement was still there. I would not regret it. I accepted my fate as a ghost marriage with him. But who knew that his eldest sister would hastily write a divorce letter to me? First, I was not married to him. Second, I did not violate morality. They could have annulled the engagement, but they sent the divorce letter and listed some groundless charges against me. Dynasty. The engagement between a man and a woman can be annulled before they are married. If they are married, they can divorce or divorce. Annulling the engagement is the same as divorce. The woman can take away all the dowry. But if she violated morality and was divorced, she would not be able to get a single dowry. Zhao Hui was obviously unmarried. The man died of a sudden illness. But that family wanted to send the divorce letter. It was obvious that they were thinking of ways to covet her dowry. When Yu Shu heard this, she could already imagine what would happen next. Sure enough, Zhao Hui laughed bitterly and said, "They gave me the divorce letter and withheld my dowry. How could I agree? Those things were left behind by my parents when they died of old age. If it was really taken by these ambitious people, even if I died, I would not have the face to face my parents. So I went to ask for an explanation. But I was chased out by them. I had no way out. I went to the officials." Zhao Hui let out a sigh. In the court, they took the Hall's report and said that my appearance was harsh, that my parents died, and that my 8 characters were not in line. They wrongly accused me of sending a fake Bayou when I arranged the marriage. My fiancé was also concealed by my family and was killed by my fate. The county magistrate at that time accepted their bribe and convicted me of cheating the marriage. He beat me with a wooden plank and imprisoned me for half a year. Later, when I got out of prison, I found my former manager and begged for some spare change. I pawned everything that could be pawned. I hid in the east of the city and set up a stall to do small business. Yu Shu looked at the bitterness on Zhao Hui's face and did not want her to continue. But this time, Zhao Hui had made up her mind to spit it out. She changed her tone and said angrily, "After all these years, they probably thought that I was dead. That day, they bumped into me on the street and recognized me. My unmarried sister-in-law is very powerful. Because her greedy older sister hid it from her, she always thought that I was the jinx who killed her older brother, so she insulted me on the street. She brought her husband and a servant to smash my stall and ruin my business. I fought with them for a bit, but they cruelly pushed me into the stove. I managed to avoid the fire, but I couldn't avoid the iron horn, so I fainted." Yu Shu's face sank. She finally knew what happened to Zhao Hui that day. It was not like what the 2 men and 1 woman said. It was not that Zhao Hui stabbed them with a knife and knocked herself down. Instead, she was pushed by them and was seriously injured and almost died. They really had the face to distort the truth in public and treat human life like grass. This matter cannot be let go like this. When Zhao Hui recovers, she will go and find out more about it. In the future, she must help her vent her anger. Seeing Yu Shu's expression, Zhao Hui sighed and begged. She patted her hand and called her attention. "Xiao Yu, I said this to you not to make you angry with me. I just want you to know that you can't take care of me so carelessly. I know that you are a good child who values friendship. I am grateful to you for taking you in at that time. However, I am not your parent, and I am not related to you by blood. You don't have to work hard for me, but you still did it for me." Zhao Hui blinked and couldn't hold back her tears, rolling down her sallow cheeks. "Aunt Hui is not married and has no children. That day, I let you live with me because I have a selfish intention. I secretly think that you are a daughter and secretly feel happy. I don't know how long I can live. If I die one day, Aunt Hui shamelessly asks you to be filial, bury me and fulfill my wish of many years. This small courtyard will be left to you. The land deed is under this bed." When Yu Shu heard this, she suddenly realized that Zhao Hui was not telling her a story. She was clearly making arrangements for her funeral. "Aunt Hui, Yushu wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. She held Zhao Hui's hand and leaned down. She gently leaned on her and whispered, "You are a good person. Good people always have good karma. If you don't believe in Dr. He, then believe in me. Don't you know that I am learning Yi? I have calculated for you. You will suffer in your early years and have good fortune in your middle years. You will be able to talk until you are 89 and enjoy your old age." This was the first time Yushu had a strong desire to learn Yi. She hoped that one day, she could be like Taoist Qin Zheng, who could determine life and death, judge fortune and misfortune, and not let anyone around her suffer misfortune. Zhao Hui listened to Yushu's words. Although she knew that she was comforting her, she couldn't help but be moved. If this child's words were true, how great would that be? She also didn't want to die. In the past few years, she had lived with bitterness. This time, she was able to keep her life. She had let go of those things that she should let go of. There was no longing. She still wanted to live and talk well. Zhao Hui slowly placed her hand on Yushu's head and sniffed. "Aunt Hui believes you." She didn't know if Yushu's comfort worked that day. Zhao Hui's mood improved, and her condition improved day by day. Every day, Yushu would test her and use Xiaoxiu's horoscope. She spent 5 taels of silver to pick 3 jade beads in the jewelry alley of Changmenpa Street. When she came back, she asked Qin Jing for a set of feng shui array to ensure their safety. She used rainwater to nourish these 3 ordinary jade stones. Every morning, Yushu would take some time to go to the Kong family shop to copy books for 2 hours. At noon, she would go home to cook. In the afternoon, she would accompany Yu Xiaoxiu to do his homework. He would do his homework, and she would check on his law of calamity. Yu Xiaoxiu did not understand what she was writing, and thought that she was entertaining herself. As for Zhao Hui, whenever she felt unwell, one of the siblings would run to the medical center to invite Dr. He. Their days were tight, but Yu Xiaoxiu felt that it was many times better to have someone to accompany him than to eat for free in the courtyard. At night, she would learn Yi from Qin Zheng. When the moon was high in the sky, she would go home to sleep. After a few days, Yu Xiaoxiu finally couldn't stand it anymore. One night, Yushu used the excuse of buying salt to sneak out to look for Qin Zheng. She was stopped by him. "Sister, there's enough salt in the kitchen until the end of the year. Can you lie to me with another excuse?" Yushu blushed, coughed, and said with a straight face, "I was wrong. I'm out of noodles. I'm going out to buy some." Yu Xiaoxiu said, "There's a lot of noodles too. I checked the kitchen when I was washing the dishes." Yushu said awkwardly, "Then I'll go out for a walk to get some fresh air." Children nowadays were getting harder and harder to coax. If you want to get some fresh air, you can do it in the courtyard. Why are you going out at night? You're a girl. Don't you know how to be afraid walking on the road at night? The area around Changmenpa Market is chaotic. I heard from Auntie Hu that this alley was robbed a while ago. The thieves all climbed into the courtyard. If there are thieves, there will be robbers. It's so dark outside. If you meet a bad guy, no one will help you even if you call for help. It was only recently that Yushu discovered that Yu Xiaoxiu was very talkative despite his young age. When he started talking nonsense, it would take a person's life. After enduring for a while, she couldn't bear it anymore. She reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder. She turned around and pushed him towards a corner of the courtyard. "Xiaoxiu, I'll tell you the truth. Haven't you always been curious about how fast I learn Yi?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked up. Yushu took a deep breath. She covered her mouth and whispered mysteriously, "You have to keep it a secret. You can't tell a third person. I know a master. He's very good at Yi. I go out every night to learn Yi from him. I didn't tell you because the master has a strange temper. He doesn't allow me to tell others about him." There were no lanterns in the courtyard. The moon above their heads covered half of the sky. The siblings couldn't see each other's expressions. Chapter 87. In the blink of an eye, it was May. Yushu woke up early in the morning. She washed the rice, put it in the pot and started to decoct the medicine. After half an hour, she poured the medicine into a bowl and brought it into the house. Yu Xiaoxiu was already awake. He was sitting on the wooden bed in the central room, yawning and putting on his clothes. Yu Shu took a few more glances at him. Seeing that he didn't have any special reaction, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Today was Yu Xiaoxiu's birthday. A while ago, Zita had specially asked about his and Zhao Hui's horoscope. After paying attention to it, she took note of it and thought that this child would mention it to her. She shook her head and went back to the house to help Zhao Hui drink the medicine. After that, she helped her urinate in the house and took the urinal out to empty it. Sister, do you want porridge in the morning? Yu Xiaoxiu came out from the kitchen. Yu Shu squatted beside the water tank and rinsed her mouth. After spitting out the water, she turned back and said, "That is for Aunt Hua. Let's go out to eat in the morning. Quickly go and comb your hair." Will Aunt Hu take care of Aunt Hui later? Yes, I told her yesterday. After the siblings finished tidying up, Auntie Hu, who lived next door, arrived and they went out together. When they reached the door, Yu Shu first took 2 steps forward, pushed the wooden door across from her, and knocked on the knocker. She waited for a while, but no one answered. Yu Xiaoxiu said, "It has been a month, but Brother Chao still hasn't come back." Yu Shu looked at the closed door in front of her and felt a little disappointed. Chao Zixin said that he went to visit the grave and hasn't come back yet. As time passed, she became worried. Did something happen to him in his hometown? Every morning, she would go to his house and knock on his door. "Let's go. Brother Chao's shop is still there. He will come back." After exiting the alley, they turned west. After walking for a while, they saw a place selling breakfast. Yu Shu chose a place that sold sesame paste. The siblings each had a bowl and ate 4 chives, not dumplings. After spending 15 copper coins, he paid the bill. "Sis, I'm leaving." Yu Xiaoxiu tugged at the strap of his bag and turned around. Yu Shu stopped him. "It's still early. I'll take you there." Yu Xiaoxiu smiled. "All right." The two of them passed through the alley. When they were not far from the Sanju study house, Yu Shu suddenly put her hand on Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and pulled him behind a tree. She asked suspiciously, "Xiaoxiu, today is your birthday, don't you know?" Yu Xiaoxiu, "I know why." Yu Shu suddenly didn't know what to say. This child really didn't take it seriously. If she hadn't seen Shui Wenjie's birthday party, she would have thought that people in ancient times didn't care about such things. "Sis?" Yu Xiaoxiu tugged at Yu Shu in confusion. He didn't know why Tada suddenly brought up his birthday. In his mind, he had never thought about celebrating his birthday. In the past, Aunt Lu would at most make him a bowl of noodles on this day. Now that his sister was capable, he had been living a good life. He drank soup and ate meat every day. He didn't care if he didn't have a bowl of noodles to eat. Yu Shu sighed and put her arms around his neck. "Xiaoxiu, do you want to play truant today?" What? They were already at the entrance of the private school. Was she asking him to play truant? "Play truant. I'll take you out to play today." Yu Shu coaxed. Yu Xiaoxiu was indeed moved. He touched his head. Yu Xiaoxiu was indeed moved. He touched his head. "I didn't go for a few days last month. If I play truant again, Master will punish me tomorrow." Yu Shu had a plan. "You go in first. When Master comes, pretend to have a stomachache and ask for leave to go home. I'll wait for you outside." Ah! It was right for children to be obedient, but it was not fun to be too stiff. An 11-year-old boy should be mischievous. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't have any of that. He was bored all day like an old man. This really made Yu Shu feel relieved and sad at the same time. "What? Hurry up and go in. Make it look real." Yu Shu pushed Yu Xiaoxiu out and watched him follow the children into the study room. Then she turned around and leaned against the tree, shaking her toes and waiting for him. About the time it took to eat a meal, Yu Shu saw Yu Xiaoxiu come out from inside. However, there was someone beside him who was holding him. Yu Shu took a closer look. "Hey, isn't that Miss Shui in a pink dress?" As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu went out, he pushed Shui Wenjie's hand away. His face was still red from lying. "It's okay. I'll go back by myself. You go to class." Shui Wenjie held him again. "No, Master said to send you back." Yu Xiaoxiu didn't like him very much. Just now, he pretended to have a stomachache and Master wanted him to go home. But this person insisted on seeing him off. Seeing Yu Shu walking towards him from the other side of the road, Yu Xiaoxiu was even more impatient to deal with him. He shook off his hand and said with a fierce face, I said it's okay. You're so annoying. Who wants you to send me back? Don't flatter yourself. Shui Wenjie didn't have time to get angry when he heard this because he also saw Yu Shu, who was dressed like a boy, walking towards him. Before he could smile, he quickly stopped and greeted Yu Shu. Mouse Yu, you came at the right time. Your brother is not feeling well. I was going to send him back. Shui Wenjie held him again. No, master said to send you back. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't like him very much. Just now, he pretended to have a stomachache and master wanted him to go home. But this person insisted on seeing him off. Seeing Yu Shu walking towards him from the other side of the road, Yu Xiaoxiu was even more impatient to deal with him. He shook off his hand and said with a fierce face, I said it's okay. You're so annoying. Who wants you to send me back? Don't flatter yourself. When Shui Wenjie heard this, he didn't have time to turn hostile because he also saw Yu Shu, who was dressed like a boy, walking over. The corners of his mouth curled up, but before he could smile, he quickly retracted it. He pretended to not care and greeted Yu Shu. Mouse Yu, you came at the right time. Your younger brother isn't feeling well, so I was just about to send him back. Yu Shu saw Yu Xiaoxiu's black face. She faked a smile at Shui Wenjie and reached out to ask Yu Xiaoxiu to come over. No need. I'm here. Xiaoxiu, let's go. Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and turned to leave. After a few steps, she found that Shui Wenjie was following them. She stopped and turned her head to ask, What's the matter? Shui Wenjie looked to the side and said, Well, my grandfather sent me a horse from the capital city. Tomorrow afternoon, they will go to my uncle's house to play. Since you have nothing to do all day, why don't you come with us? I don't have time. Yu Shu said and left with Yu Xiaoxiu, who was rolling his eyes. Shui Wenjie was left on the side of the road. When the two of them disappeared, he realized that his invitation was rejected. He was so angry that his face turned green. Do you think I want to invite you? You ungrateful mouse. Yu Shu said that she was going to take Yu Xiaoxiu out to play, but in fact, she was taking him around the market of Changmenpu. First, they went to a ready-made clothing store. Yu Shu stood in front of the counter and picked out clothes. Yu Xiaoxiu followed her cautiously. He originally thought that she wanted to buy clothes herself, but when he saw that she chatted with the shopkeeper and pulled him out to compare, he knew what she was up to. While the shopkeeper was rummaging in the shelves, he pulled Yu Shu's sleeve and whispered, Sister, I don't want to buy clothes. I have clothes. Yu Shu touched the soft material on the counter and said, All of your clothes are torn and patched. She had 2 sets of clothes to support herself. Yu Xiaoxiu's 2 or 3 sets of clothes were like a study companion when he went to the Sanju study room. Just now at the gate of the private school, he stood with Shui Wenjie. Those who didn't know would think that they were the young master and the servant. Yu Xiaoxiu looked good. If he dressed well, he wouldn't be worse than those luxurious things. He was not the young master of the Ji family, but the only child of the Yu family. I can still wear them. Yu Xiaoxiu reached out to cover the 2 newly sewn holes on the hem of the clothes. He looked up at the colorful and beautiful materials on the shelf, lowered his head awkwardly, and protested in a low voice, Don't spend money recklessly. Aunt Huai needs to take medicine when she is sick. He was such a good child. Yu Shu patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, Stand up straight. You're a man, so don't lower your head no matter where you go. We don't owe anyone anything. Older sister has enough money to use, so I won't spend too much. It's more than enough to buy a few things for you. Yu Xiaoxiu straightened his back and saw Yu Shu take out a money pouch from her sleeve. She opened it and dug in with 2 fingers. She shook out a banknote and placed it in front of him. When he saw the number on it, Yu Xiaoxiu was immediately dumbfounded. He swallowed hard and trembled as he said, older sister, where did you get the money from? The number on the banknote was written in black and white with a red stamp. It was 50 taels. How much paper, lamp oil, and steamed buns could one buy with 50 taels? Was it enough to fill a whole room? Yu Xiaoxiu's mind was dizzy as he calculated. He heard Yu Shu snort lightly and moved closer to his ear and proudly said, I didn't steal it or rob it. I earned it fair and square. Now you can rest assured. Today is your birthday, so if you want anything, Just tell older sister. Thanks to Pei Jing, she was able to buy the medicine that was 20% more expensive on the market at a 20% lower price. She saved 50 to 60 taels of silver and left 80 taels of silver for Zhao Hui's recuperation and meals. She had hoped to start a business with this sum of money. However, she was so busy all day long that she couldn't spare any time. Besides, money couldn't lay eggs if it was just left there, so she might as well squander it with her men. Zhao Hui's condition improved, which made Yushu's tense mood relax for a month. However, the pressure was still there. It was a good time to spend money to relieve the pressure. After all, it was her own younger brother. No matter how much she spent, she wouldn't feel bad. In the following period of time, because Yu Xiaoxiu was shocked by the 50 taels of silver, Yushu ordered him to go to the back of the shop to change into a few sets of clothes. The shopkeeper was very kind and didn't pick on customers. When he saw that the two brothers weren't dressed well, but their clothes were clean, and that the older brother was very generous with his words, he treated them well. In any case, there weren't any customers in the morning, so he treated them well. Yu Xiaoxiu went in to change again. When he came out, Yushu was chatting with the innkeeper. When she saw him, her eyes lit up. She grinned and nodded. Good. You look good this way. Yu Xiaoxiu's face was a little red. He stood awkwardly in front of the bronze mirror. When he saw Yushu looking at him, he straightened his back. His hair was tightly tied up by the tailor and neatly tied with a few circles of silk ribbons. He was wearing a round-neck silk robe that fit his slim waist and covered his knees. The lower half of his snow-white lantern pants was exposed, and the other end was tightly tucked into the black boots that he had temporarily changed into. He looked very spirited. During this period of time, when Yu Xiaoxiu was recuperating with Zhao Hui, Yushu fed him a lot of oil. His face was rounder and his skin whiter. His eyes were big and his facial features were delicate. He was gentle and quiet, so people always thought he was easy to bully. Clothes make the man, and horses make the saddle make the man. With this set of clothes, anyone would think he was a young master from a scholarly family. Young master is born handsome, so you should dress like this. Seeing this, the shopkeeper changed his words. After asking the tailor if the length was suitable, he said to Yushu, "Young master, what do you think? I'll take this outfit. I'll also take a good belt and those boots." Yushu said straightforwardly. Just now, she had chatted with the shopkeeper. This set of clothes cost about 2 taels of silver, which wasn't too expensive. Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. What? You don't like this set of clothes? Do you like the other set? Yushu turned her head to the shopkeeper and said, "Then give me the other 2 sets as well. I'll pay for them together with this set of clothes." "Okay," the shopkeeper replied with a smile, "that's a total of 3 taels." Yu Xiaoxiu was dumbfounded. Seeing Yushu's playful eyes, he hurriedly said, Just this set of clothes is fine. Just this set of clothes. I like it very much." Yushu chuckled. She took out a heavy silver ingot from her bosom and put it on the counter. She said to the shopkeeper, "Then I'll take this set of clothes. Also, according to the tailor's figure, make me 2 sets of inner clothes. I'll come back in a few days to collect them." The shopkeeper looked at the silver ingot in his hand and said with a smile, "Young master, are you not going to see if there is anything that suits you?" Yushu shook her head. "Another day." Seeing this, the shopkeeper tactfully stopped promoting and opened the shop early in the morning. This was a good sign. Although Yushu only took a set of clothes in the end, the satin of the inner clothes was not cheap. Chapter 88. After shopping for a whole morning, Yu Xiaoxiu barely got used to his new clothes. Yushu bought him a brand new set of writing brushes and ink stones, a looper that could be disassembled, an abacus, and a slingshot. The 2 of them had lunch at Zuaxian restaurant. They picked a table on the first floor and sat down. Yushu called the waiter and ordered the dishes casually. Yu Xiaoxiu carefully put the bags on the table and sat down obediently. His eyes were full of joy and he looked more childish than usual. The waiter looked at him a few more times and muttered to himself that they were a strong slave but a weak master. A manservant even climbed over the young master's head. It was the first time for Yu Xiaoxiu to eat in such a place. He was cautious and didn't dare to look around until the waiter served the dishes. He took the opportunity to look around and whispered, "Sister, why is someone looking at us?" Yushu looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who looked like a young master and naturally wouldn't tell him the truth. She touched the neckline of her linen robe, picked up a piece of duck leg with chopsticks and put it in his bowl. She said, "No one is looking at us. Eat quickly. Don't you want to go back to the Ji family to see Aunt Lu later?" As a result, the two of them almost couldn't hold their belts. Yushu called the waiter to pay the bill. She ignored the strange eyes of the next table and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu away. On the way, she bought 2 caddies of streaky pork and sent him to the back door of the Ji family. She adjusted his belt and said, "Go. Send my regards to Aunt Lu. I'll wait for you here." Yushu was a little scared of the back door of the Ji family. She was beaten and thrown out that day, so she was very cautious when it came to the Ji family. She even guarded against the back door and didn't want to sneak in. "I'll be out in a moment." Yu Xiaoxiu was afraid that the meat would dirty his new clothes, so he raised his hands high and went in through the back door. The guard at the door stared at the siblings as they spoke, then turned his head to watch Yu Xiaoxiu go in and walk away. When he turned his head back, the other person was gone. Yu Shu squatted behind an elm tree on the opposite side of the road, yawned, took out 3 copper coins from her waist, shook them in the palm of her hand, blew on them, and threw them on the ground. Looking at the diagrams, she raised her head and thought about the sentence taught by Qin Zheng. Her eyelids twitched, she picked up the coins, bowed her head and spat, "You're not allowed again. I'm asking about the road to wealth. What kind of bullshit marriage are you showing me?" Times when Aunt Lu saw the brand new Yu Xiaoxiu, she was naturally very happy. She rubbed her hands and circled around him while clicking her tongue. She reached out to touch the material of his clothes and asked in surprise, "Who bought these clothes for young master?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded his head and felt embarrassed under her gaze. "Elder sister." Aunt Lu was stunned. "Miss, where did you get the money?" Yu Xiaoxiu was about to speak, but he remembered that Yu Shu told him not to tell others about her working in the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce, so he held back and said in Yu Shu's tone, "Anyway, I didn't steal it." As he said this, he handed a big piece of meat in his hand to Aunt Lu and took out a few pieces of silver from his belt. "This is for you. Elder sister said that it's not convenient for her to come in and see Aunt Lu, so she told you to eat better. Also, take this money and spend it." Hearing this, Aunt Lu's eyes became sour and she choked. "It's hard for Miss to still remember this servant, but this servant can't help it all. At that time, I could only watch as she was driven out." Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know how to coax people, so he anxiously watched her wipe her tears. In the end, he still took the meat money. "Little young master, wait a moment. This servant bought 2 pairs of shoe cushions for Miss when I was free. Her toes are soft, so she always rubbed her feet when she wore shoes. Please take them to her." Yu Xiaoxiu also knew that Yu Shu had this small problem, so he nodded and waited for her to go into the room to get it. When she saw the back of Yu Xiaoxiu, she knew that he was the young master of the family at that time. Her footsteps slowed down and she respectfully walked over to see which young master it was before greeting him. However, she didn't expect that she would be dazzled when she went around to the side to take a look. Young master you?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and saw that it was Aunt Chui's maidservant, Xiao Sui. He faintly said, "N." He didn't like her. Previously, when Yu Shu was driven out of the Ji family, she was the one who tricked him into going to Little West Pavilion to be locked up by his mother. Xiao Sui covered her small mouth and looked up and down at Yu Xiaoxiu. She was surprised for a moment before she remembered what she wanted to do. She reached out to pull his sleeve. "Yin Yang is looking for you. Quickly come with me." Yu Xiaoxiu frowned. "Why is she looking for me?" He and his mother basically only saw each other once every month on the 15th day of the family banquet. At other times, she rarely thought of him as her son. Xiao Sui shook her head. "I don't know. She seems to be in a hurry." "Young master, Yin Yang is looking for you. You should go and take a look." Aunt Lu came out of the room with a cloth bag in her hand. Yu Xiaoxiu looked down at the clothes on his body. He was still hesitating when Xiao Sui impatiently pulled him away. "Quickly go. Yin Yang is waiting. If we're late, she'll scold this servant again." Don't pull me. I'll walk by myself. Yu Xiaoxiu shook her off and unhappily pulled at his sleeve that was wrinkled. Times. Aunt Chui sat on the couch with her legs bent. She fiddled with her handkerchief as she looked at her son, who seemed to have changed into a different person. She pursed her lips and frowned. Where did you get new clothes? Yu Xiaoxiu looked down at his toes. My older sister bought them for me. Your older sister? Aunt Chui's face was stiff. Where did she get the money to buy clothes for you? Yu Xiaoxiu didn't say anything. He subconsciously didn't want his mother to know that his sister was too troublesome. Anyway, he didn't care about his sister, so there was no point in knowing so much. Why aren't you saying anything? Aunt Chui tugged at her handkerchief. After waiting for a long time for Yu Xiaoxiu to speak, she lost her patience. Forget it. Don't you know where your sister lives now? Go find her now and bring her to me. Yu Xiaoxiu looked up, his eyes a little guarded. Why are you looking for her? Aunt Chui pursed her lips and thought of something. She couldn't hide the joy in her eyes, and her voice rose a few pitches. Anyway, it's a good thing. Go find her and bring her back. Yu Xiaoxiu said, didn't the Ji family drive her away? If you let her come back and third master finds out, what if I find out? A low laugh came from behind, and Yu Xiaoxiu's hair stood on end. He turned his head and heard Aunt Chui call out, Master, in a sweet voice. His slightly plump stepfather smiled and walked out from the inner room. Third master. Yu Xiaoxiu bowed and moved 2 steps to the wall. He had an instinctive fear of Ji Hayotani, and he also disliked him. Ji Hayotani looked at Yu Xiaoxiu. Aunt Chui pulled him to sit on the couch and praised, You look like a different person after changing your clothes. It looks good and you look energetic. Chui-exen, I'll ask someone to send 2 pieces of good cloth to make 2 more clothes for this child. Yes, Aunt Chui served the tea to him and stood beside him. She turned her head and whispered to Yu Xiaoxiu, Hurry up and thank him. Yu Xiaoxiu thanked her reluctantly, but he didn't feel happy at all when he put on the clothes Yu Shu bought for him. It was said in books that those who were unaccountably solicitous were hiding evil intentions. Third master had always treated him coldly and turned a blind eye to him. Today, he suddenly became friendly to him. It must be something bad. Ji Hayotani knew how to read people. As a businessman, he was the best at reading people's expressions. He immediately saw that the child was alienating him. Displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he smiled gently. Is your sister living in someone else's house now? When Yu Xiaoxiu heard him ask about Yu Shu, he didn't want to answer, but his mother kept giving him a fierce look and didn't allow him to be stubborn. Yes, she's living in someone else's house. She's doing well. There's nothing wrong with her body, right? Ji Hayotani sighed and said regretfully, That day, Matriarch was angry and hit her too hard. After that, we sent people out to look for her, but they couldn't find her. Yu Xiaoxiu listened to him suspiciously. Why did they send people out to look for his sister? He raised his head to look at Aunt Chui and acutely noticed the uneasiness on her face. He sneered in his heart, knowing that Ji Hayotani was bluffing. If they really wanted to look for his sister, why did they need to send people out? They could just ask his mother. Did they think he was a 3-year-old child? My sister is doing well now. There's nothing wrong with her body. That's good. Ji Hayotani nodded and took a sip of tea. He told Yu Xiaoxiu, Now that Matriarch's anger has subsided, go find your sister and bring her back. Tell her that the adults don't care about the fish theft. You two are my children after all. In the past, I was too busy to discipline you two and neglected you two. I've prepared a small courtyard for you two in the South Stride courtyard and assigned a few servants. When your sister comes back, you two can move in. Yu Xiaoxiu took a long time to realize what Ji Hayotani was talking about. He stared at him in surprise. Aunt Chui covered her mouth and laughed. She said to Ji Hayotani, Look at this child, he's so happy that he's silly. Was he silly, or were they silly? Aunt Chui gave Qiao Sui a look. Qiao Sui was rarely quick-witted. She pulled the dazed Yu Xiaoxiu out and closed the door. Lady Chui turned around and used her pinky finger to massage Ji Xiaogu's shoulders. The corners of her mouth curled up, and as she thought about it, she couldn't help but become excited again. She leaned over and asked softly, Old master, what you told me before was true, right? That Shui family in the capital, is it really willing to let that girl be their young master's concubine? Ji Hyotani closed his eyes to rest and hid the sarcasm in his eyes. He said leisurely, "It hasn't been decided yet. It's just a suggestion. The Shui family wants to marry my second brother's daughter, Xingxuan. However, Xingxuan's fate is too high. I'm afraid that it will ruin our precious young Master Shui." So, old Master Shui invited the Celestial Commissioner's left judge to calculate with us. They came up with an idea. We'll find a girl with a low fate in our Ji family and send her to Xingxuan as a concubine to suppress Xingxuan's fate. The Shui family agreed and sent us a letter a few days ago, asking us to choose a girl from our family. Didn't I ask you for Yu Shu's horoscope last time to send to my second sister-in-law? My second brother was responsible for this matter. He calculated all the marriageable girls in our family and she happened to be among them. She was the most suitable one. Old lady summoned us to discuss it. She has a close relationship with our Ji family and can be regarded as half a member of the Ji family. So, she was chosen. After a while, the Shui family will send someone to Yang to see her. Then we can make a decision. Don't be too happy. Chapter 89. Yu Shu waited at the back door for an hour before she saw Yu Xiaoxiu come out. She put away the copper coins and waited for him to walk over before she went up to greet him. It took you so long to come out. Did you see Aunt Lu? Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head to look at the guards who were watching them at the back door. His expression changed slightly. He pulled Yu Shu quickly to the end of the street and handed 2 pairs of insoles to her. I saw them. Here, Aunt Lu made them and asked me to give them to you. Yu Shu's attention was on the handmade insoles in her hands. She didn't notice Yu Xiaoxiu's strange expression and was dragged away from the Ji residence by him. When the two of them returned home, Auntie Hu was brewing medicine. Yu Shu handed the big and small bags to Yu Xiaoxiu to put back into the house. She went to the kitchen to thank Auntie Hu and got a pastry for her to take home to try. After sending Auntie Hu out, they returned to the bedroom. Zhao Hui and He Fangji were praising Yu Xiaoxiu's new clothes. Yu Xiaoxiu stood by the bed in embarrassment and reached out to let Zhao Hui pull his sleeve to look at it. Zhao Hui sat against the headboard. She had been recovering from her illness for a month and her complexion had improved. Although she still had to rest in bed, it didn't matter if she got up occasionally to sit for a while. Zhao Hui looked up and saw Yu Shu come in. She smiled at her and said, "The clothes fit him well, and the material is good. It's rare to buy clothes for him." Yu Shu walked over to greet He Fangji. "Dr. He, how is my Aunt Hui today?" He Fangji had already taken Zhao Hui's pulse. She packed up the medicine box and said, "I haven't seen her have a headache for the past 3 to 4 days. It looks like she's fine tonight. She should be able to get out of bed tomorrow and go out to the yard to bask in the sun. But not too much, just a cup of tea after a meal." Yu Shu and Zhao Hui were delighted at the same time. Zhao Hui had been lying in bed for a month. For the first half of the month, she ate, drank, and defecated in bed. Later, she could barely get out of bed to relieve herself. Now that He Fangji allowed her to get out of bed and walk, it clearly meant that Zhao Hui's condition was much better. He Fangji saw that Zhao Hui was in high spirits and was very relieved. He Fangji felt very relieved. He Fangji packed her things and warmly said to Zhao Hui, "I'm going back to the clinic. I'll come back tomorrow." "Thank you," Zhao Hui said. "Xiaoxiu, see Mr. He out." He Fangji said, "Let Xiao Yu see me off. I happen to have something to ask of her." Yu Shu agreed and followed He Fangji out. When they were outside, He Fangji pulled out 2 lists for her to see. "Everything's fine for the next 2 days. In the future, you won't need to use such expensive medicine. This is the new prescription, and this is the list of herbs to pick. Take it to the Chamber of Commerce and ask." Yu Shu listened to He Fangji's last sentence and understood what he meant. The medicinal herbs on the market were 20% more expensive during the season, but the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce could buy cheaper medicinal herbs. He Fangji was afraid that Yu Shu would be too embarrassed to ask him, so he took the initiative to bring it up. "Dr. He, do you have these medicinal herbs in the clinic?" "We do." However, it wasn't as cheap as getting the medicine directly from the pharmacist. Fangji had a boss, so he could only give them a fair price at most. That's good. Just get the medicine from the clinic. Just tell me how much money you need. Yushu had her own way of dealing with people. If people respected her, she would respect them tenfold. If people treated her well, she would return the favor. Fangji had already done his best to help Zhao Hui's condition. Even if she was good at calculating, she wouldn't be stingy with money. Fangji nodded and looked at the delicate Yushu in front of him. He sighed in his heart. It was a pity that such a sensible, generous, and affectionate child was born to a girl. That night, Zhao Hui slept soundly and didn't have a headache. On the contrary, Yu Xiaoxiu was lying on the bed outside, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Yushu woke up in the middle of the night to drink some water. She went out to tuck Yu Xiaoxiu in the blanket. However, in the middle of winter, she vaguely saw his eyes open. She sat down by his bed and lowered her head to whisper, "You woke up from a dream?" Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head. He stretched his arm out from under the blanket and grabbed Yushu's hand. He whispered, "Sis?" Yushu's heart softened when she heard his voice. "Yes, what's wrong?" "Today, I had a good time today. I bought new clothes and shoes, watched a puppet show, and even went to a big restaurant to eat." He didn't even dare to think about these good things in the past. He could only secretly envy others. He envied those children who had parents who loved them and cared for them. He envied them for wearing good clothes and living in a big house. But now, he wasn't envious anymore. He really felt that his current life was good. He didn't need to live in a big house, and he didn't need to wear good clothes. He only wanted his sister. Yushu thought that he was too excited during the day and couldn't sleep at night. She patted his stomach gently and said, "I know. Hurry up and sleep. Aunt Hui will be able to walk tomorrow. When she recovers, I'll bring you out to play." Yushu sat by the bed and patted Yu Xiaoxiu's back. She waited for his breathing to stabilize before returning to the house quietly. "Sis, I'm going to the private school. Be careful on the way back. Come back early for dinner." Yushu poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted at Yu Xiaoxiu's back view. She put away the dishes and took off her apron. She went to Chao Zixin's house opposite and knocked on the door. When there was no response, she turned around and went back home. Zhao Hui was especially energetic this morning. After the sun rose, Yushu draped a coat over her and helped her to walk around the small courtyard. After walking for a while, even without Yushu's persuasion, Zhao Hui willingly let her help her to lie on the bed. She said to her, "Go out and do your work. I'll lie here by myself. I'll call you if there's anything." Yushu took a thick book and a stack of toilet paper from the bedside. She went to the opposite dining table and continued to calculate the part that she didn't finish yesterday. She flipped open the book. Almost every few pages, there would be a piece of paper filled with calculations. There were some sentences that were marked with a charcoal pen. This book was the one that she had her eyes on at the Kong family's barter shop. It was filled with detailed records of the 8-character calamity. That day, when she got the cheap medicinal ingredients from Taiheng Commerce, she steeled her heart and bought this book. Speaking of which, it was depressing. The time of calamity law that she was seeking was much more difficult to deduce than she had imagined. She had been racking her brains for the past few days, and she even had a cheating master like Qing Zheng who would answer every question she asked. Yet, she still couldn't pass the trial smoothly. She was stuck on the most crucial numerical direction, making no progress at all. Comparatively speaking, her horoscope of the horoscope of rain was much more adorable. After all, it was something that she already had in her hands. It brought her a lot of practical convenience. She habitually calculated the weather for the next 5 days in the morning, noon, and evening and wrote it in a booklet. Whenever she thought of it, she would look at it. She wouldn't miss washing clothes on a sunny day or drying a quilt on a rainy day. Just as Yushu was eating, sleeping, and immersing herself in her academic work, a small dark cloud shrouded the sky above the Ji mansion in the east of the city. As for the reason, it was funny that it was because of the siblings that people turned a blind eye to in the past. A few days ago, Ji Hyotani met Yu Xiaoxiu and asked him to find Yushu. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu left, he simply ran away. He didn't return home and didn't even go to the private school. It wasn't surprising that Yu Xiaoxiu ran away, but once he left, no one in the Ji family knew where Yu Shu was now. In the main courtyard, old lady Ji sat on a wooden armchair with a long face. Her hands were folded on top of her walking stick. Her eldest and second sons were sitting by her side, and only her third son was standing alone. The door to the living room was half closed, and there were two quiet maidservants standing guard outside. Did you grow up backwards? The older you get, the more incompetent you are. Previously, when you brought Xingxuan to that foul gambling den, your second brother and second sister-in-law couldn't say anything about it, so I turned a blind eye. Now that I'm asking you to find someone, you can't even handle it properly. What else can you do? Old lady Ji's walking stick knocked on the ground. Ji Xiaochun and Ji Xiaohan looked at each other and comforted, "Mother, please calm down. Don't be angry and harm your health." Third brother all of you shut up. Let him speak for himself. Old lady Ji glared at them and turned to Ji Hyotani, "We can't find that wicked girl. This is a private matter and we can't put up a notice to look for her. Now, how do you expect me to deal with the Xue family? They will come from the capital in a few days. Do you want me to send your daughter to jump into the fire pit?" Speak. Mother, please calm down. Ji Hyotani bowed down. "It's my fault. I didn't expect that I raised a pair of ungrateful wolves. They just beat them up and they ran away. Mother, please don't be impatient. I have sent a large number of people to investigate. Our family's master has calculated that they are still in the east of the city. They can't go anywhere. I promise you that I will find them in 3 days. If I can't find them, I will personally explain to the Xue family." Explain? Old lady Ji sneered. "What do you need to explain? Who do you think the Xue family is? This is not the branch of the Lu family's daughter married, but the main family. That Minister Xue is a veteran of 3 dynasties. Imperial concubine Xue is favored. It is said that even the prime minister has to respect him. Any housekeeper in his house, your brother-in-law, a dignified county magistrate, has to be polite to him. Why would he listen to an explanation from a businessman like you? If they find out that we are delaying and offending the Xue family, can a businessman like you bear the responsibility?" Ji Hyotani clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. He knew that because he couldn't inherit his father's business and he didn't have any outstanding children, his mother had always disliked him. It wasn't the first time she used his identity as a businessman to ridicule him. However, half of the daily expenses of the Ji family depended on his third branch. He was angry in his heart. He couldn't disrespect his mother, so he was even more angry at the 2 children who caused trouble for her. "Mother, why don't we ask Taoist Master Qingzheng for help and give us a direction? With that Taoist master's abilities, it shouldn't be difficult for him to find someone in the east of the city," Ji Xiaochun said. Old lady Ji looked at him and thought for a moment. She sighed and said, "This is the only way. Later, you and I will go to Jingshang Tang together. If we really can't find that thief girl, we will have to replace her. Second brother, who else in the family has the worst fate?" Ji Xiaochun looked at Ji Hyotani and said softly, "It's Ji Rong." Ji Xiaochun's back stiffened. That was his eldest daughter. Although she was born by a concubine, she was still his eldest daughter. Old lady Ji frowned and looked at Ji Hyotani's expression. She softened her tone and said sincerely, "Third brother, you have to understand that this is all for the sake of our Ji family. Xingxuan's marriage has the appearance of purple gold. If she can marry a prince, of course, it will be the best. If not, she won't miss the opportunity of Xue family." Chapter 90. Now that Zhao Hui can get out of bed, Yu Shu is not so nervous. She keeps thinking about the job at the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce, so she discussed with Zhao Hui and got her permission to invite Auntie Hu next door to accompany Zhao Hui when she goes out. At noon, Auntie Hu cooks a meal for Yu Xiaoxiu and gives her 2 strings of copper coins. Auntie Hu is idle at home, so she doesn't want Yu Shu's money. It's not until Zhao Hui says that she is sorry that she accepts it. This morning, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu go out together and separate at the street of Changmenpu. One goes north and the other goes west. As soon as Yushu enters the main hall, she sees Pei Jing coming out with two people. When he sees her, he stops and says in surprise, "Why are you here today?" "My aunt's illness is not serious. I asked someone to take care of her and then I come here to work." "Mr. Pei, are you going out?" "That's good. I'm going to the south of the city. Let's go." "It's good for you to come with me." Pei Jing beckons to her and points to the carriage parked at the door. He gets on first and the two people behind him follow. Yushu puts the umbrella under her armpit and gets on the carriage last. Pei Jing sits in the innermost seat. When he sees her holding an umbrella, he teases, "The weather is so good today. Why do you bring an umbrella? Are you going to shade yourself from the sun? Are you afraid of getting tanned?" The two people in the carriage laugh, and Yushu embarrassedly says, "It's better to be safe than sorry." Pei Jing asks her a few more words and then goes to talk to the other two people. Yushu quietly listens to them and doesn't interrupt. Because she has been in the Chamber of Commerce for a while, she is not confused by their jargon. It turned out that the prices of Chinese medicinal herbs in the city had been high recently and the demand for them had not met. The Taiheng Chamber of Commerce had found a way to purchase a batch of medicinal herbs that were in short supply from other provinces. As soon as they arrived, Pei Jing brought the two of them to inspect the goods. Yushu was the first to jump off the carriage. She heard a noise and saw 7 or 8 wagons parked on the opposite side of the road. The front of the wagon was pulled by a horse, and the boards of the wagons were covered with tarpaulin. Some of the tarpaulins were uncovered, revealing large wooden boxes with yellow strips. Presumably, the boxes were filled with medicinal herbs. There were more than a dozen people standing beside the wagons. 3 of them were obviously in charge, and they were looking in their direction. Among them, there was a fat man wearing a yellow shirt, which made her take a few more glances. Yushu looks left and right. She only knows that this is the south of the city, but she doesn't know where exactly it is. While she was observing, Pei Jing had already led his men to talk to the man. Yushu also followed them. After listening to their conversation, she realized that the middle-aged fatty was one of them. Pei Jing pointed to a row of wagons and gestured for them to open the boxes. The boxes were opened, and the medicinal herbs inside were divided into packets. Yushu saw the 2 people brought by Pei Jing. One of them went forward to check the herbs, and when he came back he said to Pei Jing, "Chief Pei, 80% of the herbs inside need to be dried again, and the quality is average." The foreign businessman who brought the goods was listening on the side. Without waiting for Pei Jing to speak, he interrupted, "You are the one who asked for it in such a hurry. Can you wait if it is really dried and sent here?" This time, the responsibility was pushed to others. Yushu was still thinking about how Pei Jing would bargain with them, but she heard him say, "7th line, give them the bill." The fat man, 7th line, walked forward with an abacus, approached an accountant, calculated the bill, and took out a stack of banknotes to count. Yushu stretched her neck and saw that the first note in the stack was printed with 100. This stack should be worth over 1,000 taels of silver. She was secretly shocked. Only now did she realize that this was a big transaction. In the end, Pei Jing asked them to unload the goods by the roadside and sent one of his subordinates to lead the group of foreigners to their accommodation. When the foreigners had all left, he looked at the accountant named 7th and smiled. Yushu did not know what they were so happy about. She looked a little confused. When Pei Jing saw this, he asked, "Do you know why I didn't take the opportunity to lower the price just now?" Yushu thought about it and chose the safest one. "I see that you are familiar with them, so you should have been in contact with them before. This is not a one-off deal. They came all the way here. If you blackmail them, it will damage your reputation, and it will be difficult to do business in the future." After listening to Yushu's opinion, Pei Jing laughed, pointed at her, and said to the surprised 7th line, "What do you think? This child is good, isn't she?" 7th line nodded and said to Yushu, "You are right about one thing." Yushu was curious, "What else?" Pei Jing patted her on the shoulder, took out a handful of herbs from the box at the back, and spread them out. "They are unorthodox people, and the things they pick are good, but they don't know how to dry the herbs. If they really dry the herbs, I won't accept it even if the price is reduced by 20%. It turned out that he thought that their processing skills were not good and damaged the herbs. Xiao Yu, remember, doing business is the same as being a person. It is obviously the same thing, but the way you do it is different. Indeed, Yu Shu nodded modestly, I understand. At this time, Pei Jing introduced to the two of them, 7th line, this child is the one I told you about previously. She is good at learning, and her temper is also to my liking. Xiao Yu, this is Fatty Xing, nicknamed 7th line. He is the head shopkeeper of the 13 shops under me. You guys meet him. Yu Shu then bowed to 7th line. Shopkeeper Xing, I am Yu Shu, please take care of me in the future. 7th line was not interested in her, so he just smiled and did not fight with her. Yu Shu thought that he was in charge of 13 shops under him, and it was natural for him to put on airs. Not everyone was like Pei Jing, who took care of her because he appreciated her quickness. Pei Jing turned to the people around him and ordered, while it is still early, you guys send these goods to the medicine field now. Pick a few more medicinal workers to spread them out and dry them together. It will not rain these 2 days, so don't be afraid. Deal with this batch of herbs as soon as possible so that we can sell them. Chief Bit. Yu Shu was taken aback when he heard Pei Qian's words. He saw a few horse carriages coming from the south, and someone was busy loading the goods onto the carriages. Yu Shu hurriedly said, Mr. Pei, why did you ask someone to dry the medicine? What if it rains? There were so many herbs out to dry, no matter if it was in the shade or the heat. If it suddenly rained, wouldn't they be unable to harvest them in time? Pei Jing explained unhurriedly, that won't happen. Yesterday, I specially asked the Kong family's barter shop to calculate that it won't rain for the next 3 days. Otherwise, how would I dare to let them take out all the herbs to dry? This batch of herbs is very precious. If it rains, even a little bit of it would be enough to choke. Yu Shu furrowed her brows. What do you mean it won't rain? There will be a rain this afternoon, and it will be a torrential downpour that will last until night. Looking at Pei Jing's carefree expression, Yu Shu started to worry. How should she explain to Pei Jing so that he would believe her? He had calculated it at the Dai trading house. Would he listen to a child like her? But if she did not say anything, would she just watch as the medicinal herbs that were worth so much money go down the drain? Seeing that the carts were loaded and about to be taken away, she could not care less and hurriedly shouted, Don't go! The carriages stopped, and everyone turned to look at her. Pei Jing asked, What's wrong? Mr. Pei, I think it will rain today. Do you think we should wait until tomorrow to dry the medicine? Yu Shu advised. Pei Jing had treated her well. Not long ago, Zhao Hui could not afford the medicine because of his help. Now that he was going to lose money, she could not just stand by and watch. Pei Jing glanced at Xing Qi, and Xing Qi frowned at Yu Shu. Don't worry, we have looked for the Kong family's Dai trading house to calculate. How could? There are times when the calculations are wrong. What if they are wrong? Yu Shu interrupted him and raised the umbrella in her hand. She braced herself and said to Pei Jing, I'm not speaking carelessly. Sir, you know that I know a little about and I occasionally ponder over it. If there's anything that I'm good at, it would be Qingyu's prediction. I pushed a few rounds last night, and it was raining today. That's why I brought an umbrella and wore a pair of old shoes when I went out to see the weather. Pei Jing and Xing Qi looked at the umbrella in her hand and the shoes on her feet. The former hesitated, while the latter smiled and patted Yu Shu's shoulder. Young man, you are quite cautious. You know that you know how to calculate, and you have ambition. Not bad, not bad. But we can't wait any longer for this batch of medicine. Other chambers of commerce are also looking for the goods. If we wait for another half a day, it will be a loss. Yu Shu's face darkened. She looked at Xing Qi waving his hand to let the carriages leave. She was about to be thick-skinned again when she heard Pei Jing shout, Wait! The carriage stopped again after 2 steps. It turned to listen to Pei Jing's order, send the goods to the medicine field and carry them into the warehouse. Don't touch them today. Hearing this, Yu Shu was happy. Xing Qi hurriedly said, Second brother? Pei Jing shook his head and said, Listen to me. He had been doing business for many years, And he could be better than many people not only because of his shrewdness and brain, but also because of his sensitivity. He was not sure whether Yushu was accurate, but he had a feeling that this child was not talking nonsense. Pei Jing's words made Xing-Chi shut up. He turned his head and glared at Yushu gloomily. Yushu stuck out her tongue at him. Anyway, the medicine was saved. When it rained in the afternoon, they would thank her. Yushu's guess was not wrong. After sending the batch of medicine, she followed Pei Jing and Xing-Chi back to the headquarters. At noon, she ate fried food with the two managers. After lunch, Pei Jing and Xing-Chi left the headquarters. In the afternoon, when she was looking at the account book in the accounting room alone, she heard a thunder outside. Then, a gust of wind rolled in from the window, and she heard raindrops falling on the windowsill. Yushu put down her pen and got up to close the window. Looking at the sky outside, she didn't feel like she had won the lottery. If she made a mistake one day, she would be surprised. Not long after she sat down, the door was pushed open from the outside. Xing Fatso stepped in. His hair and shoulders were wet, and he smiled too brightly. When he glanced at the place where Yushu was sitting, he strode over. "Boy, you did a great job today. You helped me a lot." Yushu stood up and said to him, "Manager Fatso. Sit down. I'll leave after a few words with you." Unlike the coldness he showed to Yushu in the morning, Xing-Chi looked friendly, but he was still afraid in his heart. If it wasn't for this child's suggestion, they would have spread all the medicine out to dry. After such a heavy rain, they would lose half of their capital, not to mention making a profit. Old Pei is in the west of the city. He can't come back in the afternoon. Otherwise, he would take you to a restaurant for a meal. But it's okay. When he comes tomorrow, he will definitely thank you again. Our Old Pei is the most loyal person. This time, he will give you a big red packet. Yushu said shyly, "Manager Fatso, don't laugh at me. This matter is Mr. Pei's own idea." She was not being modest. Last time, Pei Jing helped her buy cheap medicine and saved her a lot of money. She didn't have time to prepare a gift to thank him. This time, it was to return the favor. Chapter 91. The rain didn't stop until it was dark. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu squatted in the yard to wash the dishes. Yushu washed her hair, tied her hair behind her ear, and left the house with it draped over her shoulders. Facing the alley, Qing Zheng was lying leisurely on a rattan chair. His two calves were crossed over the edge of the chair, revealing the clean soles of his shoes. He heard the sound of the door being pushed open, but his eyes were still on the sky. He just raised his hand and waved, "Disciple, come here." Yushu closed the door, walked to his side, squatted down, and looked up at the sky. The clean night sky was black and shiny, and the star atlas was unfolded. Such a night was the most suitable for stargazing. "Did you see anything?" After a while, Qingjing asked. "Well, there is a closed star in the East Kong mansion. There may be a noble in the royal family who is sick. There is a star in the West Shen mansion that is too bright, which corresponds to the northwest. In summer, there is a drought in the northwest this year. There is a star in the South Ghost mansion. There is a big star in the Bright mansion." The mother and child star in the sky flashed, and a woman nearby was about to give birth. Yushu listed out everything she could understand. After listening, Qingjing stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Master taught me well." Yushu took the opportunity to flatter him. Although her stingy master had a bad temper, his teaching ability was first class. Because he never talked nonsense when he taught, she was not a person who liked to be distracted, so she remembered all the useful things. "Have you memorized the Luyao formula I taught you?" "I have memorized it. Do you want me to recite it for you?" This was what Qingjing had been checking most frequently in recent days. Yushu could do it as soon as she opened her mouth. "No need." Qingjing waved his left hand and rubbed the tip of his beard with his right hand. "How many books have you memorized about the things you ask me every day?" "4 books, I am writing the 5th one." Speaking of this, Yushu was proud. In order to memorize more things during the day, she would ask Qingjing for a bunch of miscellaneous things every night before she left. She would go back and sort them out before reading them. She had already used hemp paper to make 5 books. Don't just write it down on paper. You have to remember it in your head. You can only look at the things on paper, but you can't use them. Only the things in your head are alive. I understand. Yu Shu stood up and patted her butt. Master, please sit down. I'll go grab the chess pieces. You don't have to catch them today, said Qing Zheng. You don't have to catch them in the future. When Yu Shu heard this, she turned her head and looked suspiciously at the old man on the rattan chair. She said, Master, do you mean that I have mastered the 6 lines? So fast? She had prepared for the 6 lines breaking technique for 2 months, but she had only learned it for 5 or 6 days. Well, do you think it'll take you 8 to 10 years to master it? Once you've passed the threshold and memorized the formula, all you're left with is the maturity. You should practice more in the future when you have nothing better to do. Qing Zheng turned around and looked directly at his disciple. And that handwriting of yours, it's really ugly. You need to practice more, or else you won't be able to help others with their divination in the future. And that temper of yours, don't always do whatever you want. You'll only learn when you're at a disadvantage. And your dressing, don't always dress like a brat. You're obviously a pretty little girl. If you have money, buy more jewelry and clothes, don't spend it all on food. Qing Zheng was long-winded, saying, and, one after another. The more Yu Shu listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. She couldn't help but interrupt him. Master, are you sick? Why does it sound like you are making arrangements for your death? Qing Zheng's face darkened. He straightened his back and stretched out his hand to point at her nose. He scolded, and your mouth? Don't try to anger me to death as soon as you open your mouth. I can still live for another 80 years. If he lived for another 80 years, he would become a tortoise. Yu Shu didn't say this out loud. She moved her feet to the side and avoided the hand that was pointing at her nose. She smiled and said, Master, don't be angry. I was wrong. Can't you live to 100 years old? Yes, I don't want to play chess today. What should I do now? Do I look at the stars or do the divination first? Qing Zheng lay back down angrily. There's no need for that. There is wine in the room. Go in and get it. Yu Shu entered the room and lit the lamp. Sure enough, she saw a jar of wine and 2 empty bowls on the table. She took the wine jar and a bowl. She went to the stone table in the yard and poured half a bowl for Qing Zheng. She handed it to Qing Zheng. Master, there is another bowl. Go and get it. You drink with me. I also want to drink. Yu Shu twisted her fingers and said embarrassedly, It's not good for a girl to drink. I'm still young. Seeing that Qing Zheng was about to explode, Yu Shu quickly turned around and ran into the room. She took out the bowl that was left behind and poured half a bowl for herself. She didn't know how strong the ancient wine was. She wasn't afraid of getting drunk, but she was afraid that if she drank too much, she would smell like alcohol and it would be hard to explain when she returned. However, Qing Zheng wasn't satisfied with the small sip she poured, so he grabbed the jar and filled it for her. Master? Qing Zheng held the bowl and didn't drink. He stared at Yu Shu and said, Do you remember when I accepted you as my disciple that day, I asked you to help me find something? Yu Shu's heart skipped a beat. She thought that the key point had finally come. She said seriously, I remember that you said you wanted me to help you find something, but you didn't say what it was. Qing Zheng's eyes suddenly became sharp. He didn't have his usual laziness. Jingdu, Celestial Commissioner, Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren. Yu Shu's eyebrows twitched. She whispered, Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren? What is that? Qing Zheng said, The Yishui has been passed down to this day and formed many schools. The first 3 are Qimen Duanjia, Tai Divine Number, and the long-lost Lu Ren Divine Lesson. Among these 3 styles, the Lu Ren is the leader. The first 2 styles have appeared in the world, and there are a lot of miscellaneous knowledge. As for the Lu Ren technique, it was collected by the Da and imperial family 100 years ago because it revealed too much of the mysteries of the heavens. This Book of Mystery Fairy 6 Rens is the only scroll that recorded the true teachings of the Lu Ren technique. It is now in the Imperial Astronomer's office, and it has always been held by every grand teacher. The thing you want is in the hands of the Celestial Commissioner's big guide? Yu Shu couldn't help but stutter. She secretly cursed. The big guide of the Celestial Commissioner was known as the leader of all trades in the world. She was the boss of the Celestial Commissioner. The Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren sounded like a treasure that was not shown to outsiders. How could she get it? Did she have to find the big guide and ask if he was willing to lend it to her for a few days? She would probably be stripped naked and hung at the city gate. Qing Zheng closed his eyes. Many years ago, I swore that I would never step into the capital in my life. Since you are my disciple, you should go on my behalf. She couldn't break the promise that she made when she was apprenticed to her master. During this time, she did learn a lot from Qing Zheng. Thinking of the relationship between master and disciple, she calmed down and put aside the distracting thoughts. She seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. It was not that there was no way at all. I am going to the capital, Yu Shu said. But it seems that it will take a lot of time to find this book. Master, you are not in a hurry, are you? Qing Zheng's eyes were bright. You just need to find it in your lifetime and then destroy it. Want to destroy it? Yu Shu was stunned. It was so difficult to get the treasure in his hands, and he wanted her to destroy it after she found it. Yes, and you have to swear to me that you will not learn the things in it. Qing Zheng's voice became cold. He stared at Yu Shu as if he would eat her if she didn't swear. Yu Shu took a deep breath and swore gloomily, Fine, I swear to the 3 clear Grand Masters that if I can find the Book of Mystery Maiden's 6 Rens in my lifetime, I will never learn the skills written on it. If I go against my words, then let me, Qing Zheng coldly interrupted her words. I will let you be a mangy dog in your next life. You will wander the streets. You will not eat enough and you will be looked down upon. Yu Shu rolled her eyes at him. Although she didn't say that the old man cursed her with a mangy dog, she obediently said, If I go against this, let me be a mangy dog in my next life. I will wander the streets. You will not eat enough and you will be looked down upon. Okay? Qing Zheng nodded with satisfaction. His gloomy face finally showed a smile. He picked up the bowl of wine and said to her, Come, drink this bowl of wine with me. After that, he took the initiative to touch her with the bowl. Yu Shu hurriedly lowered her body, but some wine still spilled out. Disciple, I wish you good luck. I wish Master happiness as vast as the East Sea. Both Master and disciple didn't say anything pretentious. After 2 words of blessing, Qing Zheng raised his head and drank it. Yu Shu lowered her head and tasted it. She felt it was not spicy. She licked her lips disappointingly, then raised her head and drank it down. Ha, good wine. Qing Zheng drank it happily. Yu Shu curled her lips. What's so good about it? It doesn't taste good at all. Qing Zheng took out a cushion from under his body and threw it to his feet. Sit down. Today is a happy day. I want to talk to you. Yu Shu took the opportunity to sit on the ground next to the rattan chair. She rested her arm on the edge of the chair and rested her chin on one hand, ready to listen to Qing Zheng talk. So far, I have only accepted 2 disciples. The last one was 30 years ago. Well, in terms of seniority, you should call him senior brother. But in terms of aptitude, you are not even a hair on his head. Your senior brother is also filial. After getting married and having children, he still listens to me. Her ears were filled with senior brother this and senior brother that. As Yu Shu listened, her head became a little dizzy. Her stomach began to heat up. Her eyelids gradually became heavy, and she couldn't help but droop. Qing Zheng suddenly stopped talking. He lowered his head and looked at the little disciple lying on his knees. His eyes softened. Finally, he sighed softly and said in a low voice, Disciple, go to the Kong family's barter shop on behalf of me tomorrow. Buy 2 red ropes. Yu Shu answered vaguely. She didn't know if she would still remember this sentence when she woke up tomorrow. Qing Zheng raised his hand and hesitantly placed it on top of her head. He placed it on her soft hair and gently rubbed it. He raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky that flickered. His eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life were filled with open-mindedness. Chapter 92. When the sky was about to brighten, Yushu was woken up by the crowing of the rooster. She yawned and opened her eyes. She immediately realized that something was wrong. She sat up from the bed and took a look. She was lying on the bamboo bed that Qingjing usually slept on. "Oh no, I got drunk last night and didn't go back home." Yushu wiped her face and hurriedly picked up her shoes to get off the bed. She made a mess of her blanket and walked out of the room to take a look. Qingjing had already left and there was only an empty wine jar on the stone table in the courtyard. "I didn't expect this wine to have such a strong aftereffect even though it doesn't taste that good." Yushu picked up the cushion on the floor and threw it on the rattan chair. She tied up her hair as she walked out of the room. It was still early and the alley was empty. She ran all the way home and pushed the door open. It must have been left open by Yu Xiaoxiu last night. The courtyard was quiet and the hens and chicks in the chicken coop had not woken up yet. Yushu gently pushed open the door to the central room. When she saw the bulging figure on the bed leaning against the wall, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't return home last night. Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu did not realize it. Otherwise, how could Xiaoxiu sleep so peacefully on the bed? He would have long been looking for her on the streets. "Big sister?" Although the sound of Yushu opening the door was soft, it still woke Yu Xiaoxiu up. He turned around and poked his head out from under the blanket. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "What time is it?" "It's still early. Sleep a little longer. I'll wake you up later." Yushu had a hangover all night. Fortunately, she didn't have a headache or hoarse throat. She opened the bedroom door and looked at Zhao Hui. Then she went out to the kitchen to make breakfast. While adding firewood, she recalled what Qingjing said to her yesterday. She had previously guessed that the item that Taoist Qingjing wanted her to find would not be easy to obtain. She did not expect that Qingjing would actually ask her to snatch something from the hands of the imperial astronomer. Wasn't this like plucking the hair from the tiger's mouth? The Book of Mystic Maiden of the Six Wrens was a one-of-a-kind item in the world. It was difficult to obtain it. She had to first have a thorough plan. To find the Book of Mystic Fairy, she had to go to the capital. Zhao Hui had not recovered yet, so she could not leave just like that. And there was also Yu Xiaoxiu. She was worried about leaving him alone in the Ji family. But she was afraid that she would not be able to take care of him if she went to the capital with him. "I know nothing about the capital now. I'll go back and discuss with my master at night. He hasn't told me what the book looks like." Yushu said a few words to herself. She stirred the porridge in the pot and pressed the bridge of her nose. She felt that she had forgotten what Qingjing had told her last night. Yushu stayed in Tihan for the whole morning. When it was almost lunchtime, she saw Pei Jing and Xing Qi. She was looking at the account book in the accounting room in the backyard. A servant came to call her and said that Steward Pei and the shopkeeper were waiting for her outside. Yushu packed her things and went to the front yard. As soon as she passed through the hall, she heard Xing Qi's loud voice. "Xiaoyu, you must be hungry. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something good." Pei Jing and Xing Qi were sitting on the tiger chair at the door. The former smiled at her while the latter waved at her. Yushu walked over and bowed. "Mr. Pei, Manager Xing, let's go. There is a restaurant on Vientiane Street that makes delicious Shandong cuisine. I'll take you to try it." Pei Jing did not mention the rain yesterday and led the way to the carriage. It was the same carriage that Yushu sat in with Pei Jing last time. However, the furnishings inside were changed. The mahogany tea table was replaced by a four-legged yellow pear-wood table. The tea set was also replaced by a set of delicate blue and white flowers. "What did you do this morning?" Pei Jing asked. "I checked a few accounts and looked at the timber business in Huaidong last year," Yushu said. Pei Jing nodded his head. Suddenly, he changed the topic and asked, "Little Yu, how many years have you been learning Yi?" Yushu already knew that he would ask this question today, so she answered calmly, "I learned it at the same time as arithmetic." Of course, Pei Jing could tell that she was playing dumb with him, but he was not unhappy. Instead, he smiled and said, "Yesterday, you said that you are best at predicting Qingyu's future, right?" Yushu touched her neck embarrassedly. "I'm good at it." "What's the farthest you can calculate?" Yushu thought for a moment. 3 days. She did not know how many days Mr. Riddle could calculate, but it was probably no more than 5 days. The most she could accurately calculate was within 5 days. It would seem like she was bragging if she said it, so it was better to compromise. Pei Jing nodded and did not ask her anything else. He turned to talk with Xing-Chi about the business deal they discussed yesterday afternoon. Along the way, he did not mention that Yushu said it rained yesterday, as if he had forgotten about it. Xing-Chi glanced at Yushu from time to time. Seeing that she looked normal, he nodded to himself. As they talked, the carriage arrived outside a restaurant. The three of them got off the carriage. The waiter recognized them and respectfully invited them to a private room on the second floor. In ancient times, there was no menu in restaurants. The cashier hung a list of dishes. Usually, after the customers sat down, the waiter would introduce the signature dishes, or some regular customers would order their own dishes. Pei Jing belonged to the latter group. He named 7 or 8 dishes in one go, and finally, Xing-Chi ordered a pot of wine. The ancients said that one should not talk while eating and not talk while sleeping. Most of them were scholars. Merchants often sat at the wine table, so it was impossible for them to keep to this rule. Xing-Chi was a talkative person, and Pei Jing was eloquent with his words. Yushu sat there, quietly eating her food and not drinking a drop of wine. She listened to them talk, and when Xing-Chi asked questions, she would occasionally express 1 or 2 opinions. When the last soup was served, Pei Jing said to Yushu, "Xiao Yu, how about I ask you to do one more thing?" Yushu thought for a while and guessed what Pei Jing might want her to do. Sure enough, after she nodded, she heard Pei Jing say, "Doing business has a lot to do with the weather. I often ask people to do divination in the trading house. The Kong family's trading house charges me 20 taels of silver every month. Yesterday they almost ruined me. Now I will give you the money, and you will predict the weather for me every month. How about it?" As soon as these words came out, Yushu and Xing-Chi were both stunned. Xing-Chi looked at Pei Jing with doubt and disapproval in his eyes. Pei Jing seemed to not see his expression and waited for Yushu's reaction. 20 taels of silver is not a small sum. The Great Exchange Hall is really a place to blacken people. Yushu sighed with emotion. She did not immediately agree to his request. Instead, she bluntly said, "Mister, are you entrusting this matter to me just because I said that it rained yesterday? What if I was lucky and guessed correctly yesterday? Your 20 taels of silver would be wasted on the wrong place." Pei Jing saw that she was thinking for him at this time. He couldn't help but laugh. "So you were lucky yesterday?" Yushu shook her head. "Of course not. She spent a lot of effort to calculate it, so there was nothing to be modest about." Pei Jing smiled. "Then do you want these 20 taels?" This time, Yushu didn't hesitate. "Yes. Why not?" She could guarantee that her calculations were more accurate than those in the trading house. Pei Jing gave her the money, so it was definitely worth it. "Huh, this kid is not polite." Xing-Chi pointed at Yushu with a glass of wine. Although he didn't know why Pei Jing suddenly made this decision, he didn't ask in front of Yushu. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Pei Jing paid the bill and the 3 people walked to the roadside. When Yushu got on the car, she stumbled and held the door to steady herself. She glanced at the red thread tied to the wheel and suddenly remembered what she forgot in the morning. She said to Pei Jing and Xing-Chi, "I plan to buy something in Dong Street. Mr. Pei and the shopkeeper can go first." Pei Jing said, "Send you off?" "No, it's just a few steps away." Yushu took 2 steps back and watched the carriage turn and leave. Then she walked towards the direction of the Kong family's trading house. She patted her head and muttered, "Hiss, should I buy 1 or 2? In the carriage, Xing-Chi looked at Pei Jing, who was calmly drinking herbal tea, and said with a bitter smile, "Second brother, even if you want to give him a red packet, you don't have to flatter him like this. 20 taels a month, it's fine to give it to the trading house, but to give it to this kid. Do you know where I went after lunch yesterday before it rained?" Pei Jing interrupted Xing-Chi's grumbling. "I went to the Kong family's shop and asked them about Qingyu that day. Guess what they told me?" "What did they say?" Pei Jing smiled. "They must have said that they didn't make a mistake and that there wouldn't be rain. But it rained only an hour later." Xing-Chi hesitated. It's hard to say for sure about the weather. Even if it's the Kong family's trading house, it's normal for them to make a mistake once in a while. Pei Jing shook his head thoughtfully. Didn't you notice that Xiao Yu brought an umbrella yesterday? The weather was so good this morning, but he still brought an umbrella when he went out. This means that he was quite sure that it would rain that day. He even changed his shoes. If it were you, would you deliberately change your shoes when you go out if you were not sure that it would rain? Xing Qi shook his head with a strange expression. That's it. The first time I saw him, he was gambling in the gambling house. Later when I followed him, he actually went to the library of the Dei trading house to copy books. A book plate costs 10 taels of silver. Look at his clothes. Does he look like someone who would waste money like that? You saw it when we were eating just now. I offered him 20 taels, but he didn't even try to be polite. Do you think he doesn't know what's good for him? He just thinks he's qualified to take that money. In other words, he's really capable. Hey, is he that good? Xing Qi stared. Pei Jing touched the teacup and said, This child, little Yu, has some background. I sent someone to investigate and found out that his sick relative isn't from his family. He only moved to his current place 2 months ago. He's a married woman who sells snacks at a stall and has a nephew who's smart and knows how to make money. Huh, do you believe me? Xing Qi was shocked and hurriedly said, Then will there be trouble if we keep him? Second brother, you are still helping him. I think we should find a chance to send him away. Chapter 93. Yu Shu walks to the entrance of the Kong family's e-shop. She still doesn't remember whether Qing Zheng asked her to buy 1 or 2 red ropes last night. Forget it, I'll buy 2. As usual, Yu Shu was jealous of the big tripod at the entrance. She walked into the store, looked around, and went to the counter selling feng shui ornaments. There were many people in the store every day. She finally found an empty spot and asked for 2 red ropes. She put her left hand into her bosom. Just as she took out the money, a hand reached over her shoulder and snatched the money bag away. Looking at her empty hand, Yu Shu's face darkens. She doesn't even have the time to curse. She turns her head and yells. After yelling, she chases after the person, Robber. The people in the e-shop all turn their heads and see a young man in a gray robe yelling and chasing a tall and thin man. Yu Shu shouts several times along the way. Seeing that the passers-by not far in front of her not only don't stop her, but also take the initiative to give way to the robber, she is speechless. She doesn't try to ask for help again. She really wondered if she had the face of a mugger. She could forget about the last time she was robbed in the alley. At that time, she was the only one in the alley who could rob, but this time, there were so many people standing in the shop. Why was she the one who won the prize? Running to the corner of the street ahead, Yu Shu saw that the man had entered a small alley. She gritted her teeth and chased after him, turning left and right, leaving the main street. There were no passers-by, so the target was even clearer. However, she couldn't catch up with him because of the distance, and the man still had the time to turn his head to look at her. Yu Shu saved a breath of strength and was about to speed up when she suddenly stopped at a corner. Her heels paused and she suspiciously looked at the empty alley in front of her. Her expression suddenly changed. She took 2 steps back, turned around, and ran back. Damn it! Someone is deliberately luring her. Stop! Stop! A low shout came from behind, mixed with a series of heavy footsteps, which confirmed Yu Shu's guess. They came with bad intentions. How could she stop? Panting, she searched for the way to the street, but she didn't see that among the people chasing behind her, one of them leaped forward and reached out to grab her collar. Where do you think you're going? Yu Shu felt a strong tug and a few strands of her hair were pulled. She fell backward and grabbed the wall with her left hand. Her nails scratched the wall painfully. She was annoyed and gave the man a backhand slap. While the man was dodging, she lowered her head and turned around. She did not care that her collar was still in the man's hand. She grabbed the man's collar and lifted her leg to kick him. Ouch! A blood-curdling scream rang out in the alley. The pursuers behind them stopped in their tracks at the same time. Their faces turned green as they looked at their companions in front of them, who were bending forward while covering their legs. Self-defense was indeed the most practical martial art in the world. Yu Shu's attack was successful. She grinned hideously and ran 2 steps backward. She turned around and was about to run away. However, after 3 steps, she stopped and frowned at the man who walked out of the alley. Why is it him? Ji Hyotani's gaze went past Yu Shu and looked at the capable guard who was rolling on the ground. His face darkened. His gaze returned to Yu Shu's face. Seeing her dressed like a boy, he frowned. Where have you been these days? Why you dressed like this? Yu Shu was confused by Ji Xiaogu's sudden appearance. When she heard his words, she was about to lie, but then she remembered that she had been chased out of the Ji family. She no longer needed to eat their leftovers, so there was no need for her to bow down to him. She pointed at the person behind her and said bluntly, "Third Master, what do you mean by this? You had someone rob me of my money and coax me to this deserted place. Are you planning to bully a child like me?" Ji Hyotani was stunned. He didn't expect that Yu Shu would dare to speak to him in such a tone. He looked at her carefully and saw that there was no panic on her face. There was only ridicule on her face. She didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. This made Ji Hyotani, who wanted to scare her with a cold face, hesitate. The next moment his face changed. He looked at her gently and smiled bitterly. "Child, do you know how many days my family has been looking for you? If it wasn't for me being a guest at the Kong family's trading house, I wouldn't have been able to meet you. There are many people in the trading house. I sent someone to lure you away. I didn't expect that these incompetent servants would use this method to scare you. I will punish them when I get back." If Yu Shu was really a 14 or 15-year-old child, she might believe his nonsense. However, she was a good liar. How could she not see that Ji Hyotani was trying to fool her? Her eyes flashed and she had doubts in her heart. However, she didn't say anything and only put on a defensive expression. She had a plan in her heart. If the Ji family wanted to find her, Yu Xiaoxiu was in the Sanji's study room. He could just pass a message. However, Ji Hyotani claimed that the Ji family had been looking for her for several days. She didn't hear anything from Yu Xiaoxiu. There must be something wrong. She wanted to hear what else Ji Hyotani had to say. Ji Hyotani looked at her expression and sighed. The last time she hit you and chased you out, it was old matriarch's anger. Now that her anger has subsided, she pitied you and ordered me to find you. A few days ago, I saw Xiaoxiu and asked him to pass a message to you. That child is probably still angry about the beating you received that day. He actually ran away without a word. Yu Shu now understood. In order to not let the Ji family find her, Yu Xiaoxiu didn't go to school these few days. To think that he woke up early every day and pretended to go to class. This brat. It's all good now. Since you've found them, why don't you and little Xiu come home and stay with us? I've allocated a small courtyard for you. From now on, I'll make sure to treat you like proper young ladies. You won't be bullied anymore, Ji Xiaogu coaxed. Listening to Ji Hyotani's nonsense, Yu Shu couldn't tell what kind of rat poison he was selling. However, she was sure that she couldn't run now. She was blocked in front and behind her. If she really dared to run, Ji Hyotani would dare to fall out with her. If she didn't escape and got caught, he might not have this kind expression on his face anymore. Yu Shu pretended to hesitate for a while and said tentatively, "Then I'll go back in 2 days. I'm working for someone outside. I should at least inform them." Ji Hyotani said, "Where is it? I'll send someone over. You don't need to go. I see that you've suffered a lot outside. Hurry and go home. Your mother misses you." Yu Shu secretly rolled her eyes. Aunt Cui would miss her. The sun really rose from the west. "All right, I'll go back with you now." Yu Shu thought that no matter what, she should cooperate with them. It's better than being taken away by them. In short, if they want to beat her up like last time, there's no way. Ji Hyotani let out a sigh of relief. His face revealed a happy expression. "Xiaoxiu is with you, right? Where is he? I'll send someone to pick him up." How could Yu Shu tell him where Zhao Hui lived? She shook her head and pretended to be mute. Ji Hyotani asked a few more questions. Seeing that she didn't speak, he guessed what she was thinking. He didn't expose her. "Then let's go." Wait a moment. Yu Shu turned around and took a step forward. She saw the men who had been chasing her not long ago retreat defensively. It was obvious that they were afraid of her groin kick just now. Give me back the money bag. Ji Hyotani found the person and was in a good mood. He didn't care that Yushu injured one of his guards. He waved his hand and ordered, "Give it back to her." Yushu caught the money bag. She weighed it in her hand and put it back into her bosom. Let's go. As soon as they left the alley, someone followed behind Yushu. The unlucky guard who was kicked by Yushu was supported by a companion. He stared at the back of Yushu's head with a purple face. Ji Hyotani walked in front and one behind, to prevent her from running away. When they reached the street, they saw a horse carriage. Ji Hyotani let her get in first and then followed. The horse carriage drove to the Ji family. The journey was silent. In the horse carriage, Ji Hyotani drank tea while Yushu played with her fingers. When Yushu returned to the Ji family, she was led to a small courtyard by Ji Hyotani before she even saw the courtyard. There were 3 rooms in a row, and there was a small study in the east corner. It was bigger than Chao Zixin's courtyard, but it was far from unique and beautiful. However, the weeds on the wall revealed a sense of coldness. Qiu Xiang, come out. As soon as the old maid who led Yushu here called out, a short maidservant came out of the study and trotted over. This is Miss Yu, who you will serve in the future. Be careful and don't let the master be left alone. Miss Yu, I will go back and report to Third Master. You can stay here with peace of mind. When Third Master reports to Madam, he may let you see Inyang. Well, go ahead. As soon as the old maid left, Yushu turned her head and looked at the little winter melon in front of her who was half a head shorter than her. Your name is Qiu Xiang? The little winter melon looked up and showed a sparrow face. She said timidly, Yes. Yushu patted her on the shoulder. Good name. Thank you, miss, for your praise. Qiu Xiang stuttered. Yushu turned her feet, pushed open the room in the middle, and went in to find a bed. She kicked off her shoes and lay on it. She pillowed the back of her head and said to Qiu Xiang who followed her in, Go and get me some water. The surroundings finally quieted down. Yushu stared at the bed curtain and pondered. At this moment, there was only one question lingering in her mind. Why did the Ji family spend so much effort to find her? Not to mention that old lady Ji took pity on her. She was lonely and pitiful. She bet that the old lady still hated her for catching their precious fish. Ji Hyotani obviously didn't like her. However, when they were in the carriage, she saw that he was relaxed. It seemed that he was really happy to find her and didn't seem to be pretending. He drove her out and hated her, but he still tried to find her because he was happy to find her. Then there was only one possibility. The Ji family needed her for something. Although this guess was a little ridiculous, the probability was quite high. What could it be? Is it for Master? Chapter 94. As soon as Ji Hyotani returned home, he went to the courtyard. Old Lady Ji had heard from the servant who came to report that Yushu had been found. When she saw her third son, she didn't look as serious as usual, but she still didn't smile. Mother, have you found her? Yes. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her run away. Send someone to teach her etiquette so that she won't embarrass the Ji family in front of the Shui family. I know. Ji Hyotani said goodbye and went back to his courtyard. He went to the small west pavilion to find Aunt Chui. Humph. Yushu was sitting cross-legged on the bed and throwing copper coins. Hearing a cold snort, she turned her head and saw a beautiful woman standing at the door. She was wearing a pomegranate skirt, a cherry bikini, and a silver pearl flower on her temples. She was staring at her. The number of times Yushu had seen Concubine Chui was less than 5 fingers. Her biggest impression of Concubine Chui was that Concubine Chui was too self-righteous and treated her biological daughter like a stepmother. It was incredible. If it weren't for Aunt Lu's testimony, Yushu really doubted that she was her biological daughter. Stepping out of the bed, Yushu couldn't pretend to be kind, so she said angrily, Mother. Aunt Chui walked into the room, glanced at the empty furnishings in the room, snorted again, stepped forward, reached out to poke Yushu's head, and screamed, You damn child, where have you been? It's so hard to find you. You're so troublesome. Look at you now. Yu Shu was poked by her unguarded, and the feeling of fingernails on her forehead was not good. Seeing her poke again, she hurriedly turned her head to avoid it. Mother, the Ji family drove me out. Why did they ask me to come back? Yu Shu couldn't figure it out, so she simply asked Aunt Chui, hoping to get some information from her. Aunt Chui said grumpily, "It was old lady who asked. It was you who did bad things. Otherwise, how could you be beaten and driven out?" Yu Shu sat back on the bed. At that time, I didn't know that fish was so precious. A fish was worth a human life. Now I know I was wrong. Concubine Chui did not understand the meaning behind her words. She was still blaming Yu Shu for not being sensible. She had been ignored by Ji Xiaogu for a long time because of the trouble she had caused last time. Looking closely at her daughter, she only felt that apart from her well-behaved appearance, there was nothing likable about her. When she thought that the Xue family might not like her and that she had lost a chance to climb the ladder of riches, she was filled with anger. Listen to me, I don't care how you misbehaved in the past, but from now on, you'd better behave yourself and don't talk nonsense. If you dare to run away from this marriage, I'll teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Yu Shu raised her head and said vigilantly, "Marriage? What marriage?" Speaking of this, Aunt Chui was a little proud. She raised her chin and said, "You are lucky. Minister Xue's family in the capital wants to connect with our Ji family by marriage. He likes the fourth daughter of second master's family. However, the fourth daughter's fate is too good, and the Xue family is afraid that the opposite will not be good. So, before the fourth daughter gets married, they want to choose a poor girl from the family to replace the fourth daughter's fate and become the concubine of the Xue family. This will temporarily suppress the fourth daughter's fate, so they choose you." What? Yu Shu suddenly stood up from the bed, and her eyes widened. Aunt Chui was so shocked that she took 2 steps back before she could stand firm. Yu Shu now understood why Ji Hyotani coaxed her back on the street. She felt annoyed and ridiculous. The Ji family actually wanted her to be a scapegoat for their precious fourth daughter. Concubine? They actually had the nerve to send her, a stepdaughter who was kicked out of the family, to be a concubine. Moreover, she was sent to the Xue family to be a concubine. The Ji family was a group of shameless people. What else could they not do? "What are you shouting for?" Aunt Chui covered her chest. Looking at Yu Shu's fiery face, she remembered the worries that Ji Hyotani had told her in the room before. Her face changed and she asked suspiciously, You don't want to?" When Ji Hyotani mentioned it to her, she thought that he was worried for nothing. She knew her daughter well. She was a lazy and vain girl. If she could be a concubine of such a family, as long as she worked hard and won the Xue family's favor, she would have no worries about food and clothing in the future. How could she not want to be a concubine of such a family? How could she be unwilling? Yu Shu took a deep breath. Looking at Aunt Chui's expression, she didn't want to lose her temper with the birth mother of this body. She could only say patiently, "Mother, think about it. Will good things really happen to me? Not to mention what kind of family the Xue family is and whether the Xue family's master is missing an arm or a leg. I am a helpless girl. If I become a concubine of their family and temporarily replace the fourth daughter's position, how many people will look down on me? Will my life be easy? In the future, when the fourth daughter marries, how will I live? Mother, do you think this is a blessing? It is clearly a fire pit that no one wants to jump into. That's why the Ji family pushed me out." Mistress Chui was stunned by her daughter's words. Seeing that her daughter was reasoning with her and even blaming herself, she couldn't help but say angrily, "Do you think others want to pick you? If it weren't for the fact that you're the only one in the family, such a good thing wouldn't have happened to you." Good things? Yu Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She couldn't reason with her mother, who had long hair and short knowledge. She narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice, "The marriage between the Xue family and the Ji family has nothing to do with me. Their surname is Ji, and my surname is Yu. If they want to send someone as a concubine, why don't they send their own daughter? Whoever wants to be a feng shui ornament can do it. Mother, you'd better tell third master now so that they don't have to worry about it." In order to plan to go to the capital city to find the book of Fantasy Fairy Six Wrens, she still had a lot of things to prepare. How could she have the time to pretend to be polite to the G family? She might not even be an ant in the eyes of the Big Ishue family, but if they really treated her as a fish on the chopping block, it would depend on whether they could swallow a hard bone like her. You, Aunt Chui was so angry at her words that her face was almost crooked. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Yes, I don't know how to appreciate favors. Yushu bent down to pick up her shoes and put them on. She stood up and straightened her clothes. She glanced at Aunt Chui and walked out. When she walked out of the room, Aunt Chui hurriedly chased after her. You wicked girl, where are you going? Yushu said without looking back. The G family drove me out a long time ago. I'm not a member of this family. Why should I stay here? I'm going back. Why aren't you a member of this family? Behind her, Aunt Chui was furious. When Yushu walked to the door of the courtyard, she was stopped by Ji Hyotani, who was entering the courtyard. He asked with a cold face. Yushu looked at her nominal stepfather and coldly said, Third Master, have you forgotten? 3 months ago, I stole old matriarch's 8 treasures fragrant carp and was whipped 30 times. Old matriarch personally ordered me to be thrown out. I am a girl, injured, wandering the streets. If not for a kind person taking me in, I would have died long ago. Let me ask you, what relationship do I have with your G family? Hearing her resentment, Ji Hyotani's face turns cold. He glances at Aunt Chui, who is trembling behind her, and says sarcastically, When your mother begged me to bring you and your brother into the G family, I pitied you and your brother, so I brought you back, provided you with food and lodging, and sent you to school. But you didn't care about all these good things. Just because you did something wrong, I beat you up and drove you away for a few days. Now you don't care about my kindness and still say that you are not a member of the G family. Did the G family raise you for nothing? Third Master, do you want to settle accounts with me? Yushu nodded. All right, I'll calculate it with you. My brother and I ate and lived together in the G family. We ate thin soup pancakes, salted vegetables, and beans. That's 20 copper coins a day, and 600 copper coins a month. We moved to the G family for half a year, so that's a year. That's 7,200 copper coins, or 7 taels and 20 cents, right? As Yushu calculates, she fishes out the purse that was robbed before. She fishes out a banknote from a pile of copper coins and silver jiao. She shakes it open and hands it to Ji Hyotani, who looks gloomy, and says sternly, Take it. Here are 10 taels. You can keep the extra as interest. But remember this time, I have nothing to do with the G family. I will take care of my brother. From now on, he will live with me. The G family doesn't need to worry about him. Then she turns to Aunt Chui, who is in a panic, and says, Mother, if you don't like living here in the future and the G family can't tolerate you, you can come to me. You are my biological mother. You gave birth to me and raised me. This can't be changed. I will serve you until you grow old. Hearing this and looking at Ji Hyotani's gloomy face, Aunt Chui doesn't dare to promise her. When she is about to scold her, she hears a tearing sound. Ji Hyotani tears the banknote in his hand, and his eyes show a chilling sharpness. I will pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. The names of you and your brother are still in my household register. Your marriage is naturally decided by me. You can be disobedient and go against my will, but the consequence will definitely not be as light as 30 lashes. After saying this, he throws the torn banknote in his hand to Yushu's face. He points at her and says to Aunt Chui, Take her to the yard to have a look. Xiaoxiao is disobedient and has been running around for a few days. Today, someone found him on the street and sent him back just now. I whipped him according to the family rules. This child can't stand it and fainted when he saw blood. It's the fault of the mother for not teaching the child well. If they make any mistakes in the future, I will hold you responsible. Hearing this, Aunt Chui and Yushu's faces change at the same time. One is scared and the other is angry. Master, Aunt Chui still wants to say something to Ji Hyotani, but Yushu has already run out with a livid face. The guard at the gate of the yard doesn't need Ji Hyotani's order and follows her. Ji Hyotani looks at Aunt Chui, who is still standing stupidly in the distance. He sighs softly and his face softens. He goes forward to hold her slightly trembling shoulders, lowers his head and coaxes, "Did I scare you? Don't be afraid. Children need to be taught a lesson to be sensible. Don't worry. As long as your daughter is obedient and doesn't make trouble for me, how can I bear to punish you?" Aunt Chui shivers. She leans against Ji Hyotani's chest and nods obediently. Tears are swirling in her eyes, but she doesn't dare to fall down. Chapter 95. Yushu runs back to the yard with sweat all over her head. Before she enters the door, she hears Aunt Lu crying. Two female servants of the same yard are standing at the door, whispering to each other. No one dares to enter. Yushu pushes them aside and enters the room. At a glance, she sees Aunt Lu bending over to apply medicine for the drowsy Yu Xiaoxiu. She is crying while applying medicine. She shouts, young master," but there is no response. She walked forward and saw that Yu Xiaoxiu's thin and weak back had been beaten until his flesh was lacerated. There were deep cuts and shallow cuts, crisscrossing with sticky blood. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She has been beaten, so she knows clearly how painful it is when the whip falls on her body. She is an adult and begs for mercy. How can a child like Xiaoxiu bear such a cruel beating? Ji family. Yushu grits her teeth and says in her heart. Her red eyes are full of cruelty. Alas, she can bear being beaten and humiliated. But they shouldn't hurt her brother. They shouldn't beat Yu Xiaoxiu. Ji family wants to threaten her like this. She will definitely make them regret it. Yu Xiaoxiu, who is in a coma, seems to have a nightmare. He frowns and sweats fall from his forehead to his eyelids. He grabs the pillow with one hand and murmurs in pain, "Sister, Yushu has a terrible headache." She sits sideways on the edge of the bed. She touches his hot forehead with one hand and holds his clenched fist with the other. She lowers her eyes and coaxes him gently, "Xiaoxiu, I am here. Don't be afraid. I am here." At dusk, Ji family suddenly receives the news that scholars from the capital have arrived in Yang City. They are staying in a guest house in the east of the city. Shui family just sends the news to the concierge of Ji family and then leaves. They don't even tell them who they are. Shui family arrives one day earlier than expected. Ji family is in a hurry. They gather together to discuss how to greet them first. "Mother, we should all go there. We don't know who will come from Shui family. We don't want to be neglected." Ji Shaohan, the eldest, suggests. Old Lady Ji looks at her sons and thinks, "Send someone to the government office to invite your brother-in-law. Second brother and third brother will go there. Eldest brother will stay at home." Old Lady Ji has her own considerations. After all, they are a prestigious family in Yang City. If all three of her sons go there, they will look like dwarfs. If the eldest son stays at home and the county magistrate's son-in-law goes, they will feel the same, but they won't feel useless. You too, don't talk too much with your brother-in-law here. Don't let him notice anything. Also, if the Shui family asks about Xingxuan, don't say anything. I will send someone to send Xingxuan back to the capital in 2 days. Ji Hyotani says, "Mother, don't worry. Second brother and I will be careful. It's getting dark. Go early. I will wait for your news at home." Ji Xiaochun, Ji Xiaogu, and County Magistrate Ma hurry to the guest house of Shui family in Yang City. It's still dark when they arrive. On the top of the door hung a round lantern of the 5 blessings. The large black door was tightly shut. The servant went up and knocked on the door. The 3 people who could shake the ground with a stamp of their feet in Yang City were now standing outside the door, somewhat nervously waiting for any sign of activity inside. After a while, someone comes to answer the door. After hearing the identity of the 3 of them, he doesn't let them in immediately. Instead, he goes in to make a report before letting them in. This guest house is only the size of a courtyard in the Ji mansion, but it is lit with lanterns everywhere. The road is bright, and under the eaves and under the trees, it seems that candles are free. The road is quiet and there is no sound of people. Ji Hyotani is the first to have an idea. He politely asks the servant who leads the way, "Little brother, may I ask who is the Lord?" The Ji family has done their homework before. Through the letters sent by Old Master Ji, they have a certain understanding of the personnel in Shangshu Shui's mansion. The chief stewards working in the Shui family all have official positions. That's why Ji Hyotani asks this question. The servant indifferently answers, "It's the second chief steward." The second chief steward, the two brothers of the Ji family secretly groaned. This second chief steward of the Shui family was originally a subordinate of Shangshu Shui when he was leading the army. His surname is Su Li, and he is 46 years old. It is said that he is a strict person and is unmoved by force or persuasion. "We've arrived. The second chief steward is waiting for the three of you inside. This little one will take his leave." The servant leads them to the door of a room and leaves with lanterns. The three of them tidies up their clothes. Hearing a sound from inside, they walk in one after the other. The room is bright, and there are silver lanterns on both sides. Wearing a cylindrical yellow gauze robe, there is a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the hall. He has a straight nose and a square mouth. He looks like the kind of person who is not easy to talk to. Greetings to Governor Su. Ji Xiaochun is the first to step forward and greet. This one is Ji Xiaochun, the second son of the Ji family. This is my younger brother, Xiao Gu, and this is my younger sister's son-in-law, who is also the county magistrate of this city, Ma Tingxian. Ji Hyotani and County Magistrate Ma come forward and greet Governor Su. Su Li waited for them to finish greeting before he stood up and nodded. His gaze swept across the three of them and fell on Ji Xiaochun. "You are the father of the fourth daughter of the Ji family." Ji Xiaochun hurriedly answers, "Yes, it is this one." Su Li asks, "I heard that the fourth daughter of the Ji family returned to her hometown a month ago to visit her sick. Is she still at the residence?" Ji Xiaochun follows the script he has prepared in advance and answers, "She is still at home, but her mother's health has recovered. She will be sent back to the capital in a few days." Miss Ji is very filial. Our Laoi loves filial people the most. Su Li praises her with a hidden meaning, then turns to face Ji Hyotani. "The letter says that a young lady from the Ji family will be sent to our young master as a concubine to pave the way for the fourth daughter of the Ji family to marry. Is this your daughter?" Ji Hyotani lowers his head and says, "It is my daughter." Su Li's eyes flash with ridicule. He says, "Your Ji family is very harmonious. There is no intrigue between the brothers like there is in the capital." The two brothers understand the meaning behind his words and can only smile. Su Li suddenly asks, "How old is your daughter this year?" "Past 15. Ji Hyotani is referring to Yushu's age. "She is 4 years younger than our eldest young master." Su Li says, "What is her name?" Ji Hyotani turns his head to look at Ji Xiaochun and hesitantly answers, "Her name is Yushu." "Yushu? Ji Yushu?" The two brothers of the Ji family look at each other. The third brother bitterly smiles, "I will not hide it from Governor Su. My daughter was adopted. Because of her mother's insistence, I did not change her surname. Instead, I followed her birth father's surname, Yu." After saying that, the three of them held their breath and waited for Su Li to make things difficult for them. Unexpectedly, Su Li just frowned and said, "Oh." It was as if it didn't matter whether she was his biological daughter or not. "Old Su, who is it?" A man's voice comes from outside. Ji Hyotani and the other two brothers see Su Li, who was not smiling at them just a moment ago, turn his head and change his expression. He slightly lowers his forehead and quickly walks past them. "Eldest young master, it is the people of the Ji family. Ji family's second master, third master and county magistrate Ma." "Eldest young master?" "The eldest young master of the Shui family." Ji Xiaogu and Ji Xiaochun were startled. They quickly turned their heads and saw Su Li bowing at the door, talking to someone outside. Due to the bright light in the room, the lanterns outside could only illuminate a blurry silhouette. Dressed in a moon-white muslin robe, the silhouette stood at the bottom of the stairs with her hands clasped behind her back, looking into the room. That unseen gaze fell on them, causing the three men, whose ages added up to 100 years old, to feel inexplicably nervous, especially when they heard a faint snort. "Humph, eldest young master? I am tired after a few days of traveling. If there is nothing else, send them off. If there is something else, ask them to come back during the day." "Yes." After saying this, the figure at the bottom of the stairs turns around and leaves, not even saying goodbye to the people in the room. It is difficult for Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hayotani, who are used to being flattered by people around them, to be humiliated twice in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. However, because of the identity of the person, they do not dare to be angry or say anything. Su Li sends the person off and turns back to the room. He says to the three brothers, "It is getting late. Please go back first." Ji Xiaochun asks, "Is that the person just now the eldest young master of your family?" Su Li nods and becomes serious again. He says, "The eldest young master has a bad temper. He did not have a good rest these days. Please forgive him." Su Li says these polite words, but his face is not polite at all. Ji Hayotani and the other two brothers will not take it seriously, so they take the opportunity to get out of this embarrassing situation. Ji Xiaochun wants to ask why the eldest young master of the Shui family is here, but Ji Hayotani secretly pulls his back. Seeing Su Li raises his hand to send them off, Ji Xiaochun swallows his words and says goodbye. Su Li sends them to the gate of the courtyard and asks a servant to lead the way. He goes back alone. The three of them sat in the carriage and left the guest house. Only then did they reveal a look of dissatisfaction. Phew, the Shui family is really imposing. The rumors outside are not false at all. A mere housekeeper in front of brother-in-law, yet he still puts on airs. Hearing Ji Xiaochun's words, County Magistrate Ma smiles and does not say anything. As an official, he knows more about human relations. Therefore, he does not think that the Shui family is too much. On the contrary, he thinks that it is normal. It will be strange if the Shui family is really amiable. Ji Hayotani thinks about another thing. He looks strange and still a little surprised. Why does the eldest young master of the Shui family come with us? This time, the Shui family comes to discuss the marriage. It is said that they also bring a physiognomist and a fortune teller. It is reasonable for a chief steward to come, but it is strange that Master Shui comes in person. Does he come to see Xingxuan on purpose? Ji Hayotani says suspiciously, "Just now, Governor Su also asked if Xingxuan is at home." Xingxuan said that she has not seen the eldest young master of the Shui family. Since she has not seen him in the capital, why does he come here to see him? Ji Xiaochun shakes his head and says worriedly, "I think that Master Shui seems to be dissatisfied with this marriage. Could it be that they have seen, ahem?" Ji Hayotani coughs and interrupts his second brother's words. He glances at County Magistrate Ma and says with a bitter smile, "The Shui family wants to marry Xingxuan. We forced a woman to be his concubine. Moreover, she is a lowly woman. No one will be happy if it is her." Chapter 96. After Yu Xiaoxiu was beaten, he became feverish. The Ji family didn't even find a doctor for him. Yu Shu was watched by Ji Hayotani and couldn't leave, so she told Aunt Lu to avoid people and go to Changmenpu Street to invite He Fangji. In the evening, Dr. He followed Aunt Lu to the Ji family's courtyard. Because he had previously treated Yu Shu when she was heavily injured and then visited to treat Zhao Hui, he had some understanding of Yu Shu and her brother's condition. Now that he saw Yu Xiaoxiu beaten up like this, although he had questions in his mind, he first checked on Yu Xiaoxiu's injuries. He opened his medicine box to change the external ointment and gave him a prescription for internal use. Yu Shu didn't explain much about Yu Xiaoxiu being beaten. She had Aunt Lu guard the door and bowed to He Fangji. "Dr. He, Xiaoxiu and I can't leave the Ji family right now, but my Aunt Huai is still sick and can only rely on a neighbor to take care of her. I really can't feel at ease. Please come and help me tell Aunt Huai that I'm safe and sound and take care of her for the time being. Yu Shu will be extremely grateful and will definitely repay your kindness in the future." He Fangji had heard about Yu Shu and knew that she wasn't related to Zhao Hui, but she didn't abandon her in times of danger. He Fangji admired this child's loyalty and righteousness, so he hesitated for a moment before reaching out to help her up. Get up, I promise you. Yu Shu didn't let He Fangji tell Zhao Hui that Yu Xiaoxiu had been beaten. She only asked him to find an excuse to comfort Zhao Hui and give her what little money he had left. He Fangji refused to accept it, so in the end, Yu Shu could only give him the consultation fee and medical fees. Dr. He, please help me send a message to the head of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. Tell him that I have something to do and can't go for a few days. Also, give this to Head Pei. Yu Shu took out the weather record booklet in her arms and tore the 2 pages that recorded the weather for the past 5 days. She folded them and handed them to He Fangji. He Fangji didn't look at what it was and accepted it. Aunt Lu walked him out the back door and went to the clinic to get medicine. Yu Shu wiped the sweat on Yu Xiaoxiu's neck with a handkerchief and took the basin out to change the water. When she saw Qiu Xiang standing in the yard in a daze, she paused and handed the basin to her. Go get a basin of water. But Yu Shu went back into the house and sat by the bed to look at the back of Yu Xiaoxiu's head. She placed the back of her hand on his burning face. Yu Xiaoxiu's head moved slightly closer to her hand. He had a nightmare the entire afternoon, talking and moaning in pain. Now, he finally fell asleep peacefully. Yu Shu looked at the black ring on her finger and thought about Taoist Qin Zheng. Her emotions were very complicated. It had happened so suddenly that she hadn't reacted at the time. Now that she thought about it, did Qin Zheng not predict her current situation? He probably knew what was going on and even added fuel to the fire, using the excuse of buying a red string to send her back to the Ji family. Otherwise, why would Ji Xiaogu be waiting for her in the Kong family's e-house, despite the vastness of Yang City? Yu Shu didn't believe that Qin Zheng deliberately sent her to the tiger's mouth, but he did it. What was the reason? Yu Shu didn't have the mood to think about it for the time being. But she knew that it was impossible to rely on Qin Zheng to get out of trouble now. With Zhao Hui's life in danger, she was very sure that Qin Zheng wouldn't show up again before this matter ended. Then she had to find another way to get rid of the Ji family. Before Aunt Lu came back with the medicine, Ji Haotani sent someone to the courtyard to find Yu Shu. Yu Shu left Qiu Xiang to take care of Yu Xiaoxiu and followed the person. Just a moment ago, it was a shack with mud walls, with dim lights and cold walls. After passing through a few walls, they arrived at a place with vermilion eaves and glazed tiles, with bright and clean windows. Ji Xiaogu met Yu Shu in a corridor of the West Stride Courtyard's dining hall. When she arrived, he was having his dinner. His fingers held a pair of red bamboo chopsticks, and he picked up some food and put it into his mouth. The table was filled with dishes of red and green, and the celadon with lotus edges. Just one look at it would make one's appetite rise, but when Yu Shu saw it, she felt nauseous. She knew that Ji Haotani didn't think it was a big deal. In his eyes, they were probably 2 dogs raised by the Ji family. Because he gave them a few meals, he raised them for a while. He could beat them to vent his anger or give them as gifts. Ji Xiaogu picked up the white handkerchief beside him and wiped the oil off his mouth. He then took a sip of tea to rinse his mouth and spat it into the spittoon at his feet. Only when his mouth felt refreshed did he raise his head to look at Yu Shu. He first scrutinized her face and was very satisfied to see a tame expression that had not been present during the day. Have you thought it through? Yes, I have. Good, Ji Haotani smiled. His eyebrows were long and curved, and when he smiled, he gave people a false impression of kindness. I know you must hate me in your heart, but it doesn't matter. I won't lower myself to the level of a child like you. I can see that you are somewhat smart. If you think about it carefully, I know that the Shui family is one of the top families in the capital. If you can really marry into such a family, it may not be a bad thing for you. It's late tonight, go back and have a good sleep. The Shui family has already arrived. Tomorrow, I will send someone to teach you the rules and etiquette. You should learn it well. Maybe the day after tomorrow, I will take you to be seen by others. If there are no mistakes, this marriage is set. But if you play tricks and embarrass the Ji family and ruin this marriage, I think you should know what will happen. Yu Shu looked up at Ji Haotani, and with a straight face, she said in a muffled voice, I will learn the rules well. I will also listen to your words. I will not run around. Can you not let people watch me and allow me to go out? Yushu's reaction was within Ji Hyotani's expectations. As a successful businessman, he liked the feeling of controlling people's emotions. No, before this marriage is set, you should stay in the house obediently. Yushu frowned. Everyone could see that she was dissatisfied now. Ji Hyotani thought that she would lose her temper, but she endured it. She lowered her head and said, "Can you let Xiaoxiu live with me? He is seriously injured. I am worried about him. Without him in front of me, there is also Aunt Lu. She has always been taking care of us." This time, Ji Hyotani nodded generously. He needed Yushu to be obedient and not make trouble for him. If he pushed her too hard, she would do something desperate. "Thank you, third master." Yushu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her request to go out was just a pretense. What she really wanted was for Ji Hyotani to agree to let them live together instead of being separated. She had not yet planned how to get out of trouble, but one of the prerequisites to leave the Ji family was that Yu Xiaoxiu was with her. Without Yu Xiaoxiu, she couldn't go anywhere. "Complice and Miss Beck." Yushu was led out and walked down the stairs. After taking a few steps, she turned her head back to look at Ji Xiaogu, who was drinking with his head tilted back. A cold smile appeared in her eyes. Before getting out of trouble, she would teach the Ji family an unforgettable lesson. ****. The next morning, the Ji family brought gifts to visit the guest house. It was Su Li who met them, but the eldest young master of the Shui family didn't show up last night. When Ji Xiaochun asked, Su Li only said that the eldest young master was still resting and refused to say anything else. Then he changed the topic to the concubine who replaced Miss Ji. He asked them to bring Yushu here tomorrow and let the Shui family have a look at her. Both of them were born with the lowest fate. The Bicha life girl and the widow life girl were similar but different. The former only had a cheap life, while the latter had to deal with others. It was understandable that the Shui family would be so cautious. Before leaving, Su Li asked the servants to bring 2 gift boxes and gave them to Ji Xiaochun. He said that one was for old lady Ji and the other was for Miss Ji. Ji Xiaochun accepted it and went to the carriage. He opened the box curiously and gasped. The gift from the Shui family to old lady Ji was a purple Ganoderma. Its skin was dark purple and shiny. Such a purple Ganoderma was beyond the scope of herbs and could be called a treasure. The gift for Ji Xingxuan was a painting. Ji Xiaochun pulled the scroll and let Ji Hyotani open it. It was a picture of a spring orchid. Ji Hyotani, who had seen many treasures, couldn't help but tremble when he saw the name and seal on it. County Magistrate Ma saw that the 2 brothers were shocked. He leaned over and saw the signature. He shouted in surprise, "It's Mr. Jingmin's painting. What the Shui family sent must be authentic." Ma Tingxian stroked the painting in fascination and said enviously, "Only a family like the Shui family would be willing to spend so much money." The 2 brothers of the Ji family looked at each other. The joy of receiving the gift was not as good as the fear in their hearts. 2 gifts like this was the real momentum of a rich and powerful family. People couldn't even lift their heads. Ji Xiaogu looked at the 2 gifts laid out in front of him and suddenly began to question his father's decision. In order to wait for the 7th prince's response, he had delayed the Shui family like this. In the future, even if they managed to gain the emperor's favor, if the Shui family were to be enraged, even with the 7th prince standing between them, would they be able to withstand it? Last night, Yu Xiaoxiu was carried to the small courtyard where Yushu lived. Aunt Lu came with them. The next morning, the old maid sent by Ji Hyotani to teach Yushu manners arrived before Yu Xiaoxiu's fever went down. A tailor came with her. When Yushu was feeding medicine to Yu Xiaoxiu, she was dragged out and measured her figure. As soon as the tailor left, the old woman surnamed Huang grabbed Yushu's arm, frowned, and looked at her from head to toe. As she picked out her faults, she untied Yushu's hair, pinched her waist, and finally held up her fingers to check the length of her nails, as if she was choosing pork from vegetables. Yushu didn't understand, so she didn't know that this kind of old woman was specially trained to train the concubines of the rich families. When concubine Chui married into the Ji family, she was taught a lesson for a month. Only after she became a decent woman was she allowed to serve Ji Xiaogu. Why is your hair so short? Your mouth is dry. Don't cross your legs when you stand. Keep your legs together. Keep them together. The yellow-haired woman kicked Yushu's feet a few times with her shoes, forcing her to correct her shoulder-length steps into an inner 8. Yushu saw that the woman was old and didn't say anything mean to her. She silently said, "Respect the old and love the young," and closed her eyes to let the old maid do whatever she wanted. Chapter 97. When it was almost lunchtime, Yu Xiaoxiu woke up. He was in a daze and didn't know what was going on, but his fever had subsided. Yu Shu quickly asked Aunt Lu to go to the kitchen to find some light food. She sat by the bed and talked to Yu Xiaoxiu. "Sister, where is this?" "It's the Ji family." Yu Shu stroked his hair and let him lie on the pillow. She roughly told him how Ji Hyotani caught her on the street, but she didn't mention that the Ji family wanted to give her to someone as a concubine. She didn't hide it on purpose, but she saw that he wasn't in a good mood, so she planned to tell him in a few days. Yu Xiaoxiu reacted half a beat late. He nervously grabbed Yu Shu's hand and asked hoarsely, "You weren't beaten, were you?" "Silly, I'm fine." Yu Shu was now happy. She didn't mention that Yu Xiaoxiu didn't go to school for the past few days. It wasn't that she forgot, but she planned to settle the score with him after autumn. Yu Xiaoxiu agreed obediently. The whip wound on his back hurt so much that he couldn't even breathe. It hurt so much that he wanted to cry. When he thought about how his sister had suffered the same pain a few months ago, she was kicked out of the house alone and almost died on the side of the road. Now that she was caught again, his heart couldn't be more depressed. He hated the Ji family to the core, but he also felt afraid. "What's wrong? Does the wound hurt?" When Yu Shu saw him crying, she wanted to take a shoe to the Ji family and beat them up. "Doctor, he came to see you yesterday. Eat something later, and I'll change your dressing. The wound will heal in a few days and it won't hurt anymore." "Sister, I don't want to stay in the Ji family." Yu Xiaoxiu cried softly. "Isn't it good to live with Aunt Huai? I found a job running errands in a bookstore. The shopkeeper said that he would give me 300 copper coins a month. Sister, I don't want to go to private school anymore. I don't want to learn. I want to leave. I don't want to stay in their family." Yu Shu's heart ached when she saw his crying face. She rubbed his head and coaxed, Okay, we won't live in the Ji family. You should recuperate first. When you recover, I'll take you away, okay?" "Yes." Yu Xiaoxiu cried for a while and then fell asleep. Yu Shu covered him with his socks and got up to pour a cup of herbal tea to quench the anger in her stomach. She calmed down and thought about the current situation. She had a rough plan. Yu Xiaoxiu's injury hadn't healed yet. Her movements were restricted, so she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Yesterday, Ji Hyotani made it very clear that the Ji family attached great importance to the marriage with the Shui family. If this matter was ruined by her, according to the Ji family's vengeful character, she would definitely suffer the consequences. On the other hand, as long as she obediently dealt with the Shui family, she and Xiaoxiu would be safe. She asked Aunt Lu yesterday. Even if she took a concubine, the Shui family couldn't just take her away. There must be a procedure in the process. During this period, she was left with time to prepare for her escape. Money, travel expenses, helpers, and timing. After arranging all these, when the new marriage between the Shui family and the Ji family was settled, she would leave with Yu Xiaoxiu. She would change her surname somewhere else and leave the mess to the Ji family to clean up and let them fight each other. At present, she could only pretend to be polite to the Ji family so that they wouldn't suspect her and it would be convenient for her to act in the future. In the afternoon, Ji Hyotani called Yu Shu to him and informed her that he would take her to the Shui family's guest house tomorrow to be a fortune teller. He warned her again and again about the importance of this matter. Yu Shu promised that she wouldn't play tricks before asking someone to send her back. After measuring her figure in the morning, someone sent her clothes in the evening. When Yu Shu was amazed at the tailor's speed, the yellow-haired woman told her sarcastically that the clothes were directly modified from ready-made clothes. In other words, she picked up other people's clothes to wear. In this regard, Yushu did not show that she minded. She just thought of the green dress that Zhao Hui had asked someone to make for her, and then looked at the material in her hand, which was more like her silk and satin. There was not the slightest feeling of eagerness when she wore the dress. Instead, it was very boring. After measuring the size of the clothes, the yellow-haired woman does extra practice at night. She corrects her salute posture and the tone of her voice. Finally, she boils a large bucket of water and lets Yushu take a bath. This is the first time that Yushu has taken a full bath in several months. She is impressed by the quality of the products. Without the supervision of the yellow-haired woman, she soaks in 2 buckets of water and comes out with a heavy head and feet. Because these things are carried out in the next room, and Yushu whispers to Aunt Lu and Qiu Xiang, Yu Xiaoxiu, who can't move on the bed, doesn't know that his sister is going to check the goods for them tomorrow. The night passes. Before dawn, Yushu is shaken awake. The yellow-haired woman stands at the head of her bed like a ghost and pulls her up with a maid she has never seen before. After changing clothes and washing up, she is pushed to sit in front of the mirror to comb her hair. It is the maid who does it. In a few seconds, she picks up Yushu's waist-long hair and divides it into 2 halves. Half of it is tied up with a ring and fixed, and the other half is divided into several strands and tied with small knots one by one. When combing her hair, the yellow-haired woman doesn't waste time and begins to put on makeup for her. She brings a set of tools and opens a box with drawers. Powder, eyebrow strips, rouge, and perfume are all available. Yushu is very sensitive to the smell of powder. She pours her head on her face, inhales it through her nose, and sneezes loudly. She blows away the half-box of powder in the yellow-haired woman's hand and makes white foam all over her clothes and table. This almost makes the old woman fall out with her, but after that, she has been treating her coldly. Close your eyes, look up, open your mouth, don't frown. After struggling with her head and face, Yushu rubs her nose and looks at the bronze mirror. She sees a pink face and a pair of red faces. Fortunately, there is no pair of red faces. Otherwise, she must wonder where the yellow-haired woman used to do makeup for people. The next step is to put on clothes. Before putting on a skirt, the yellow-haired woman takes a belt as wide as a palm and wraps it around her waist. After wrapping it around her waist twice, Yushu is unwilling. She wants to strangle her to death. Unfortunately, her protest is ineffective. Yushu's waist of 1 foot and 8 inches is still forcibly reduced by a size. As a result, her originally underdeveloped chest becomes straighter and bigger. In the end, the yellow-haired woman adds jewelry to her body. After hanging one piece, she tells her, "Don't lose these things. If you come back missing one, you have to pay for it with your own money." Yushu secretly rolls her eyes. It turns out that this outfit is temporarily provided. She has to return it later. She doesn't know which sponsor is so stingy. After tidying up, the yellow-haired woman turns her around twice. She feels that she has left something behind. The maid beside her reminds her of the fan. She pats her forehead and hurriedly goes to the cabinet in the room to rummage. She really finds a yarn dough fan, pats the dust, and gives it to Yushu. "Take it well. Cover your eyes and head. Don't let others see it easily." Before dawn, Yushu packs up her luggage. Yu Xiaoxiu is still sleeping. Ji Hyotani sends someone to call her. She tells Aunt Lu a few words and follows to the west courtyard. Third Master. When Yushu sees him, she first salutes according to what the yellow-haired woman taught her yesterday before entering. She has always been good at acting. Ji Hyotani is eating breakfast. When he sees Yushu, he puts down the spoon and looks at her carefully. He doesn't say anything, but Yushu can see that his eyes are satisfied. "Have you had breakfast? Let's get hungry first to avoid embarrassing ourselves." Well, in order not to let her find the toilet at the last minute, they don't even have breakfast. It's still Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani. Today, they don't go out by carriage. Instead, they carry 3 sedan chairs. They go out from the east gate and go to the Shui family's guest house. Yushu sits in the sedan chair. She is hungry and shakes her waist. When they arrive, the sedan chair suddenly stops. She almost vomits last night's dinner. She is strong, so she adjusts after taking a few deep breaths. When the curtain of the sedan chair is lifted, she puts her hand on Chiu Xiang outside and bends down to get off the sedan chair. She doesn't forget to cover her mouth with the curtain. There is a house on the side of the road. The black wooden door is closed tightly. There is only one gilded word, shui, on the plaque above the door. There are two big lanterns hanging on the door. Red gauze clothes and yellow cattail tassels. Ji Xiaochun asks the servant to knock on the door. After a while, Yushu sees the door is opened from the inside with a squeak. A servant wearing a headscarf stands at the threshold and says to them, "It's the two masters of the Ji family. Our Governor Su is waiting inside. You can come in." Yushu follows Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani into the Shui family's guest house. Under the cover of the house, she looks at the scenery of the garden on the road. Because of the jet lag, she thinks about the sesame paste and chives sold at the entrance of the alley. The servant leads them to the door of a living room. Yushu sees three people sitting in the room. When they see Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani, they just stand up from their seats and don't come forward to welcome them. Obviously, they aren't enthusiastic. On the contrary, Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani walk in with smiles on their faces. Yushu hears Ji Xiaochun call the middle-aged man with a stern face, "Housekeeper Su." Then they introduce each other. Premier Zhou, Yuming's third-year Dian physiognomy, is the top 10. This is Heisher. Yuming's sixth-year Dian physiognomy is the top 100 in 2 subjects. Fengdu is working for our Shui family. This time, great-grandfather ordered me to specially bring them here. Mentioning the Dian physiognomy in front of the children of the Ishue family is clearly a show of strength to them. If they passed the Dian physiognomy, the two brothers wouldn't have gone into business and stayed in the manor. They would have gone to the capital with old Master Ji. The two brothers of the Ji family maintain a smile on their faces, but they're probably cursing in their hearts. Yushu knows that this is a delicate situation. She uses a fan to cover the smile on her face and watches with relish as Ji Hyotani pretends to be a grandson. Her throat isn't dry, her waist doesn't hurt anymore, and even her stomach isn't hungry anymore. But soon she can't take pleasure in others' misfortune. Because they turn their faces and change the topic to her and Ji Yunshu. "Is this your daughter?" Su Li looks at the door and sees a young lady in an apricot yellow shirt and a willow skirt standing gracefully. Half of her face is covered by a red fan. Her forehead is honey white, revealing only a pair of willow eyebrows and a pair of almond-shaped eyes. She looks very obedient. Su Li is a little surprised. He didn't think that the young lady of the Ji family is a pretty girl. "That's my daughter." Ji Hyotani beckons Yushu to come over. "Yushu, come and meet Governor Su." Yushu obediently walks forward. When she lowers her head, she puts down the fan. After turning sideways to bow, she raises her head again to cover her face with the fan, just barely revealing her face. Her movements are so smooth that the second son of the Ji family, who knows what's going on, is shocked. It's impossible to tell that this is the thief girl who was kicked out of the house for stealing fish. Chapter 98. After greeting each other, everyone took their seats. Ji Hyotani took out Yushu's 8 characters and household registration. The other parties started to calculate on the spot. After about the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, there was a result. This woman's 8 characters are indeed lowly and her fate is light. It is similar to eldest young master's 8 characters. There are no signs of hindrance. It is possible to use it to offset her fate. Recently, Yushu had been talking about how lowly people's lives were. She had developed a resistance to it. Listening to them talking about her 8 characters, she was able to multitask and memorize the 1,000-word formula of the 6 refutations method. "Can I have a look at your appearance?" The physiognomist surnamed Zhou suggested. Ji Hyotani nodded at Yushu. Yushu then put down her fan. The 8 characters could be remembered incorrectly and could be forged. However, one's appearance could not be changed randomly. From this, one could see the cautiousness of the Shui family. Plain and mediocre, not related to anyone. It does match with the 8 characters. That's right. At first, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Listening to the physiognomist Zhou's judgment, Ji Hyotani and Ji Xiaochun's expressions relaxed. They didn't want something to happen right after. Huh. The physiognomist, Zhou, suddenly stood up and walked 2 steps towards Yushu. He said something offensive and stared at her for a while. He frowned and asked, "Miss, have any relatives met with a bloody disaster recently?" Yushu blinked and turned her head to look at Ji Hyotani. This look was not important, but she revealed her fear, which proved that it was true. Ji Hyotani saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly explained to Su Li, "This child's brother was naughty a few days ago and was beaten by me. It has nothing to do with her." The Shui family now wanted a lowly woman who could pave the way for Ji Xingxuan's marriage. They didn't want a widowed woman who would implicate 3 relatives. There was no problem with Yushu's 8 characters, but there was a mistake in her appearance. Many people knew that the cause of the disaster was related to the person with the appearance. Even though Ji Hyotani explained, Su Li was not at ease. He ignored Ji Hyotani and turned his head to look at the physiognomist Zhou. The physiognomist thought for a while and looked at Yushu. He said, "Wait for 3 days. I will look at her face and see if the disaster will go away. If she is angry, there is no harm. If she is calm, then this woman is not desirable." Not desirable? Ji Hyotani's expression changed even faster than Ji Xiaochun's. He forced a smile and said, "Governor Su, 3 days? Come back in 3 days." Su Li got up and interrupted Ji Hyotani's words. He put on a posture of seeing them off. The Ji family brothers knew that it was useless to say more. They got up helplessly. "Then we will leave first. We will come back in 3 days. I will see you out." Su Li was polite today. He didn't directly call the servants to see them off. Instead, he personally saw them off. Yushu walked at the back. She saw Ji Hyotani turn his head and stare at her. She innocently shrugged her shoulders at him. It was him who thought he was smart and beat up Yu Xiaoxiu to threaten her. Now that things were ruined, it wasn't her fault. The physiognomist that the Shui family hired was quite skilled. He could tell that her brother was in trouble just by looking at her face. No wonder the Ji family didn't dare to find someone to fool them. They wanted to use her, a dog *T life. But was the fate of Miss Ji really so good? Did she need to sacrifice herself to pave the way for her? If she couldn't find a dog *T woman and couldn't find the right man, wouldn't she have to be an old woman for the rest of her life? Yushu thought about it maliciously. When they arrived at the gate, Ji Xiaochun gestured for Su Li to stop. He went down the steps in front of the gate first. When he turned around to call the sedan across the street, he heard the sound of hooves coming from behind. They turned around and saw a horse galloping towards them from the corner of the street. In a blink of an eye, it rushed in front of them. Ji Hyotani and Ji Xiaochun hurriedly stepped back to avoid it. They heard a low reprimand and the horse shook the reins. The horse's hooves brushed past them with a sense of malice. Hiss! Yushu looked up along the horse's leg. First, she saw a pair of black boots, then tightly tucked trousers, a reddish-brown waistband, and broad shoulder embroidery. She looked up again. Say, the sun hurt her eyes. She turned her head and almost missed the face. Eldest young master? Su Li stepped over the threshold and went forward to lead the horse for eldest young master Shui. He looked up and asked, "Why did you go out alone? You are not familiar with the roads in Yang City. Where is Hadaku?" Eldest young master? The eldest young master of the Shui family? The Shui family's eldest young master who didn't have the life to marry Miss Ji, but wanted to marry Miss Ji? Yushu thought about it. When she was about to look up, she remembered that she was almost blinded by the light just now. She quickly lowered her head and pricked up her ears to listen to them. Who are they? Eldest young master Shui ignored Su Li's question. He pointed the horsewhip at Ji Hyotani and Ji Xiaochun, who were almost hit by him, and asked. It was hard for the 2 masters of the Ji family to pretend to smile after almost lying under his horse's hooves. Su Li said, "Didn't we meet the night before yesterday? These 2 are the masters of the Ji family, and that one is the miss of the Ji family." The miss of the Ji family? Ji Xingxuan? Obviously, this eldest young master Shui had not seen Miss Ji before. Otherwise, he would not have mistaken her based on her figure. Hearing this, Yu Shu felt the gaze of the person on the horse. She lowered her head and pretended to be stupid. Unfortunately, she was neither the miss of the Ji family nor Ji Xingxuan. She was a dog-shit girl. No, this is another Miss Yu. Oh, this word was slightly dragged out. She's the girl who forced me to be a concubine. Everyone present could hear that eldest young Master Shui's last word was a sneer. Yu Shu even smelled some disdain in it. It seemed that it was directed at her. Immediately, she felt a sense of disgust towards this eldest young Master Shui whom she had never met before. The scene was a little awkward. Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani did not know whether to leave or stay. They wanted to talk to this eldest young Master Shui, but he did not even look them in the eye. Well, the marriage had not been settled. Both of them were not in-laws yet. In the eyes of Master Shui, they were just two people with no status. There was no reason to force him to be polite to them. Ahem, Su Li cleared his throat. Please go back. We'll talk in 3 days. Ji Xiaochun hurriedly replied, Okay. Then we'll take our leave. The two of them walked towards the sedan chair. Yu Shu followed behind them with the help of a maidservant. She did not know if it was an illusion, but she felt that eldest young Master Shui was staring at her. When she reached the sedan chair, the sedan bearers lowered the head of the sedan chair. When she bent down to get on the sedan chair, her heart skipped a beat. She turned her head to look at the horse in front of the door. Her gaze shifted upwards, avoiding the sunlight. She saw an arrogant face and a pair of mocking eyes. Thump. Her eyes widened as she blinked in disbelief. However, the face that was clearly illuminated by the sunlight didn't change at all. The nose was the nose, the eyes were the eyes. It was clearly the same face, but there were a few more strands of hair in front of his forehead and he had changed his clothes. However, the completely unfamiliar expression and the different accent made it impossible for her to believe that this was the person she knew. It was him, right? Was it him? What are you looking at? Shui Rui pulled on the reins and moved his hand. The horse obediently turned around and walked a few steps forward. It looked down at Yu Shu, who was beside the sedan chair. Yu Shu felt inexplicably nervous. She lowered the fan in her hand and revealed her entire face. She raised her head and used a volume that no one else could hear to call out, "Brother Chow?" Shui Rui frowned as he looked at her. There was not a trace of familiarity on his face. What did you say? Yu Shu stared at his face. She secretly laughed and raised her fan. Nothing. She lowered her head and entered the sedan chair. The sedan bearers lifted her up and quickly followed the two sedan chairs in front. Shui Rui rubbed his chin as he watched the 3 palanquins vanish around the corner, and then he leaped off the horse before passing the reins to Su Li, who'd suddenly arrived by his side, and said, "This Ji clan is truly interesting." Su Li did not comment. Eldest young master, where is Hotaku? How would I know? Shui Rui wrapped the silver whip in his hand and strode into the courtyard. Su Li led the horse and stood at the door. After a while, he heard a shout from the other side of the street. He looked up and saw a horse hurriedly running over. Young master, wait for this little one." Yu Shu felt that her friendship with Chao Zixin was not small. Others might mistake him for someone else, but they had been together for a long time. If he changed his hairstyle, changed his clothes, or spoke in a low voice, he would mistake him for someone else. Then she would really have wasted her eyes, unless there was another person in this world who looked exactly like him. On the way back to the Ji family, Yu Shu was puzzled. Why did Chao Zixin suddenly become the eldest young master of the Shui family? Why did he pretend not to know her? Did he have something difficult to say, or did he hurt his head and forget her? After considering the probability of the accident, Yu Shu was more inclined to believe that he had other reasons. From what housekeeper Su said, it seemed that he didn't know that Chao Zixin had lived in Yang City for a few months. Could it be that there was something wrong with this housekeeper? Because there was too little information for her to analyze, she couldn't figure it out after thinking about it. It took her a long time to remember that she should be angry at this moment. This guy was obviously the eldest young master of a rich family. He didn't know how to be generous to her. He only gave her 10 copper coins a day and made her do this and that. Damn it. Then she was shocked. Since Chao Zixin was eldest young master Shui, didn't it mean that she was actually going to be sent to Chao Zixin as a concubine? But as soon as this idea came up, Yushu broke out in a cold sweat. She was still sitting in the sedan chair. She took out the copper coins that never left her cuff and held them in her palm. She wanted to concentrate, but she couldn't concentrate to ask for divination. She tried a few times, but it was an empty hexagram. She couldn't get it. In the end, she could only put away the money unhappily and beat her thigh. Suddenly, eldest young master Shui became an acquaintance. Her original plan had to be put on hold. The most important thing now was to find a way to contact Chao Zixin. It was best to talk to him in private. She wanted to know what happened to him. How could he become another person when he went to sweep a tomb? No matter what, Yushu was still optimistic about Chao Zixin becoming eldest young master Shui. He was a friend and not an enemy. Maybe they could cooperate. However, the man with the face of Chao Zixin and the unruly look on his face just now was really an eyesore. Chapter 99. The sedan stopped in front of the Ji mansion. Yushu followed Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani into the gate. The two people in front of her didn't look good. They frowned so much that they could kill a fly. Yushu covered her mouth with a fan and snickered. Suddenly, Ji Hyotani turned his head and looked at her with a gloomy face. Are you happy? Yushu shook her head. No. Ji Hyotani snorted and waved his hand to the servant. Send Miss Ji back to her room. Yushu waved her fan and followed the servant away. She could still hear second brother Ji's grumbling voice behind her. What's going on? We've clearly taken care of everything, and now there's a bloody disaster. When she returned to the small courtyard, old woman Huang was waiting for her. She took off all her clothes and left an empty shelf for her. Yushu untied her dress and removed the belt around her waist. When she lifted up the hem of her dress, she saw that there were red marks on her white and tender waist. She really didn't know how long she could endure it. After changing into a loose dress, Yushu went to the next room to see Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu's condition today was better than yesterday. He was sober and could eat. He didn't sweat anymore. However, he still couldn't turn over, so he lay on the bed and talked to Yushu. Sister, where did you go this morning? I asked Aunt Lu, but she didn't tell me. Yushu thought that she had to let him know sooner or later. Moreover, she saw Chao Zixin today. She thought that there was no better time than now, so she poured a glass of water and sat down. She asked Qiu Xiang to go out and asked Aunt Lu to guard outside. It's like this. Hearing Yushu said that the Ji family wanted to send her to be a concubine, Yu Xiaoxiu was so angry that he almost jumped up from the bed. That's their plan. How shameless. Yushu reached out and pressed his back, and Yu Xiaoxiu lay back in pain. Don't interrupt. Let me finish or I won't talk to you anymore. Yu Xiaoxiu had no choice but to bite his lip and endure his anger. After listening to Yushu's explanation, he slammed the headboard of the bed a few times. Damn it, I knew they were up to no good. After venting his anger, he looked up and saw Yushu's calm look, so he said anxiously, Sister, why aren't you worried at all? Are you really going to replace Miss Minglan to be a concubine? Lower your voice, lower your voice. Yushu put her hand on her lips to signal him to be quiet. She lowered her head and whispered in his ear, I'm not so kind to be a concubine for someone. We have no other choice now. Third Master sent people to keep an eye on me, and you can't move. We can only deal with them for the time being, and then find a chance to escape. You need to recover quickly and don't worry about anything else. Just wait for my arrangement. Yushu didn't tell Yu Xiaoxiu about Chao Zixin because she wanted to find out what happened on his side. She had received his kindness many times and owed him several favors. This time, she wanted to set up the Ji family, but she didn't want him to be involved. While Yushu was thinking about how to contact Chao Zixin, The young master of the Shui family took the initiative to come to the door early the next morning. Hearing the identity of the visitor, the Ji family's servant politely invited him in through the door and hurriedly ran to the backyard to inform the others. Because it was in the morning, only Ji Lauer was at home. When he heard the report, he hurried to the tea room of the south courtyard and saw young Master Shui waiting in the hall. Mr. Shui. As soon as Ji Xiaochun saw young Master Shui, he remembered that he was hit by a horse in front of the guest house of the Shui family yesterday. Thinking that this person was one of the candidates for his future son-in-law, he was unhappy, but he didn't show it. Shui Rui was admiring a painting with his hands behind his back. He turned around when he heard Ji Yunshu's voice and greeted him politely. Compared to yesterday's condescending attitude, he was much more polite today. Uncle Ji. This uncle made Ji Xiaochun flattered. When he was about to climb up, he saw Shui Rui turn around and point to the painting on the wall, saying, Lu Xiangnan's paintings are of high quality, but his calligraphy has never been good, so there are few inscriptions on his paintings that have been passed down to the later generations. This painting is signed by Lu Xiangnan, and the painting is also good. It's a pity that this small letter with meticulous brushwork is a fake. I heard that the Ji family of Yang is hospitable and friendly, but they still hang fake paintings in the guest room? After making comments, Shui Rui turned to look at Ji Xiaochun, who had a stiff smile on his face. Without waiting for him to answer, he retreated to a chair and sat down. He held up a cup of tea and said, I heard that the fourth miss of your family has returned home to visit the sick. She is still in the mansion. Can you ask her to come out and see me? Ji Xiaochun was dumbfounded. He hadn't said a word, and Master Shui directly asked to see his daughter. This request was obviously inappropriate, but he made it sound as if it was a matter of course. I'm afraid it's not convenient. Xingxuan only knew a few days ago that her family intended to arrange her marriage with the Shui family. Although part of it was hidden from her, now that she was asked to see Master Shui, she didn't know if the child would think too much. Not convenient? Shui Rui knocked on the lid of his teacup and raised his eyes to look at Ji Xiaochun. If I remember correctly, Miss Ji is studying at the Imperial Historian's Library. You're not a young lady who stays indoors all the time, right? I was studying abroad before this, so I didn't have the chance to meet her in the capital. Now that I'm here to visit her, what's so inconvenient about that? Or is she out? Ji Xiaochun's forehead was already sweating. He couldn't curse his daughter to be sick, nor could he say that his daughter went out. He had no choice but to agree. Sir Shui, please wait a moment. I'll send someone to call her. Thank you, Tu. Ji Xiaochun went out to call the servant and whispered a few words in his ear. He turned his head to look at eldest young Master Shui, who was sitting in the tea room and looking around. The first 2 times he met this Master Shui, he only thought that this Master Shui was a playboy. Now that he saw him again, he felt that he wasn't simple. His daughter shouldn't be taken advantage of when she was in the same room with him. With this thought in mind, Ji Xiaochun had an idea and called for another servant. Go to the courtyard and find third master's Miss Yu. After the servant left to eat a meal, Ji Xiaochun sat in the tea room with Shui Rui. Suddenly, he heard the crisp sound of an ornament coming from outside the door. He knew that his daughter had arrived. Shui Rui also heard the noise, so he put down his teacup and went to the door. He saw a slender figure on the floor. She was wearing a lotus skirt that was half rolled up. She had a yellow embroidered foot and half a pair of snow socks. She held a handkerchief in her hand and lifted the hem of her skirt. When she put it down, she looked up and saw a bright moon on her forehead. Her eyebrows were sharp, and half a fragrant handkerchief covered her hibiscus face. This was the Ji family Ji Xingxuan. Father. As soon as Ji Xiaochun saw his precious daughter, he became spirited. He stood up and introduced her. Xingxuan, come here. This young master is Minister Shui's Sir Shui, Gaokai. Ji Xingxuan half turned around and looked at Shui Rui. She was good at reading people's faces, so when she saw that the person in front of her was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, she generously saluted, Sir Shui. Shui Rui raised his brows and smiled, looking extremely heroic. Miss Ji. Ji Xiaochun looked at this pair of young people and thought of the phrase, golden boy and jade girl. He secretly thought that if he couldn't get close to the royal family, this young master of the Shui family would be a match for his daughter's appearance. While Ji Xiaochun was looking at his son-in-law, Yu Shu, who had already walked to the door, was also looking inside. She looked at the three people inside the door. She knew Ji Xiaochun, and she also knew Chao Zixin, who was wearing the identity of young Master Shui. As for the young lady with the veil, she must be Xingxuan of the Ji family. Seeing Ji Xingxuan for the first time, Yu Shu's first thought was due to her physiological reaction. This was the young lady who caused her predecessor to be locked up in the ancestral hall and suffocated to death because of a piece of jade. The second thought was, this was the young lady who had an extremely good fortune and needed a dog-shit girl like her to replace her as a concubine. Thinking of this, Yu Shu couldn't help but secretly laugh. This was called having a grudge in the past and a grudge in the present. She took a deep breath and adjusted her expression. She said, "Second master, did you ask for me?" Hearing this, the three people in the room turned their heads and saw a young lady standing at the door. She was wearing a loose gray skirt and a washed white blouse. Her hair was plain and her face was clean. She was obediently looking at the door. Shui Rui frowned, Ji Xingxuan was surprised, and Ji Xiaochun's face stiffened again. He glanced at Shui Rui's expression and thought to himself, "Oh no. I forgot to ask someone to instruct this girl to dress herself up before coming out. This is bad. If young Master Shui sees her sloppy appearance with his own eyes, would the Shui family go back on their word before waiting for 3 days?" Shui Rui pointed at the door and turned to Ji Xiaochun with uncertainty. "Is this the girl who went to the guest house yesterday?" Ji Xiaochun said, "Ah yes." Shui Rui squinted at Yu Shu. "Oh, I really can't recognize you like this." Yu Shu looked at this Master Shui, who was pretending. She sneered in her heart. "Pretend? Do you really think that I can't recognize you after you change your identity? Sooner or later, I will tear it off for you." Ji Xiaochun laughed dryly and winked at Yu Shu. "Aren't you taking care of your brother? Why you here? Go back quickly." Yu Shu pretended not to see it and said blankly, "Didn't you ask someone to call me here?" Ji Xiaochun secretly scolded her for not knowing how to read the situation. He hurriedly drove her away. "Go back. It's none of your business here." Yu Shu turned around and walked 2 steps. She turned back and timidly said to Ji Xiaochun, "Second master, I want to go out." "Go out for what?" "Buy something. Let the servants go. They can't find a place." Yu Shu stayed at the door and refused to leave. She was sure that Ji Xiaochun would not embarrass her in front of outsiders. She took the opportunity to find a chance to go out. Ji Xiaochun was impatient with her pestering. He looked at Master Shui who was watching on the side. He waved his hand and agreed. "Let the servants follow you. Don't run around." "Thank you, second master." Yu Shu achieved her goal. She turned around and left. Ji Xingxuan stood silently at the side from the beginning until the end, and she only bowed to Shui Rui after she watched Ji Xingxuan leave before she said apologetically, "I was rude earlier, young Master Shui." "No problem." Shui Rui looked in the direction of the door and pointed at the chair opposite. "Miss Xingxuan, please sit." Ji Xingxuan nodded. "Mr. Shui, please sit." Ji Xiaochun shouted at the door. "Someone, bring another pot of good tea." Subsequently, after drinking about a pot of tea, with Ji Xiaochun supervising them from the side, Shui Rui only chatted with Ji Xingxuan about some matters regarding the Taisher library. Their conversation was well-mannered and did not go overboard. When he saw that the sun was high up in the sky, he stood up and bade farewell. Before he left, he even said, "I'll come again tomorrow." Chapter 100. Thanks to young Master Shui, Yu Shu was finally allowed to go out. Although there was a tail following her, at least she came out. She walked around the familiar Changmenpa street and easily got rid of the guard Ji Hyotani sent to follow her. Yu Shu walked around 2 streets and trotted to Qin Zheng's small courtyard. As she expected, the house was still the same as when she left that morning. There were empty wine jars and bowls on the stone table outside. The quilt on the bamboo bed was folded by her in a hurry. Even though she had guessed it would be like this, Yushu couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. She had a faint premonition that Qing Zheng had told her everything he needed to tell her that day. She was afraid that she wouldn't see him again in the future. She lay on the wicker chair that Qing Zheng usually sat on for a while. Then she stood up and closed the door and windows. She carried everything into the house and locked the door. She put the key in the doorsill and ran to the alley. The door of Chao Zixin's house was still closed. Yushu touched the dust on the lock. She was surprised that Chao Zixin hadn't come back. She thought of the familiar face yesterday and today. He looked at her with a sarcastic expression. It was so strange that it made her angry. Standing at the door of Chao Zixin's house, she suddenly thought of Mianzhai's shopkeeper Chao, the brother Chao next door. He was gentle and friendly like an old friend. She couldn't help but think of him whenever she was in trouble. It was really a bad habit. She laughed at herself and pulled the lock. Yushu turned around and knocked on the door of Zhao Hui's house. It was He Fangji who opened the door. Dr. He? Xiaoyu? Both of them were surprised to see each other. He Fangji turned sideways to let her in. He looked outside the door and closed the door. He asked in a low voice, "Why are you here? Didn't you say that you couldn't come out?" Yushu looked at the door and whispered, "How is Aunt Hui?" "I'm much better. I just took my medicine. Mrs. Hu from next door went back to cook. I'm watching over her." Yushu nodded, took out a bag of silver and handed it to him. "Please help me give this money to Aunt Hui." He Fangji was stunned. "Aren't you going in?" "No, I'll go in. I don't know how to tell her." Yushu touched her ear and pushed the money back to him. Her voice was a little muffled. "If Aunt Hui asks about me again, tell her that I'm fine. It's not that I didn't come to see her on purpose. It's just that my family is strict." He Fangji could see that she was in a difficult position, so he comforted her. "Don't worry. I'll take good care of her." Yushu was in low spirits and didn't understand the other meaning in his words. She thanked him, looked at the door again, and left without looking back. He Fangji went back to the room. Zhao Hui leaned against the headboard and looked at him. Her eyes were a little sad. "Did Xiaoyu come over?" He Fangji nodded and gave her the bag of money. Zhao Hui's eyes turned red. She said with tears, "Such a good child. Why wasn't she born in a good family?" He Fangji raised his hand and patted her shoulder. "Good people will be rewarded. Aren't you one of them? Don't be sad. She said that she will come back to see you." After giving the money to Zhao Hui, Yushu still had 10 taels of silver left. She went to a tailor shop in the back street and picked a suit of men's clothes. She changed the dress she was wearing and asked the shopkeeper to take care of it. Then, she went out and rented a carriage to go to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce to find Pei Jing. On the way, she divined for herself. When she arrived, Pei Jing happened to be checking the accounts in the backyard. He had a room to himself, but there were only 3 accounts on the table. "Did you solve the problem at home?" Pei Jing put down the abacus in his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. It was rare for Yushu to see him do it himself, so she wasn't curious. "Not yet. I'm here to give you a divination." Yushu took out a crumpled piece of paper and put it on the table. "How come it's 5 days? Didn't you say it's 3 days?" Yushu stood across the table and said with a smile, "I said it's 3 days. I didn't say I can't calculate the next 2 days." Pei Jing heard the meaning behind her words. His eyes lit up and nodded. "You came at the right time. The Chamber of Commerce has a batch of goods tomorrow. By the way, since you're here, I'll give you the money first." He got up and went out to get the money. Yushu stood there and waited for him. She looked at the account book on the table and casually picked it up and flipped through it. To an expert, the account book was like a 3-dimensional database. With just a glance, they could sort out the shape of the account book. To an expert, it was even more clear at a glance. They could roughly see what was wrong. What? Yushu was slightly suspicious. She flipped back 2 pages and ran her finger across a line. She frowned and put the account book down. She flipped through a few more pages and clicked her tongue. She saw that there was only a brush on the table, so she grabbed it and used it to write and draw. Finally, she sneered. What are you doing? When Pei Jing came back and saw Yu Shu writing on his desk, he hurriedly said. He was afraid that she would accidentally ruin the Chamber of Commerce's account. Mr. Pei, Yu Shu embarrassedly put down the brush and scratched her head. I just casually. Can this account not be seen by outsiders? It's okay. It doesn't matter if you see it, but if outsiders see it, it'll be bad. Pei Jing handed over 10 taels of silver notes to Yu Shu, took the account book from her hand, closed it, and threw it aside. He sighed and said, This is a big list of new accounts collected this year. I always felt that something was wrong. I couldn't find it after looking for 2 days. Maybe I was wrong. Yu Shu looked at the account book on the table and looked at Pei Jing's tired look. She reached out and took it. She turned to a page and pushed it in front of him. She pointed at a line and said, Look here. She turned 2 pages and pointed at another place. Look here. Pei Jing was also an expert. He immediately found something was wrong. He straightened his back and reached for the abacus. He clapped and said, And here. Looking at the beads on the abacus, Pei Jing came to a sudden realization. He finally knew that it was not an illusion. The person who set up the accounts had indeed inserted a huge sum of money. He immediately slammed the table, angry and amused. Suppressing his anger, Pei Jing looked up at Yu Shu in surprise and said, I didn't see it. How did you know those places were wrong? Yu Shu pretended to be confused. Didn't you let me look at a lot of accounts before? Something is wrong. I just looked at them strangely, so I knew something was wrong. If he didn't know that it was impossible for Yu Shu to be related to that group of people, Pei Jing would definitely be suspicious of her background. At the moment, there was only the excitement of seeing the prey. You child, you really have a good aptitude. It would be a waste if you don't learn to calculate. Yu Shu had fought her way to the Dan dynasty. This was the first time she was praised for having a good aptitude. She smiled shyly and said, It's teacher who taught me well. If it wasn't for Pei Jing's generous teaching, how could she understand the ancient accounts in such a short time? Good, Pei Jing repeatedly said good. He looked at Yu Shu with undisguised love. If his daughter wasn't already married, he really wanted to accept this kid as a son-in-law. Sir Pei, I have something to ask you. What? Say it. After solving this bad debt, Pei Jing was in a good mood. He crossed his hands and leaned on the back of the chair, waiting to hear what Yu Shu needed his help with. I want to ask, from Yiyang City to the capital, what route should I take? You want to go to the capital? Pei Jing said in surprise. You want to go, to do what? Yu Shu shook her head. I'm asking for someone else. Oh, Pei Jing made a so that's how it is expression, but in his heart, he didn't think so. To go to the capital, just knowing the route is not enough. It's best to follow an escort agency or a caravan. As long as you spend a bit more money, you can bring your own dry rations on the road. Otherwise, if you travel alone, it will be bad if you encounter bandits. Yiyang City's Tongyuan Escort Agency has an escort carriage that goes to the capital almost every month. Their escorts are all good. If it's a caravan, we, Tihan, have our own escort team, so we don't need people to escort the goods. Every month we will also go to the capital. Which one is safer? Pei Jing said without hesitation. Of course it's to follow us, Tian. However, the Chamber of Commerce usually doesn't bring outsiders when they travel. Not bringing outsiders meant that they could bring their own people. Yu Shu understood the meaning behind Pei Jing's words and had a plan in mind. Ashu, if there's anything you need my help with, just say the word. Pei Jing said. Pei Jing was very good at conducting himself, but Yu Shu wasn't stupid. Of course, she wouldn't be moved by his words and ask him for help. If she really needed his help, she would choose another unyielding method. Then you can give me the table now. Let me write something. At noon, Luffy ate 3 dishes and 1 soup with Pei Jing in the headquarters. After saying goodbye to Pei Jing, Yu Shu went to Wanxiang Street. She started from a gambling house on the east side of the street. She won 1 game and then left. She avoided the Bowron Casino and went across half of the street. She won more than 20 taels of silver from 7 gambling houses. Plus the money that Pei Jing gave her, she had 50 taels of silver left, which was more than enough for Luffy. She exchanged a small bag of broken silver for 3 taels of silver in the bank. She hid the rest of the banknotes with her. Recalling that afternoon when Ji Hyotani tore her 10 taels of banknotes, she was still angry. He didn't care about the 10 taels of silver, but the money was enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live a good life for half a year. After dealing with these chores, Yushu returned to Changmenpu Street. She went to the ready-made clothing store to change her clothes and swaggered to the Shui family's guest house. No matter what, she had to see Chao Zixin. No, Master Shui. The Shui family's guest house was closed and the road was deserted. Yushu stayed under the roadside wall diagonally opposite the gate. She waited for a long time, but no one came. Watching the dusk, she had to kick the pebbles to walk to the street. She was absent-minded and didn't pay attention to the movement around. When she turned the corner, a carriage almost brushed her elbow and stopped abruptly. She was still a little confused and turned to look at the behemoth parked beside her. She saw the curtain of the window open and a cold face appeared. "Don't you watch the road? It's you?" Shui Rui looked at the little girl under the window. He was surprised at first, then his eyes flashed and he frowned. "What are you doing here?" Although Yushu hated this face now, she was still happy to bump into him. She looked around and saw that there was no one, then she tiptoed and approached the window. She stared at him and his face was reflected in her bright pupils. She whispered, "Brother Chao, is it you?" Chapter 101. It's you, isn't it? Yushu believed that Chao Zixin would not change into a different person for no reason. He pretended not to know her because there were outsiders present in their previous meetings. She could understand that it was inconvenient to talk. She didn't need him to explain anything to her, and she didn't intend to expose him in front of outsiders. She just needed a little hint from him to let her confirm that he was a friend and not an enemy. She looked straight at the handsome face by the window, hoping to see a little gentleness and friendliness that she was familiar with on him. However, to her disappointment, there was confusion and annoyance on his face. "Brother Chao? Who is that?" As if a basin of cold water had been poured on her head, Yushu clenched her fists and suppressed the fire in her heart. She took a step back and pulled the corner of her mouth. She faked a smile at Shui Shao in the car and said, "No. Nothing, hee." If he didn't want to admit it, why should she force him? She would just treat him as the young master of the Shui family. Shui Rui looked at Yushu, and the kindness in his eyes suddenly disappeared. He moved his lips and said, "What are you doing here alone?" Yushu looked around at the quiet streets, rubbed her arms and smiled bitterly. "I went out with someone in the afternoon and got lost. I got lost and turned here." "Got lost and came here?" Shui Rui smiled ambiguously. It was unknown whether he believed Yushu's lie or not. He knocked on the window with his fingers and said, "Come up, I will send you back." You want to send me back?" Yushu was a little surprised. Shui Shao didn't seem to like her. He turned his face and kindly offered to send her back. Shui Rui frowned. "What's wrong? Didn't you get lost? Do you want to come up or not?" Yushu realized that he was not joking. She immediately went around to the front of the car, lifted the curtain, and climbed up. She would be a fool not to take the car. Besides, it was a good cover for her to run away for a whole day if Shui Shao sent her back in person. Ji Hyotani suspected that she deliberately got rid of the stalker, but he couldn't find trouble with her because of Shui Shao. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The inside of the carriage was very similar to Pei Jing's car. It was not spacious but comfortable enough. Yushu chose a place near the door and sat down. Shui Rui asked the coachman to turn around and go to the Ji family. Shui Rui crossed his hands on his knees as he gazed at Yushu, who sat far away from him and was playing with her fingers with her head lowered. After a while, he suddenly said, "How old are you this year?" After a while, he suddenly said, "How old are you this year?" Yushu was reciting the 3rd section of the 6 refutations method. "You have a younger brother?" "Yes. Yesterday, the fortune teller read your fortune and said that your face was bloody. It seemed that your younger brother had an accident. It was said that he was naughty and was beaten. Is that right? Yushu looked up and saw the sneer in Xue Deshao's eyes. Her eyes darkened and she said softly, yes, he was disobedient and was whipped. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn. Now he is still lying in bed and can't get up. Isn't it bloody? Xue Rui's eyes flickered and he was silent for a while. Suddenly he loosened his hands and leaned forward to pick up the teapot. He poured the tea into 2 porcelain cups embedded in the pear-wood table. He held one cup in his hand and put the other on the corner of the table nearest to her. He sat up again and lifted the curtain with one hand to look outside. Yushu squinted at the cup of tea placed in front of her, and then turned to look at Master Xue who was looking out the window. The depressing feeling from running out was swept away, and she suddenly felt like laughing. Some things, no matter how the outside world changed, were still what they were. She reached for the teacup and gulped it down. She put the teacup back on the coffee table without thanking him. They did not speak along the way. Xue Rui stopped the carriage in front of the Ji family's gate. He didn't turn around to leave. Instead, he got off the carriage with Yushu. The concierge went in to report. Soon, Ji Hyotani rushed to the front door. When he saw Yushu, who had been gone for a whole day, he almost lost his temper. However, when he turned around and saw Xue Rui, he smiled. My daughter was rash. I'll have to trouble Mr. Xue to send her home. It doesn't matter. I just happened to meet her on the street, so I picked her up and brought her back. Xue Rui's tone was as if he picked up something on the street and sent it back to its owner. Ji Hyotani turned to Yushu, who was sloppy. He wanted to give her 2 slaps in his heart, but he still smiled. Have you thanked Mr. Xue? Yushu was happy to see Ji Hyotani holding his breath. She pretended to be shy and glanced at Master Xue. She bowed her head and said, thank you. When Ji Xiaogu saw her revealing her feminine side, he then looked at Xue Rui's dignified appearance. His eyes flickered and he secretly sneered. He thought in his heart, 2 days ago, this wild girl refused to agree no matter what, but she's already taken the bait so quickly. Mr. Xue, it's late. Why don't you stay for a meal? My mother is looking forward to seeing you. After all, he was one of the candidates for the future son-in-law of Ji family. Old Lady Ji was very interested to see him in person. Another day. Xue Rui's mood was lacking, so he immediately excused himself. Without even looking at Yushu, he boarded the carriage and left. As soon as he left, Ji Hyotani's face fell. He said to Yushu angrily, go back to your room. Yushu admired the look of anger on his face again before she left happily. When she returned to the small courtyard, it was already evening. Qiu Xiang was standing in the courtyard in a daze. When she saw Mo Tiange coming in, she ran up to her excitedly. Miss, where did you go? Master, third master was looking for me everywhere, right? Yushu helped her finish her words. This morning, she found that this little maid was not timid and couldn't speak, but she really stuttered. Yes. I know. It's okay. You can go back to your work. Yushu patted her shoulder and entered Yu Xiaoxiu's room. The smell of medicine was still in the room. It was obvious that he had taken medicine not long ago. Yu Xiaoxiu had been lying on the bed for the past few days. Other than sleeping, there was only sleeping. Yushu locked the door upside down, walked to the side of the bed and sat down. She patted him and woke him up. Yu Xiaoxiu yawned and turned his head. You're back. Third master was looking for you. He ran to the courtyard to ask me, but I said I didn't know. Yushu went out in the morning to inform Yu Xiaoxiu, so he wasn't worried when she was gone for a whole day. Unlike the Ji family, they were all afraid that she would run away. Then don't worry about him. Yushu pulled back the quilt and looked at his thin back wrapped in gauze. She gently pressed on his wound. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt as much. It's just a little itchy. Sister, can you scratch it for me? What are you scratching? Bear with it. It'll get more itchy in a few days. Yushu pulled the blanket over him. She changed the topic and said seriously, I went to the Chamber of Commerce today and found a way. When you've recovered, we'll leave. That's right. Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Yushu saw that he was happy. She hesitated and said, Xiao, after we leave, what if you miss your mother? Aunt Chui definitely wouldn't leave with them. She was fine because they didn't have any feelings for each other. Yu Xiao was different. She was his real mother. No matter how cold she was to him, they still had a mother and son relationship. Yu Xiao's eyes darkened. He turned and buried his head in the pillow. He said in a muffled voice, "Mother, it's the same without us." He didn't tell his sister that Aunt Chui came to see him this morning. She didn't say a word of concern or shed a single tear. She just repeatedly told him to listen to Third Elder Master. She warned him to watch his sister and not let her run away. He was beaten up like this. Not only did his mother not feel sorry for him, she also made him listen to that bad guy and guard against his sister. He was angry and wronged, but he couldn't help it. That was his mother. "Sister, don't we still have a few dozen taels of silver? Can you leave half of it for mother?" Yu Shu was afraid that he would be sad. She agreed without thinking, "Okay, I'll think of a way to leave it for her before we leave." In this way, he didn't have enough money on him. He had to find a chance to go out and make more money. Last night, Yu Shu stayed up all night. Recently, she didn't have time to study the law of the time of calamity. Yesterday, she was excited, so she lit the lamp and calculated for the whole night. When it was almost dawn, she packed up the paper and went back to bed. Just when she fell asleep, she was shaken awake. When she opened her eyes, she saw old maid Huang. She thought that she remembered the wrong date. Today, she was going to Shui family's guest house. "Get up and get dressed. Mr. Shui is here." Yu Shu was sore all over and didn't want to move. When she got up, she said angrily, "Why did you call me when he came? Isn't there fourth miss?" Yesterday, young Master Shui also came. If she remembered correctly, he was a guest accompanied by 4th Mississippi Ji Xiaochun, asked her to go to the hall and then drove her away. Why did he want her to show up today? Old maid Huang pulled her arm and pulled her up. She said angrily, "4th Miss will go back to the capital at dawn. 3rd Elder Master wants you to meet a guest. Get up." Left? Yu Shu woke up. She sat up and wiped her face. While putting on her clothes, she was thinking about what was going on. The master left and she was left to replace him. Ji Xingxuan was so generous. Young Master Shui was the man she would marry in the future. Why did it seem that she had nothing to do with him? Yu Shu felt strange for a while and didn't think much about it. Anyway, in her heart, she had to ruin the marriage between the Ji family and the Shui family. If they wanted to claim kinship, she would make them enemies. With a sinister smile, Yu Shu bent over and splashed a handful of cold water on her face. Just like the other day, she put on the waist belt, put on the powder, and hung the accessories. She put on the clothes and pretended to be dressed. Only then did old woman Huang push her out of the courtyard. Together with Qiuxiang, they accompanied her to the southern courtyard. It was not the tea room yesterday. It was a flower hall. Yu Shu was led to the door. She turned around and looked inside. She saw Ji Hyotani sitting and talking with the well-dressed young Master Shui. "Third Elder, Mr. Shui." Yu Shu stood at the door and bowed. She covered half of her face with the fan in her hand and yawned. They looked back at her together. Ji Hyotani frowned and said to her, "Why are you so slow? You made Mr. Shui wait for a long time." Yu Shu yawned again and lowered her eyes without saying anything. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows. He put down the tea in his hand and asked her, "Have you had breakfast?" Yu Shu said honestly, "Not yet." Shui Rui put down the tea in his hand and stood up. He flicked his clothes and said, "Let's go and have breakfast first." Yu Shu made a face and turned to look at Ji Hyotani. What was he going to do? Chapter 102. Early in the morning, Yu Shu is taken out. She follows Shui Rui out of the Ji family. There is no one behind them, only a servant named Hataku. This situation makes Yu Shu feel ridiculous. 2 days ago, she has been thinking hard about how to find an opportunity to meet child Shui. But when she really gets the opportunity, she has nothing to say. Shui Rui takes a few steps forward and finds that Yu Shu doesn't follow him. He turns his head and says, "Why don't you go? Aren't you hungry?" Let's find a place to eat breakfast first. Yu Shu comes back to her senses and goes down the steps. She looks at the carriage opposite and points at it. Don't you want to take the carriage? Shui Rui sneers. I just want to go out for a walk. Why do I need to take the carriage? Lead the way. Yu Shu walks with her heavy legs. She didn't sleep last night. Now she wants to find a place to lie down. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Yu Shu looks up and turns to walk to the east. Shui Rui has long legs. He catches up with her in 2 or 3 steps. He walks beside her, keeping a distance of 3 feet. After they left the street, Yu Shu led him in the direction of Changmenpu Street with familiarity. She paid attention to Shui Rui's reaction, but when she saw that he didn't show the slightest bit of timidity, she led him to South Street and entered a tea house. It's not that she doesn't want to take him to the snack stall to make a fool of himself, but considering that she is eager to find a comfortable place to sit down and rest her legs. It's also the first time for Yu Shu to come to a place like the tea house. She is looking around for a good seat. Shui Rui's attendant, Hataku, has already called the waiter. He asks for a private room and goes upstairs. He takes out a piece of silver and hands it out. Yu Shu thought to herself, rich people are always burning. She followed him to the 2nd floor and sat by the window. Although it was a private room, it wasn't a private room like the one in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Instead, it was a separate tea table separated by a few folding screens. The tea set was arranged properly and could seat 4 people. Waiter, what would you like to order? Shui Rui, a pot of long jing. Yu Shu, what's delicious? The 2 of them spoke at the same time and turned to look at each other. Waiter, sir, we have the best Westlake long jing, hot crab roe buns, and crystal dumplings. Shui Rui, 2 servings of crab roe dumplings. Yu Shu, give me a pot of long jing tea. The 2 of them touched lips again. Yu Shu's shoulders shook and she covered her mouth with her fan. She let out a chuckle. This young Master Shui wasn't that annoying after all. Shui Rui's gaze fell on her curved eyes. He reached for the teacup on the table. When he touched it, he found that it was empty. He coughed lightly and turned to see the waiter still standing there in a daze. He said unhappily, "Didn't you hear? Hurry up and serve the tea." Yes. Please wait for a moment." Hataku stood outside the private room while Yu Shu and Shui Rui sat opposite each other at a tea table. When he turned his head, he could see the scene on the street outside the window. Shui Rui looked out of the building. Yu Shu rested her chin on one hand and covered her face with the fan. She yawned and closed her eyes to doze off. After a while, Shui Rui asked, "Yesterday, I met you on the street and you called me Brother Chow. Who is that?" Yu Shu opened her eyes and looked at the side of his face. She looked at his neatly trimmed sideburns and said slowly, "He is someone I know." Shui Rui turned his head. His arrogant face showed curiosity. "What kind of person is he?" Yu Shu thought for a moment and rolled her eyes. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Hypocritical." Shui Rui was stunned. He frowned and said unhappily, "You mistook me for such a person? Hypocritical, huh?" Yu Shu said, "My eyes were dazzled for a moment." Shui Rui snorted coldly. "You mistook me for someone else twice." "Oh, that means I was dazzled twice," Yu Shu said perfunctorily. Shui Rui wanted to say something, but he heard a waiter coming in with a tray. The waiter put down the teapot and steamer and said, "Enjoy your meal." Yu Shu had been hungry for a long time. She picked up the chopsticks and knocked them on the table to align them. She opened the steamer basket, pinched a white bun with a yellowish hue, and placed it on the plate in front of her. She covered it with a fan, lowered her head, and blew on it. Then she took a small bite, inhaled, and blew on it again before continuing. Shui Rui poured tea for himself. When Yu Shu finished eating the 3 buns, she noticed that he did not move his chopsticks. She stopped and said, "These buns are steamed well and the stuffing is very fresh. Don't you want to try it?" Shui Rui shook his head and did not say anything. He poured another cup of tea. Yu Shu did not care about him and ate until she was full. There were 2 steamers of buns and there was not a single one left. When she put down the chopsticks, Shui Rui laughed. "Your appetite is not small." Yu Shu shyly said, It's okay. Shuirui's face was full of mockery. Was he praising her just now? After eating breakfast, Yushu led Shuirui to walk around Changmen Street. Shuirui saw her listless look and said a few words of ridicule. Yushu took the opportunity to say that she wanted to go back to the Fu. Shuirui did not force her and walked her to the Ji family door. He did not even enter the door before he got on the car and left. As soon as Yushu entered the door, she was found by Ji Hyotani. When they met, he asked her where she and Shuirui went. Yushu told him everything without hiding anything. There was nothing to hide. Ji Hyotani warned her a few words and asked someone to take her away. As soon as Yushu returned to the small courtyard, she fell asleep on the bed. Her clothes and jewelry were taken off and her shoes were taken off by Qiu Xiang. At noon, Aunt Lu called her twice, but she did not wake up. So, she let her sleep. In the afternoon, old maid Huang came to teach her the rules. Yushu had to get up. After sleeping for a while, she felt much better. In the afternoon, old maid Huang taught her the etiquette of drinking tea and pouring tea. Yushu filled her stomach with water and frequently ran to the bathroom. But as soon as she ran, something happened. Her good friend, who was late for a few months, came to report. Speaking of the most troublesome thing for women, it was nothing more than a few days every month. Since Yushu became a little girl and came here, she had never experienced this kind of trouble. If Zhao Hui had not asked her about it, she would have almost forgotten about it. After a month, there was no news from her, so she forgot about it. Suddenly, it came. She called Qiu Xiang, who was outside the door, to find old maid Huang. Yushu's legs were numb from squatting for a long time, so she came with something. Fortunately, the Ji family had a conscience. They did not use ashes on her, but clean tampons. Everything was done. Yushu was supported by Qiu Xiang to go back. It was not because she was weak, but because her legs were numb and she could not walk steadily. Thanks to her good friend, she did not need to drink tea anymore. Old maid Huang said a few words to her and left with the maid. Yushu lay back on the bed. When she was not sleepy, she took out the booklet and flipped through it. She was not afraid of being seen. Anyway, only she could understand the words she wrote with the charcoal pen. The next morning, Shuirui came again. Ji Hyotani was about to go to the gambling house to have a look, but he was stopped. He led Shuirui to sit in the reception hall. Shuirui stood in the reception hall, sat down and drank half a cup of tea. He said, "I heard that there is a scenery in the Ji residence's garden. Can I have a look today?" Ji Hyotani smiled. Sir Shui came at the right time. The scenery in the garden has just opened. The color is thick. I will take you to enjoy it. Shuirui said, "I saw that uncle is going out. There is no need to accompany me. Is your daughter in the residence? Please come out and accompany me." Ji Xiaogu was stunned. Yesterday, Ji Xingxuan had left, and he did not want to leave Shuirui, who had specially paid him a visit, hanging out. That was why he politely suggested that Yushu accompany him for a walk. At that time, Shuirui had agreed, and he did not think much of it. However, Shuirui had come again today, and he had directly mentioned Yushu. That was when Ji Xiaogu felt that something was amiss. Why does it seem like he really likes her? He looked up and down at the dignified young master in front of him, and then thought of his ill-behaved and vulgar stepdaughter. He immediately shook his head and tossed this absurd thought out of his head. It was still possible to fall in love with his second brother Xingxuan after just 1 or 2 meetings, but it was impossible for that wicked girl to fall in love with him. Wait a moment. Ji Hyotani asked a servant to call Yushu. After waiting for a cup of tea, the yellow maidservant came and whispered something in Ji Hyotani's ear. Ji Hyotani's face twisted. He turned his head and said to Shuirui helplessly, "Mr. Shui, my daughter is not feeling well. I'm afraid she can't go to the garden with you today." Not feeling well? Shuirui held the saucer in his hand and glanced at Ji Xiaogu. "Yesterday, I noticed that her face was weak and her body weak. Today, she fell ill. It looks like Miss Yu's health isn't very good." Ji Hyotani's eyelids twitched. He was afraid that Yushu would be misunderstood as sick. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Mr. Shui, you misunderstood. This child has always been in good health. It is just that she has been taking care of her brother recently. She seems to be tired. Shui Rui nodded his head and looked disappointed. All right, I won't go to the garden today. Ji Hyotani persuaded him to stay for a while and then sent him out. When he came back, he looked for the yellow maidservant and asked her to order the kitchen to add a tonic soup for Yushu. She could eat it in the morning and evening to replenish her blood and vitality. On the other side, Yushu also heard that Shui Rui came and asked her to accompany him to the garden. She was suspicious and puzzled about his behavior. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know about Yushu's worries. The wound on his back had formed a scab and began to itch. When no one was watching, he couldn't help but scratch it. Yushu moved to his room to accompany him. Since she had nothing to do, she took a copper coin and sat on the edge of his bed to do some divination. The bed was narrow, so after a few times, she accidentally dropped a coin and it rolled under the bed. Squeak! She stared at the light yellow ball rolling on the ground. After a somersault, she got up and grabbed the ground with all 4 limbs. Then she stood up and glared at her. Squeak, squeak. She was woken up from a good dream. Mice also have a temper. If it ran away immediately, Yushu probably wouldn't be able to react. But she was too slow. Yushu had already taken off her shoes and threw them at it. With a whoosh and a squeak, she hit the target. The yellow-haired mouse was knocked out on the spot by Yushu and fell to the ground. Yushu grinned and walked over. She pinched its little tail and picked it up. Yu Xiaoxiu laid on the bed and witnessed the whole process. He was dumbfounded and said, "Old mouse." Chapter 103. The last time she caught this little yellow-haired mouse, it escaped once. This time, Yushu didn't let her guard down. She found a cow tendon rope to tie its hair and tied it to the leg of the bed. The little yellow-haired mouse had just fainted and was lying on the ground. Its fur was different from that of a normal gray mouse. It was shiny, long and fluffy, and didn't look dirty at all. When it curled up into a ball, it looked quite cute. Yushu went out to wash her hands and picked up a branch under the wall. When she came back, she saw Yu Xiaoxiu looking at the little yellow-haired mouse. Yushu walked over and squatted down to look at it with him. "Sis, it's so small. How can it steal money?" Yu Xiaoxiu stretched out his hand and gestured. The mouse was not even as big as his palm. "I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be wrong? Last time, you accused me of stealing money from under your pillow. This little thief did it." Yushu used the branch to poke its head. It had a round bean-like nose, triangular ears, a small fingernail, a snow-white beard, and the fur around its left eye was black and shiny. It looked like it had been punched by someone. This was the first time she looked at a mouse so closely. She felt that it did not look like a mouse. How could a mouse not look disgusting? Yu Xiaoxiu said doubtfully, "Then why did it come here?" "Who knows?" Yushu poked it again. As she looked at it, she suddenly felt that it looked familiar. It seemed that she had seen it somewhere before. It was a little mouse with yellow fur. Hiss, that's right. On the day she transmigrated, in the Ji family's ancestral hall, there was a yellow-skinned mouse under the offering table. Yushu's eyes lit up. When she looked at the little yellow-haired mouse again, she felt a sense of familiarity. She looked up at Yu Xiaoxiu and smiled. "You must be bored staying in your room every day. This little thing looks interesting. Let's keep it as your companion." He couldn't bear to kill a little thing that was fated to be with her, but it would be a pity to let her go, so he decided to keep her. Raising rats? Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. Who would raise rats? Why can't we raise it? There are people who raise flowers, birds, and insects. What's wrong with raising a mouse? Teach it to love cleanliness and not to run around. Also, give it a name. The more Yushu spoke, the more she felt that it was feasible. She immediately stood up and walked out. "I'll go boil some hot water for it to take a bath." Tis. Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't get a response from Yushu. He wanted to cry but had no tears as he looked at the little ball at the foot of the bed. Although it was quite boring to be alone in the room, he didn't want to be with a mouse. Yushu spent the whole morning tormenting the little Goldie. She washed it and bathed it in the sun. Of course, she did it behind Xiaoxiang's back, so she didn't scare the little maidservant to death. The little thing woke up when it was bathing. It squeaked and wanted to scratch people, but Yushu pressed it into the basin and made it drink a few mouthfuls of water. She flicked its head twice and then it became obedient. Yushu held its tail and put it on the windowsill to bask in the sun. It didn't even dare to run away. It sat up obediently with its butt up and used its claws to wipe the wet fur on its face. From time to time, it turned its head and carefully glanced at Yushu, afraid that she would do something to it again. Yushu pinched its tail and turned her head to discuss with Yu Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu, what name do you think we should give it? Yu Xiaoxiu had just seen with her own eyes how her sister bullied the little thing. She felt a bit of pity for it in her heart, so she did not resist it like before. Looking at the golden ball under the sunlight, she thought for a while and said, "How about calling it Jin Bao? Kim Bao?" Yushu thought for a while and felt that it was a good idea. She decided on the spot. "Okay, this name is auspicious. Let's call it Kim Bao." As she spoke, she turned her head and called out to it twice. Seeing that it ignored her, she poked its little head with her finger. The little thing shrank its neck, and the dried fluff on its collar puffed up. It didn't realize that from now on, it had changed from wild to domesticated. In the end, Yushu wasn't sure whether this little thing was a real mouse or not. She was afraid that it wouldn't be clean, so she didn't directly give it to Yu Xiaoxiu to play with. She dried it, tied it again, tied it to the foot of the bed, and found some snacks to feed it. Kim Bao sniffed it and ate it obediently. It didn't resist Yushu's feeding. After eating, it even used its claws to wipe its face, as if it loved to be clean. Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't help laughing. It smiled for the first time in days. At noon, Aunt Lu came to deliver lunch. Yushu hid Kim Bao under the bed, so she didn't find it. It rained in the afternoon, and the yellow woman didn't come. Yu Xiaoxiu took the medicine and went to sleep. Kim Bao curled up under the bed, with its back to the siblings, and secretly rubbed the rope around its neck with its front teeth. Yushu pretended not to hear the little movement. She took a stack of paper and spread all the books that she copied when she studied with Qing Zheng on the table. She found all the useful ones one by one, and matched them with Yu Xiaoxiu's 8 characters of birth. She looked for loopholes that could be tampered with. Master Qing Zheng once mentioned to her that people's faces were divided into 2 kinds, dynamic and static. In layman's terms, static was the facial features, and dynamic was the complexion. One was born with it, and the other could change at any time. One was the internal cause, and the other was the external effect. Sometimes it was easy to confuse the two. What she needed to do now was to turn the external effect into an internal cause in a certain period of time to confuse people. This was the inspiration she got from the physiognomist of the Shui family that day. It was a coincidence that because Yu Xiaoxiu was beaten and injured, as his sister, there was a bloody light on her face. The color of her complexion did not disappear, and the expert physiognomist saw it. The physiognomist couldn't determine whether it was dynamic or static, so he postponed it for 3 days. He thought that if the face was dynamic, the bloody light would disappear, and then it would not affect the marriage. Yushu wanted to make a fuss about this matter. The Ji family pushed her out because of her stupid life, and the Shui family was so careful because they were afraid of meeting a widow, which was the so-called jinx. Yushu was very sure that she was not the jinx. As Qingjing said, even her stupid life was not hers, but it didn't mean that she couldn't make a move to make herself a jinx temporarily. If the Shui family found that the Ji family promised to marry a real widow who almost ruined their family, would the Shui family spare the Ji family? Thinking of the time when Zhao Hui was wrongly accused of being a jinx and was convicted of marriage fraud, all her dowry was confiscated and the case was taken up. This kind of thing couldn't be cleared up. If they didn't become enemies, they should be happy. How could they dream of marriage? As for Miss Xingxuan, if she didn't find a suitable man, she shouldn't force her to marry him. Why should she hurt others? As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 bridges than to ruin a marriage. Yushu didn't have any psychological burden when she did such a wicked thing. In fact, she even regretted it. She could only borrow someone else's hand to teach the Ji family a lesson. She couldn't do it herself. After the deed was done, Ji Hyotani couldn't get anything on her. He didn't know that she had the ability to steal the sky. He would definitely vent his anger on them. However, in order to appease the anger of the Shui family, he didn't dare to kill her. Without her value, they would probably drive her, a widow, out of the Ji family. At that time, she didn't need to sneak around. She could take Yu Xiaoxiu to the capital openly. As for the young master of the Shui family, Yu Shu could only gloat that he didn't have the luck to marry Ji Xingshuan. After 3 days, Ji Hyotani took Yu Shu to visit the guest house of the Shui family again. Yu Shu had made preparations early in the morning. She asked Aunt Lu to help move Yu Xiaoxiu from the east room to the west room. She put a kitchen knife under his pillow and a basin of dirty water under the bed. She also burned a handful of ashes and put them at his feet. She closed the window and reminded him to light the candle by the bedside after an hour. Before leaving, Yu Shu patted her face in front of the mirror. She thought that if Qin Zheng knew that she used the book he taught her like this, he would be so angry that his beard would curl up. Yu Shu and Ji Hyotani went out of the door. She deliberately fell at the door and dawdled for a quarter of an hour. She calculated the time and got on the sedan chair. Everything was ready. She was a little excited in her heart. She didn't expect that she would be closed at the guest house. The young master is sick. Governor Su has no time to entertain guests today. Master Ji, please go back. Sick? Yu Shu was stunned. She felt depressed that this person was sick at the wrong time. At the same time, she was a little worried. It rained last night. Could it be that he caught a cold? Ji Hyotani first expressed his concern. After the ceremony, he asked, "Did Governor Su say when we should come again?" The director didn't say anything. Ji Hyotani didn't get any news. He resentfully left with Yu Shu and returned to the Ji family. As soon as they left, some people came to the guest house. A man and a woman got off from a horse carriage. Behind them was a 15 or 16-year-old handsome young man. The man was the second master of the Lu family, Lu Jingtai. The other one was Shui Wenjie and his son, who were now living in the Lu family. The youngest sister of the Lu family married into the Shui family in the capital. This was a big event in Yiyang City. Shui Wenjie's father was the nephew of Minister Shui. They weren't very close. In addition, the Lu family didn't know that Su Li brought people to Yiyang City. It was only yesterday that Lu Jingtai met Master Ji. Secondly, at the dinner table, he let it slip. Only then did he know that the director of Minister Shui's family came to Yiyang City and that the Ji family had a chance to get married. Wenjie, when you see Governor Su, you must be polite. Do you understand? And your eldest cousin, you haven't seen him before. Don't be rude. I know, mother. You've said it many times. Shui Wenjie answered absent-mindedly. Ji Xingshuan left the day before yesterday. He couldn't see her off. He had been sulking until now. Lu didn't know his son's thoughts. He watched as his brother knocked on the door. After a while, he came back. Second brother, what's wrong? He said that young master is sick and can't receive guests. Did he see a doctor? Is he not acclimatized? He didn't say that. I want to ask the Ji family. You can take Wenjie back first. Lu Jingtai alighted from the carriage at the entrance of the Ji family. Lu and his son sat in the carriage and went home. Shui Wenjie's anger had finally subsided. He was curious about something else. Mother, why did eldest grandpa's family come to Yang? Why didn't father come? Lu said casually. The Ji family wants to get married to your eldest grandpa's family. They're here to ask for gifts. Get married? With who? Chapter 104. Old Lady Ji was still waiting for the news at home. When she came back, she heard that Master Shui was ill and didn't see a doctor today. She couldn't help feeling anxious. Fearing that there would be complications, she told her son to prepare gifts. She would visit the house tomorrow and see what was going on. Yu Shu was sent back to the small courtyard. On the way back, she thought about it. She began to feel that Master Shui's illness was a little strange. Why did he pick this day? Didn't he visit the Ji family in high spirits 2 days ago? Because of this, the engagement was delayed for a few days. Thinking of a possibility, Yu Shu's eyelids couldn't help twitching. Could it be that Master Shui didn't want to see this marriage go through like her, so he obstructed it? Clapping her hands, Yu Shu felt that it was more and more possible. She said that Master Shui was Chao Zixin. How could Chao Zixin take her as a concubine? Not to mention that they didn't have that kind of intention at all. Based on their friendship, he couldn't watch her jump into this fire pit. Then what was his plan? Could it be that he already had a way to ruin this marriage? Yu Shu was half happy and half worried. She was happy that she found that Chao Zixin didn't agree with this marriage. She was worried that she couldn't figure out what Master Shui wanted to do. She had her own plan. If Master Shui really ruined this marriage in other ways, wouldn't it mess up her plan? Sister, you're back so soon? Yu Xiaoxiu saw Yu Shu entering the room with her head down. He thought that something was wrong. He turned over nervously and pointed to the candle on the bedside. I lit it as you said. What, didn't it work? Did I make a mistake somewhere? Yu Shu came to her senses and saw his nervous look. She shook her head and said, No, it didn't work today. Master Shui is ill. Yu Xiaoxiu heaved a sigh of relief. He reached under the pillow and took out the kitchen knife. It was really scary to have such a thing under his head. Yu Shu sat down at the tea table and poured herself a glass of water to drink while thinking about something. Kim Bao was tied to the leg of the tea table. As soon as he saw her coming over, he shrank behind the leg of the tea table and looked at her curiously. His two little ears stood up vigilantly. The rope around his neck was newly changed this morning. The one yesterday was bitten off by him, and he even got hit on the head twice for that. Miss, you're back, Aunt Lu said from outside the door. Young master's medicine is ready, newbie has brought it. Oh, Yu Shu responded and opened the door to let Aunt Lu in. She asked her to take the kitchen knife and the basin out to clean up. After Yu Xiaoxiu drank the medicine, she took the wound medicine that Aunt Lu took from Dr. He of the medical center and removed the gauze on Yu Xiaoxiu's back. Children's skin and flesh grow fast. In just a few days, the whip wound on Yu Xiaoxiu's back had formed a hard scab. Yu Shu still felt distressed when she saw it. The wound on her back had already healed because Qing Zheng's medicine only left some faint marks. The wound on Yu Xiaoxiu's back would probably leave a scar. Although boys were not as good as girls, who would want to have a scar on their body, especially when it was caused by humiliation. Yu Shu blamed herself very much. Being a good sister and not letting her brother get hurt was her biggest obsession in her two lives. Looking at the scar on Yu Xiaoxiu's back, Yu Shu was even more sure that she would go to the capital and take the Dian examination. Not only did she promise Qing Zheng to find the book of Mystic Nyu Luren, but she also wanted to stand out and be above others. No matter what young Master Shui or Brother Chao thought, she still had to do what she had to do. It was better to rely on herself than to rely on others. Sister, my wound is almost healed, right? It's just itchy these days. It doesn't hurt if I don't move around. I'll put on some clothes and go sit in the courtyard. Yu Shu applied medicine to Yu Xiaoxiu's wound, put on her clothes, washed her hands, and opened the window. Sitting by the window, she did 2 divinations for herself. One was to ask if she could leave the Ji family smoothly, and the other was to ask if she could arrive in the capital safely. Fortunately, both divinations were correct, which made her feel relieved. The next day it was sunny. Yu Shu got up early. She had planned to solve the rule of time of disaster in one go, but old maid Huang gave her a book of women's commandment to read. She listened to it dizzily all morning. At noon, old lady Ji sent someone to ask old lady Huang to leave. Yu Shu had lunch and gave Kim Bao a bath. Then she moved a stool to sit by the bed and played with Yu Xiaoxiu with snacks. Kim Bao, sit down. Kim Bao, don't move. Kim Bao, raise your hand. Of course, Kim Bao would not listen to them. It held its claws and squatted on the stool. Its black pearl-like eyes were rolling, and it always looked for a chance to escape. Yu Shu did not let Yu Xiaoxiu touch it. She taught it by pointing at its hair and making it into various postures. Yu Xiaoxiu found it interesting and said to Yu Shu, Sister, didn't you say it would steal money? Why don't you tease it with a silver horn? Maybe it will be obedient. Yes, wait a minute. Yu Shu's money was hidden on the top of the shelf bed where she slept. She went back to the room and took out the money bag. She pinched a piece of silver the size of a fingernail. As soon as she took it out, she heard Kim Bao make a sound. It was squatting lazily a moment ago, but it suddenly became excited and wanted to jump on her. As soon as it jumped up, it was pulled back by the rope around its neck. Ha! Yu Xiaoxiu laughed. Yu Shu held the silver and shook it in front of Kim Bao. It immediately got up again, and its head shook back and forth with her hand. It looked for a chance to jump, but Yu Shu easily dodged it and it lay down again. Haha, Kim Bao persevered, but after falling down too many times, it became angry. It couldn't stand being teased anymore, so it lay on the stool and refused to move. Yu Xiaoxiu laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. He begged Yu Shu, "Sister, give it one." Yu Shu placed the silver horn on Jin Bao's stomach. As soon as her hand left Jin Bao's stomach, little Blondie hugged the silver with a whoosh and sat up. His two front paws wrapped around the silver and he squinted his eyes as he rubbed his chin against the silver. His white beard curled up and he looked like a miser. Yu Shu had seen it like this before, but it was the first time Yu Xiaoxiu saw it. He stared at it for a while, then pointed at it and said to Yu Shu, "Sister, this isn't a mouse spirit, right?" Yu Shu said disdainfully, "If it's a real spirit, it can be caught. This is a mouse idiot." Kim Bao didn't know that Yu Shu was laughing at it. After getting its favorite silver, it happily rolled on the stool and chirped at Yu Shu. Yu Shu reached out and lifted its chin. This time, it didn't hide and obediently let her touch it. Yu Shu now understood that to coax this little thing, money was more effective than food. Now that Kim Bao had the silver, it didn't want to run away for a while. It held the small piece of silver and played with it on the stool. Yu Shu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to look after it and went out to wash her hands. It rained yesterday, but the stars were bright tonight. Yu Shu sat in the courtyard and looked at the stars. Qiu Xiang and Aunt Lu had gone to bed early in the morning. After some time, she heard a noise behind her. She turned her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu standing in front of the door under the lantern. "Sister, what's wrong? Can't sleep? Come and sit." Yu Shu waved at him. When Yu Xiaoxiu came over, she gave him the chair and went into the house to move another one. The two sat side by side and looked up at the stars. Yu Shu said, "Do the private schools teach astrology?" "It's in the books, but the teacher hasn't talked about it yet." "Sister, look at that star, it's so big. That's the Migres star, also known as the Wenxiu star. Have you heard of the story of the Wenxiu star?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and looked at Yu Shu. His eyes were full of interest. Yu Shu was not good at telling stories, but she could not refuse Yu Xiaoxiu's expectant gaze. She organized her words, cleared her throat and said, "Once upon a time, there was a white snake. It cultivated in the mountains for 1,000 years and became a spirit. It descended to the world to repay a debt of gratitude and to find." Yu Shu's story was not exciting and there was no cadence, but Yu Xiaoxiu listened with great interest. This was the first time someone told him a story, and only him. Because of Yu Xiaoxiu's support, Yu Shu originally wanted to tell a simple story, but she unconsciously dragged it out. She told the legend of the white snake from the beginning until the flood of Jinshan and the disaster of the people of Qiantang River. When she was in high spirits, she suddenly heard the beating of gongs and drums outside the courtyard wall. It was very loud in the middle of the night, and it surprised her. Yu Shu closed her mouth and listened carefully, but she could not hear clearly. She felt a tightness on her arm. She turned her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu's vigilant look. She patted him and said, "Go back to the house first, don't come out." Yu Xiaoxiu saw her getting up to leave, and hurriedly pulled her back. "Sister, where are you going?" "I'm going to listen and see what's going on." "It's okay, you go back to the house first." Yu Shu pushed him into the house, closed the door, and walked to the gate of the courtyard. When she opened the door, she saw the fire outside, and someone was shouting, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" He ran to the south. "Thief!" Yu Shu frowned, and a bad memory came to her mind. She remembered that one night 3 months ago, the Ji family hired a thief, and they kidnapped her and her brother by the pond. She brought them back to the courtyard to treat his wound and sent them out of the G family through the back door. It was also that day that she was beaten up by old lady G and driven out of the G family. Yushu didn't blame the thief for implicating her. She hoped that he would steal more treasures from the G family, but she didn't want to meet him again. With this thought in mind, she reached out to close the courtyard door. Who would have thought that what she feared would come true? A gust of wind blew and a black shadow appeared in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat and she quickly wanted to slam the door. However, she was still half a step away and the other party reached out to block her. Under the moonlight, the eyes behind the black mask shone slightly. He looked at Yushu and it was a little familiar. "It's you." Yushu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. When she heard this, she knew that it was the unlucky thief who was turned into a dice last time. She opened her mouth and whispered gloomily, "Why are you here again?" The other party seemed to laugh, and before Yushu could make out who it was, she heard someone behind her asking, "Miss, why are you standing there? What happened outside?" It was Chiu Xiang. Aunt Lu had always been a deep sleeper. She wouldn't be woken up even if it wasn't for the crowing of the rooster. Yushu stared at the pair of dark eyes in front of her. She took a deep breath and exhaled. She turned her head and said to Chiu Xiang, who was in the corridor, "I'm fine. I don't know what's going on outside. Go to young master's room and see if all the doors and windows are closed." Chapter 105. It was still ringing outside, and people were shouting to catch the thief everywhere. There was no light in the room, and only shadows could be seen in the dark. Yushu sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the dark shadow standing under the back window. She wondered why she was so lucky to meet her again and again. The masked thief probably felt Yushu's sad gaze. She turned around and said, "Why aren't you asleep yet? It's so late." "You came when I was about to sleep. Thank you for helping me last time," the thief said in a gentle tone. "Did I cause you any trouble after I left that day?" "Trouble? Was being beaten and kicked out of the house, and losing half of my life counted?" Every debt has a debtor. Yushu never thought of pursuing responsibility with a thief. What happened at that time was due to her carelessness and the ruthlessness of the G family. Hearing Yushu's answer, the thief was silent for a moment and then asked, "Didn't you live in a—" There was still ringing outside, and people were shouting to catch the thief everywhere. There was no light in the room, and only shadows could be seen in the dark. Yushu sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the dark shadow standing under the back window. She wondered why she was so lucky to meet her again and again. The masked thief probably felt Yushu's sad gaze. She turned around and said, "Why are you still up so late?" "I was about to sleep when you came." "Thank you for helping me last time," the thief said in a gentle tone. "Did I cause you any trouble after I left that day?" "Trouble? Was being beaten and kicked out of the house, and losing half of my life counted?" "No. Every debt has a debtor." Yushu never thought of pursuing responsibility with a thief. What happened at that time was because of her carelessness and the ruthlessness of the G family. Hearing Yushu's answer, the thief was silent for a moment and then asked, "Didn't you live in— weren't you a servant of the G family? If you're not a servant, you might as well be a servant." Yushu laughed at herself. Thinking about their current situation, it was worse than before. Back then, no one cared about them. Now, the G family treated her like a prisoner. The masked thief sensed that something was wrong with her tone and asked with concern, "Did something happen to you?" If it weren't for the chaos of arresting people outside, Yushu would have thought that this thief had come to the G family to chat with her. However, Yushu could hear the kindness in his words. Although she felt that he was a busybody, she didn't hate him. "Heh, you think you can help me when I'm in trouble? You better pray for yourself first. Why aren't you injured this time?" She remembered that this thief was in a very sorry state last time. "No." He heard the teasing in Yushu's words. He touched his nose through the veil and said, "If you don't tell me, how do you know that I can't help you?" "Tell me, maybe I have a way. Don't you think you're too enthusiastic?" Do you really think that I helped you out of kindness last time, so you're thinking of ways to repay me now? There's no need. I had no other choice at that time. I was saving myself, not helping you. You don't have to thank me either. Yushu said in a soft voice. The thief was probably shocked by Yushu's blunt words. After a while, he sighed and said, "You're really straightforward." Yushu snorted and walked to the window. When she was a few steps away from the masked thief, he took 2 steps back. This small movement was noticed by Yushu and she secretly sneered. He hid in a girl's boudoir in the middle of the night. Was he still concerned about the difference between a man and a woman? Yushu leaned against the window and peeked out through the crack. Seeing that the fire was gone and the noise was far away, she turned her head and said, "They're gone. You should take this opportunity to escape. This is the South Stride courtyard. Judging from the movements just now, they should be chasing you to the south. You can go west now and you'll be out. You're a thief, you should know how to climb over the wall, right?" The thief looked at Yushu's calm face with the help of the moonlight outside the window. After a while, he softly said, Then he turned around and moved towards the door. Yushu followed him in the dark. Of course, she didn't want to send him off, but to close the door after he left. The 2 of them went out of the bedroom and came to the living room. Just when they were 2 steps away from the door, the thief suddenly turned around. She was caught off guard and bumped into him. She staggered and leaned back. When she was about to sit on the ground, the thief caught her and pulled her back. The next moment, the 2 of them were face to face. Yushu was lying on his hard chest. Her nose hurt so much that her eyes were filled with tears. She took a deep breath and smelled the night breeze. This sudden intimacy made the 2 pairs of eyes stunned in the dark. Yushu's mind went blank for a moment. When she was still in a daze, she heard someone knocking on the door. "Sis, are you asleep?" Yushu's body stiffened. She sniffed and acted as if nothing had happened. I'm going to get up to drink some water. It's fine outside. Xiao, you should go to sleep. Cover yourself with the quilt. Don't catch a cold." Xiao didn't suspect anything. She said, "Oh." Then she turned around and went back to her room. When she heard the sound of the door next door, Yushu hurriedly pushed the thief away. In her previous life, she had never hugged a man so closely. She felt a little sullen, but when she pushed him, he didn't immediately let go. There was even a warm arm wrapped around her waist. It seemed like he was hugging her tightly. This small action made her angry. She raised her arm and grabbed the man's clothes. Her other arm suddenly bent up, and her sharp elbow pressed against the man's Adam's apple. The so-called self-defense technique, when practiced to the highest level, is to defeat the enemy with one strike. The enemy's throat, eyes, and lower body. Let go. In the quiet living room, although Yushu's voice was soft, there was a strong warning hidden in it. She didn't have the previous politeness. The thief didn't expect this move from Yushu. The joint on his throat clearly told him that this was not a weak girl. He was distracted for a moment, and she attacked his vital point. If she was a little more ruthless, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have time to cry. However, such a ruthless threat didn't make him angry. Instead, there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It was so itchy that he wanted to reach out and scratch it. In the dark, a pair of eyes became dark and unclear. "I'm sorry." He first let go of his hand and raised his arms. He made a harmless gesture and apologized. After the alarm was lifted, Yushu coldly snorted and took 2 steps back. She pointed at the door and said, "You can go." Sensing Yushu's hostility, the thief bitterly smiled, knowing that he had screwed up. The little bit of good impression that Yushu had of him just now was gone. Sighing inwardly, he retreated to the back, stared at her again, opened the door, and left. "See you later." Yushu cursed in her heart. Seeing that the door was closed from the outside and the shadow outside the door had disappeared, she relaxed her guard. She went forward to close the door and bolt it. She came back to check the windows in the room. After confirming that they were all closed, she took off her shoes and climbed into the bed. After tossing and turning, she thought of being hugged by the thief and letting him take advantage of her. She gritted her teeth and fell asleep. The next morning, Aunt Lou came back from the kitchen with a basket of food. While setting the food on the dining table, she nagged Yushu about what happened last night. I heard that there was another thief in the mansion last night. He woke up most of the mansion. It seems that he ran away. They didn't catch him. Old Madam was furious. The masters didn't sleep all night. They are still listening to the lecture in the East Room. Yushu smiled. She was happy whenever she heard the heart-wrenching story of the Ji family. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiu thought of the thief they met before. He looked up at Yushu. He wanted to say something, but he didn't because Aunt Lu was here. Yushu picked up the bean sprout from the plate with chopsticks. When Aunt Lu was not paying attention, she threw it under the table. Kim Bao, who was hiding under the table, squatted down, bent down and sniffed. Then he picked it up with his 2 little claws and ate it. He didn't care about meat or vegetables. After breakfast, old maid Huang came. Yushu was really afraid that she would read the women's commandment again and waste her time in the morning. Old maid Huang pulled her into the room and urged her to wash her face and change clothes. Hurry up. The Xue family sent an invitation. Mr. Xue invited you to the mansion for tea. Yushu felt strange and asked, didn't he get sick the day before yesterday? The yellow-haired woman didn't know anything, so she quickly dressed her up. From the wardrobe, she took out a pink and yellow floral gown and put on a lake green pleated skirt. Her shoes were newly made, and she also brought a set of jade jewelry with her. After dressing her up, she stood in front of the mirror, looking like a little bird, trying to make Yushu look like a well-behaved girl. When they arrived at the door, Ji Hyotani was already waiting. Yushu saw that there was only one sedan chair. She turned her head and asked, where is third master? Don't you want me to go with you? Ji Hyotani didn't sleep last night because of the thieves. He didn't look good. He frowned and said to Yushu, he invited you to have tea. Why would I go? When we get there, remember to behave yourself. Don't say anything you shouldn't say. Remember to greet Mr. Xue for me. Don't make trouble for me. Yushu was used to pretending to be polite to him. She treated his cold face as a wall and bent down to get on the sedan chair. Sitting in the sedan chair, Yushu played with the fan in her hand. Along the way, she thought back and forth. Was it Master Xue or Chao Zixin who invited her to have tea? The sedan chair stopped in front of the guest house. Yushu got off the sedan chair with Qiu Xiang's help. She took a look and found that the door was open today. When she went forward, the person inside the door wasn't the servant who had been guarding the door the last 2 times. Instead, it was Xue Rui's manservant, Baoda. When he saw Yushu and her servant, he called out, young Miss Yu. Then he stretched out his hand to lead her in. Has your young master recovered from his illness? Yushu asked. Miss Yu, thank you for your concern. Young master has recovered. Hataku was very polite to Yushu. After walking down the corridor, Yushu found that this was not the same path as last time. Where are we going? To the tea room. Young master is waiting for you there. Yushu stopped. Aren't we going to visit Governor Su first? Hataku turned his head and said, Governor Su left early in the morning. Hearing this, Yushu smiled. Could it be that Master Xue saw that the housekeeper wasn't around and secretly asked her to come? After passing through the small garden, they arrived at their destination. In front of them was an independent hall. There were a few bluestone steps in front of the door. Under the eaves, there were square bamboo lanterns with flowers and birds. It must be very beautiful when they were lit at night. Hataku stood in front of the door and said, Young master, Miss Yu is here. There was a landscape screen in front of the door. Yushu couldn't see the person inside. She only heard a voice, let her in. Miss, please. Yushu wanted to go in. Qiu Xiang wanted to follow but was stopped by Hataku. Miss, follow me somewhere else. Miss? Qiu Xiang asked Yushu helplessly. Let's go with him. Yushu didn't want Qiu Xiang to be in front of her. Although this girl looked stupid, she was undoubtedly a spy placed by Ji Hyotani around her. Hataku brought Qiu Xiang away. Yushu looked at the open door. Holding her ankle-length skirt, she stepped in and walked around the screen. In front of her was a tea table, incense table, flower racks and jade vases, but there was no one inside. Chapter 106. Here. Yushu turned her head and walked towards the southwest corner of the living room. She reached out and pulled open the curtain of the red and blue beads. There was a crisp tinkling sound, and her vision was slightly dim. Before she could see the person clearly, a burst of tea fragrance filled the air. In the exquisite small room, the windows were closed, and the green stove was boiling water. Jade smoke was curling up, and on the Fortune Longevity Exorcism couch, First Young Master Shui was dressed in white silk clothes. His hair was tied up with a silver crown, and his waist was like a hook with a plain yellow buckle. He held a teaspoon in one hand and a fragrant bowl in the other. His forehead was smooth, his nose was straight, and his eyebrows were long. He looked dignified, and he looked like a leisurely, noble young master. Yushu was stunned, as if it was the first time she had seen this person. At this moment, a thought suddenly came into her mind. This was probably the real Mr. Shui's demeanor. When Shui Rui saw Yushu coming in, he just raised his eyes, held the wooden teaspoon backhand, and pointed to the opposite side. Sit. Well, the room was filled with the smell of tea. Yushu couldn't help but move slowly. She lifted the corner of her skirt and sat down on the round stool opposite the tea table. She put her hands on her knees. Seeing that he was concentrating on making tea and ignoring her, she looked for fun and stared at his hands moving back and forth. His palms were not thick, and his fingers were long. His nails were trimmed clean, and the wrinkles on his fingers were very shallow. The joints were clearly visible, and he exuded a kind of scholarly aura. He looked like the kind of person who often held a pen and read books. Yushu's mind moved. She had originally decided not to care about who he was, but the words involuntarily blurted out. Mianzhai has been closed these days, and all the customers have run away. Do you really not want your business? Shui Rui's fingers paused, and he put down the teacup. He looked up at her, and his face was less arrogant than before. His eyes and brows were natural and gentle. Do you still think of me as that person? Yushu clasped her hands together and said in an extremely firm tone, It's not as if you are him. As he looked at her gaze that didn't have the slightest hesitation and his figure was clearly reflected in her bright eyes, Shui Rui's heart moved, and the depths of his eyes became even more warm. He placed the teaspoon lightly on the wooden tray and spoke without the slightest warning, Follow me. The water on the stove boiled and bubbled. Yushu's vision blurred and the face in front of her became clear again. She heard what he said and understood, but she would rather not have understood. What did you say? Absurd, inexplicable, and unbelievable. This was what Yushu was feeling right now. Shui Rui smiled and didn't repeat that sentence, but the meaning in his eyes was so obvious. Seeing him smile like this, Yushu felt inexplicably annoyed and said coldly, Mr. Shui, you must be joking. Aren't the Ji family and the Shui family discussing marriage? When this matter is settled, I will be the concubine of Miss 4. What are you talking about now? It's not up to me to decide. I'm only asking if you agree to be with me. Shui Rui was calm and composed. What if I don't agree? Yushu sneered. If I don't agree, there won't be such a thing? Yes. Shui Rui stopped smiling and said very indulgently, If you don't agree, then there won't be such a thing. Ha! Yushu was amused as if she had heard a joke. She tilted her head and looked at him. Then what if I agree to follow you and be your concubine? With my identity, I'm afraid I can only be a concubine, right? Then, the marriage between the Ji family and the Shui family will be discussed. In the future, you can marry the Ji 4th Miss, whose life is higher than the sky, right? Shui Rui frowned and said with a serious expression, I'm talking about the matter between you and me now. If you're afraid that I'll give you the cold shoulder after marrying Ji Xingxuan, then you can be at ease. I'm not interested in her at all. The marriage with the Ji clan was decided by my grandfather, and it wasn't because I took a fancy to her. If you're afraid of being a concubine, you can rest assured that I'm not a fickle person. Even if I marry in the future, I won't mistreat you. Looking at his serious face and self-righteous tone, Yushu was finally sure that he wasn't teasing her. When she thought that the bastard in front of her was actually the same person as the kind Chao Zixin, her heart suddenly felt uncomfortable. Grabbing the skirt on her knees, Yu Shu said bitterly, I just want to ask you one thing. Shui Rui nodded, speak. Are you still Brother Chow? Shui Rui's eyes darkened. He looked at her deeply and said warmly, You're with me, so I am. Hearing this, Yu Shu's eyes quickly darkened. She stood up and shook her head at him, You're not him. Chao Zixin would never say such words to her. After she finished speaking, she didn't want to stay a moment longer. She turned around and walked away. In a few steps, she arrived at the door of the small room. Just as her hand reached the bead curtain, she heard footsteps behind her and a burst of tea fragrance. Between the door railings, there was an arm in front of her, blocking her way. You haven't answered. Yu Shu frowned and said without turning her head, Isn't it obvious? I don't agree. She could pretend to be courteous with the Ji family, but she didn't want to pretend with him. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a sigh above her head, Okay, I also want to let you go. Before Yu Shu could come back to her senses, she felt a grip around her waist. She was dumbfounded when he picked her up by the waist. Her feet left the ground as he walked towards the exorcism couch. What are you doing? Yu Shu exclaimed. She didn't think and used her foot to kick his lower body. But she was quickly held down by his knee. Without waiting for her to move, his other hand twisted both her arms. Ignoring her struggle, he strode forward, knelt on the couch and put her on it. He looked at her flushed face from above and a dangerous aura that belonged to a man blew over. Chao Zixin. Yu Shu gritted her teeth. Her heart was beating fast. Her hands and feet were pressed and she couldn't move. The huge gap between the strength of a man and a woman made her unconsciously panic. The arm tightly wrapped around her waist told her that this was not a joke. The familiar face in front of her was not the gentle and smiling Brother Chow, but Master Shui. Knowing that it was useless to shout, Yu Shu quickly calmed down and forced a smile. You get up first. We can talk about it. Shui Rui's eyes narrowed, and he freed a hand to undo his belt before tossing it to the side. Yu Shu's expression changed greatly. He bent down and buried his face in her warm neck, and he took a deep breath before he said in a low voice, There's no room for discussion. After saying that, Yu Shu felt the palm on her waist moved to the side and began to untie her belt. The light touch on her neck made the hair on her back stand up. As soon as her hand was free, she beat him hard. She was so fierce, but he didn't even make a sound. She turned her head stiffly to avoid his intimacy. When she saw the cup on the tea table, her eyes became cold. Without hesitation, she stretched out her hand to grab the cup and smashed it on his head. Bang! The cup immediately shattered and she heard Shui Rui let out a muffled groan. The force that was pressing down on her body loosened and something dripped onto the side of her ear. She pushed him away in panic and sat up. When she raised her head, she saw him holding his forehead with his hand and beads of blood were dripping down from the gaps between his fingers. Yu Shu's heart was beating fast. She shivered and her body moved. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and leaned forward to help him cover his wound. But as soon as she touched him, he waved his hand away. Don't touch me. You, young master, Governor Su is here. Hearing the voice, Yu Shu turned her head and saw two people walking in from the door. When she saw the scene in the room, she was stunned. It was Su Li and Hataku. In their eyes, the scene in the room, Yu Shu was panicking, Shui Rui's clothes were messy, and his forehead was bleeding. It seemed that the man failed to use force and was smashed by the woman. Young master! When he came back to his senses, Hataku screamed and rushed over. Governor Su looked at the two of them with a dark face and asked in a deep voice, Young master, what's going on? What else could it be? Shui Rui sneered. He pushed the servant away, stood up, and walked out of the door with his clothes unbuttoned. When he passed by Su Li, he said coldly, I don't like this woman. Send her back. Don't let me see her again. After that, he waved the curtain and left. He didn't look at Yu Shu at all. Hataku quickly chased after him. Yu Shu clenched the handkerchief and watched him leave. Her eyes fell on Su Li, who had a dark face. She lowered her head and quickly got down from the bed. She stood to the side and said carefully, Sue, Governor Sue, I miss you, pack up and go out. Remember not to talk about what happened today. It will damage the reputation of both families. Su Li frowned and looked at her, then went out with his hands behind his back. Only Yu Shu was left in the room. She stood in the same place, lost in thought for a while. Then she pursed her lips and tidied up her clothes. She looked back to see if there were any hairpins or rings left behind. She saw the blood on the exorcism couch. It was so glaring that she turned her head away and walked out with heavy steps. When she reached the door and walked out of the tea room, a gust of wind blew across her back. Only then did she realize that she was drenched in cold sweat. Mississippi, Chiu Xiang ran over from the other end of the corridor and looked into the room. She asked carefully, Can we go now? Yu Shu stuffed the handkerchief back into her sleeves and pulled her. Without anyone leading the way, they left in the direction they came from. In a loft not far from here, Shui Rui was lying on a low bed. His eyes were closed as Hataku treated the wound on his head. Su Li stood in front of him and frowned. After a long time, he said, Young master, when will you stop being so impulsive? There are so many beauties in the capital. This Miss Yu is only average. Why did you force yourself and hurt yourself? How am I going to explain this to the old master when I get back? Hearing this, Shui Rui opened his eyes and said coldly, Are you lecturing me? Su Li's face tightened and he lowered his head. I'm just worried that the Ji family has a bright future. Ji Xingxuan has already won the favor of the Great Commissioner. In the future, she will definitely occupy an important position in the Celestial Commissioner's office. If young master marries her, you don't have to. If this marriage is ruined, the old master will. Don't use grandfather to pressure me. Shui Rui interrupted him. What did grandfather say when we came here? The old master said that young master should make his own decision. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.